The smoky back room of the Copacabana nightclub buzzed with a quiet, nervous feeling that only happens when people are having very serious and dangerous talks. Three men sat around a dark wood table that had seen more important decisions than most fancy business offices in America. The yellow light from small table lamps made long shadows on their faces. The soft sound of Tommy Dorsey's band playing music could be heard through the thick wooden doors. Before we start this amazing story, I want you to know this will be an exciting trip through one of history's most interesting criminal partnerships. If you are getting ready for bed, get nice and comfortable. We are going to learn all about how three boys grew up to change America's criminal world forever. Press that like button if you are ready for this adventure. Subscribe for more calm stories about history's most interesting people, and ring that notification bell so you always know when there is a new story. Believe me, you will want to hear every part of this tale. Now, let us return to these three men, Meyer Lansky, who was only 5 feet 4 inches tall, but controlled the room with smart, careful thinking, fixed his glasses with thin metal frames, and opened several account books on the shiny table. Numbers moved in front of him like old friends. Each number stood for areas, shares, and money that would make bankers on Wall Street very jealous. His soft voice sounded very sure and powerful. The work we are doing in Cuba will make us $12 million by the end of the year, he said, his Polish accent very hard to notice after living in America for so long, but only if we are very careful and do not make mistakes. Across from him, Charles Lucky Luciano leaned back in his leather chair. His dark eyes looked around the room with the easy confidence of a man who had changed the whole criminal world. His custom-made suit, which cost more than most Americans earned in a whole year, fit him perfectly. At 36 years old, he had already lived through attempts on his life, built a huge criminal network, and was respected from Sicily to San Francisco. Careful, Lucky repeated, saying the words slowly like he was tasting a fine drink. That is what makes us different from the old-fashioned gangsters. Meyer, they acted based on their feelings. We act based on our minds, the third man, Frank Costello, smoothed his gray hair with a well-groomed hand and smiled a friendly smile that had made peace between fighting families and crooked politicians. His voice, polite and steady, sounded like a man who never had to yell to be heard. Gentlemen, Frank said. His Italian accent was softened by years of trying to sound more American. We have made something no one has ever made before. Three boys from poor streets who now control more land than most small countries. He stopped talking, letting them feel how big their success was. But big empires are easy to break. They need constant care and attention. Outside, the city of Manhattan was busy with the energy of a country at war. People had small victory gardens in Central Park, while factory workers hurried home from working 2 shifts, building airplanes and tanks for the war. But inside this room, 3 immigrants who came to America with nothing but hope were quietly running the most advanced criminal business the world had ever seen. This was their time, their empire, their powerful group of 3. But every great empire starts with one small step. Every famous story begins with a single choice. And for these 3 men, it all started 40 years earlier on the crowded, hopeless streets of the Lower East Side, where staying alive was the only lesson that mattered, and having a friend was the most valuable thing you could have. Now, let us go back to the year 1906, to the packed, busy streets of New York's Lower East Side, where our story really begins. The ship called the SS Bremen creaked and groaned as it entered New York Harbor on a cloudy October morning in 1906. Among the hundreds of people pressed against the railings, holding their small bags of things and looking through the fog, stood 4-year-old Meyer Lansky, and his family. Meyer, as he would soon be called, held tightly to his mother's warm wool coat while his father Max looked at a wrinkled piece of paper with an address on Rivington Street. The Statue of Liberty came out of the fog like a beautiful promise, her torch cutting through the doubt that had followed them across the Atlantic Ocean from the small Polish town of Grodno. America, Max whispered in Yiddish, the word heavy with every prayer, every sacrifice. Every night they could not sleep that brought them to this moment. The family had run away from Poland with little more than the clothes on their backs and a deep hope that America would give them something their home country never could: safety. For Jewish families in Eastern Europe, safety was as rare as gold and even more precious. The Lansky family walked through the busy confusion of Ellis Island, where tired immigration officers checked in thousands of new Americans every day. Young Meyer watched everything with a sharp, smart look that would become his special sign. Even at 4 years old, he was remembering details, collecting information, understanding that knowing things was power, and power was how you stayed alive. Their new home was a small, crowded apartment building on Delancey Street, a 3-room apartment they shared with another family from their village. The building was 6 stories high, its fire escapes making a maze of metal that children used as a playground and mothers used as extra living space during the hot summer months. Meyer's father got a job in a clothing factory, bent over a sewing machine for 14 hours a day. His fingers moved quickly across the fabric, while his mind counted the pennies that would buy bread, milk, and maybe, if they were lucky, a small piece of meat for their Sabbath dinner. But it was young Meyer who really understood math, while other children played with sticks and balls in the narrow streets. Meyer studied numbers. He remembered the prices of everything in the neighborhood, figuring out how much profit the street cart sellers made, understanding naturally how money moved in their small world. Mrs. Goldstein, who ran the corner grocery store, first noticed the quiet boy with the intense eyes when he started pointing out her math mistakes. Not in a rude way, never in a rude way, even as a child. Meyer knew that being polite was as important as being right. "That is 17 cents, not 19, he would say nicely. His small voice was hard to hear over the noise of the crowded shop. Mrs. Goldstein would count again, shake her head in surprise, and hand him a piece of candy. "Such a head for numbers," she would tell his mother. "This boy is going to be someone special." She had no idea how right she was. The Lower East Side in 1906 was a world of its own. Italian families lived packed into apartment buildings next to Jewish families who had run from trouble, Irish immigrants, and Chinese workers. The streets were filled with the sound of many languages, the air thick with the smell of cooking food, horse waste, and the dreams of people trying to build new lives from their old broken ones. For Meyer, these streets became his first school. He learned that staying alive needed more than just being smart. It needed understanding people, knowing what they wanted, knowing when to talk and when to listen. He watched the older boys who controlled the street corners, noticing how they divided their areas, solved arguments, and got respect by mixing fear with fairness by the age of 7. Meyer was keeping the money records for several neighborhood businesses. His neat handwriting and perfect math earned him nickels and dimes that he saved like it was a religion. He understood even then that money was not just for buying things. It was freedom, safety, and power all put together. The other children called him the little professor because of his glasses and serious face. But Meyer did not mind. He was learning lessons that would help him for his whole life, building the base of knowledge and planning that would one day help him run criminal businesses across whole continents. 6 blocks north of Meyer's apartment building, in the middle of East Harlem's Little Italy, 9-year-old Salvatore Lucania was already known as the toughest kid on East 10th Street. The boy who would become Lucky Luciano had arrived from Sicily 3 years earlier with his father Antonio, a worker with rough hands and strong pride, and his mother Rosalia, whose quiet strength held their family together during the hardest times. East Harlem in 1907 was different from the Jewish part of the Lower East Side. Here the apartment buildings echoed with fast Italian talk, the smell of garlic and olive oil, and the loud arguments that were as much a part of daily life as morning coffee. The Lucania family lived on the 3rd floor of a thin building on Elizabeth Street, sharing their space with Antonio's brother and his family. Salvatore, Sal, to his friends, had gotten his father's quick temper and his mother's sharp mind. He was small for his age, but made up for it with a mix of fearless fighting and natural charm that drew other children to him like metal to a magnet. The boy spent his days learning the complicated social rules of the streets. East Harlem was divided into invisible areas controlled by different gangs of older boys. Each group claimed certain blocks, certain corners, certain chances to make money. Sal studied these divisions like a military planner. He understood that knowing who controlled what could mean the difference between making money for the day or getting beaten up. His first real lesson in street business came from running numbers for Benny the Butcher, a heavy man who ran a small illegal betting operation from the back of his meat shop. Sal would collect bets from the neighborhood men, remembering complicated combinations of numbers and names without ever writing anything down. His memory was amazing, his secrecy total. This kid, Benny would tell his customers, he's got a strong spine and a smooth tongue, mark my words. He is going to be important. School did not interest Sal much. The classroom felt small and pointless compared to the real education he was getting on the streets. By age 10, he had organized his first gang, a group of neighborhood boys who ran small jobs, protected younger children from bullies, and sometimes took fruit and bread from sellers who were not paying attention. But Sal was never mean just to be mean, even as a child. He understood that real power came from respect, not fear. He protected weaker kids, shared what he earned with those in need, and always kept his promises. These rules would guide him for the rest of his life, even when the risks got higher and the results more deadly. His mother worried about the path her son was choosing. Rosalia had not brought her family across an ocean to watch her boy become a street bully. But she also saw something special in Salvatore, a natural ability to lead that made him different from the other neighborhood children. "You have gifts, my son," she would tell him as she served dinner in their tiny kitchen. "Use them to build something good," Sal would nod respectfully. But his dark eyes were already looking past the apartment walls, past the narrow streets of East Harlem, toward possibilities his mother could never imagine. He was learning to think bigger, to see chances where others saw only problems. The older boys in the neighborhood began to notice him too. Tough teenagers who at first thought he was just another kid started asking for his opinion, asking for his help in solving fights. Sal had a natural understanding of how people worked, an ability to find answers that left everyone feeling like they had won something. This talent for making peace, mixed with his fearless nature and sharp mind, was already marking him as someone special. The other children followed him, not because they were scared of him, but because he made them believe they could do more together than they ever could alone. 2 streets over from the Lucania family, in a slightly better apartment building on 108th Street, 11-year-old Francesco Castiglia was learning the skills that would one day make him the most respected problem solver in the American criminal world. Frank, as he liked to be called even then, had arrived from Calabria 5 years earlier with his parents Luigi and Maria. Unlike many immigrant families who stayed only with people from their own country, the Castiglia family had tried hard to become part of American society. Luigi worked as a barber, a job that let him talk with people from all walks of life. While Maria did sewing at home to add to their income, young Frank was a natural student, not just of books, but of people. He watched his father work, seeing how Luigi could calm an upset customer with just the right words, how he could get information without seeming nosy, how he could settle arguments between neighbors with a mix of wisdom and humor. The barber shop on 106th Street became Frank's second school. While other children played in the streets, Frank would sit quietly in the corner. Listening to the conversations of grown men, he learned about politics, business, and the complicated web of relationships that connected everyone in their neighborhood to everyone else. Frank's gift was his voice. Even as a child, when he spoke, people listened. His words carried weight beyond his years, and he had a natural understanding of what people wanted to hear. But more importantly, he understood the difference between telling people what they wanted to hear and telling them what they needed to hear. When fights broke out between the Italian and Irish kids who shared their block, it was often Frank who stepped forward to make peace. He would listen carefully to both sides, find the real problems under the anger and showing off, and find solutions that let everyone save their pride. That Castiglia boy, the neighborhood women would whisper to each other as they hung laundry on the fire escapes. He is going to be somebody important someday. Mark my words. Frank's parents encouraged his peaceful nature while trying to steer him toward honest work. Luigi dreamed of his son becoming a lawyer or a politician, someone who could use his gift with words to help their community in legal, respectable ways. But the streets had their own pull, their own logic. Frank could see that the real power in their neighborhood did not belong to the policemen who walked their routes or the politicians who made promises during election time. Real power belonged to the men who could solve problems, who could make things happen, who could work in the gray areas where law and order could be negotiated. At 11 years old, Frank was already serving as an unofficial peacemaker for some of the older boys in the neighborhood. When territory fights came up between different gangs, when business deals went bad, when pride and anger threatened to turn into violence, Frank would appear with his calm voice and reasonable solutions. He never looked for attention, never asked for credit for his role in keeping peace. Instead, he understood that his real power came from being helpful while staying in the background. People would start to depend on his ability to smooth over problems, to find compromises, to make the impossible seem reasonable. Frank's reputation for being fair spread beyond their immediate neighborhood. Boys from other blocks would look for him when they needed someone to judge a fight. Shop owners would ask for his help when dealing with difficult customers. Even some of the adults in the community began turning to him for advice. But perhaps Frank's greatest skill was his ability to see the bigger picture. While other children focused on the quick rewards of street life, the fast money, the temporary power, the quick respect, Frank was already thinking about long-term plans. He understood that building lasting influence needed patience, careful planning, and the ability to make friends instead of enemies. He also had something rare in their neighborhood, real empathy. Frank could understand why people acted the way they did, could see past their anger or fear to the hidden needs and wants that made them behave that way. This understanding would help him well in the years to come, as he learned to deal with more and more complex and dangerous situations. The late afternoon sun made long shadows across Rivington Street as 12-year-old Meyer Lansky walked home from the library, his arms full of books about math and business. The 7-year-old had discovered that the public library on East Broadway was full of information, and he spent every free moment there, soaking up knowledge like a sponge. As he turned the corner onto Delancey Street, Meyer saw a commotion ahead. A crowd of children had gathered around two older boys who were having what looked like a heated argument. The tension in the air was thick. This was the kind of situation that could quickly turn into a fight. At the center of the crowd stood 11-year-old Salvatore Lucania. His dark eyes flashed with anger as he faced Tommy O'Brien, a red-haired Irish boy who was at least 3 inches taller and 20 pounds heavier. The problem, from what Meyer could gather by listening to the excited chatter of the other children, was about a dice game that had gone wrong. "You are calling me a cheater?" Sal's voice carried across the crowd. "That is a dangerous thing to say." "I am calling you what you are," Tommy replied, his face red with anger and maybe a little fear. Even though he was bigger, something in the smaller boy's eyes made him nervous. The crowd pressed closer, feeling that violence was about to happen. In neighborhoods like theirs, fights like this usually ended with someone getting hurt, creating feuds that could last for generations. Meyer watched with interest as the drama played out. His logical mind was already figuring out what would probably happen, but then something unexpected happened. A calm voice cut through the tension like a knife through soft butter. "Gentlemen, perhaps we can find a better way to solve this problem." All eyes turned to see 12-year-old Francesco Castiglia stepping forward, his hands raised in a sign of peace. Frank moved with the confidence of someone much older, his presence somehow making the anger in the crowd feel smaller. "Tommy," Frank continued, his voice having just the right mix of respect and authority, "I know you are not the kind of person who would accuse someone without proof. And Sal, I know you are too smart to cheat at a game when getting caught would cost you more than you could ever win." Meyer found himself impressed by the older boy's approach. Instead of taking sides or telling them to stop fighting, Frank was appealing to their better nature, giving them both a way to back down without looking weak. "So what are you suggesting?" Tommy asked, his defensive stance softening a little. Frank smiled that diplomatic smile that would help him so well in the years to come. "I am suggesting that maybe there was a misunderstanding. Maybe someone made an honest mistake. Maybe we can settle this like businessmen instead of street thugs." Sal studied Frank carefully, his anger cooling as he recognized someone who thought like he did. Here was someone who understood the real game being played, not just the dice game that had started the argument, but the larger game of reputation, respect, and power that ruled their world. "What do you have in mind?" Sal asked. "Simple," Frank replied. "You both put your money back in the pot. We get someone fair to roll the dice again. Winner takes all. No hard feelings." "And who exactly is this fair someone?" Tommy demanded. Frank's eyes looked over the crowd and settled on Meyer, still standing at the edge of the group with his arms full of books. How about him? The kid with the glasses. He was not even here when this started. All eyes turned to Meyer, who found himself in the spotlight without warning. His first thought was to run away. This was not his fight, and he had no desire to get involved in street politics. But something about the situation interested him. Here was a problem that could be solved with logic and math, a real-world use of the probability theories he had been reading about. "I do not gamble," Meyer said quietly, his voice barely heard over the murmur of the crowd. "You do not have to gamble," Frank explained patiently. "You just have to be fair. Can you do that?" Meyer looked at the faces surrounding him, some unfriendly, some curious, all waiting to see what he would do. He thought about the books under his arm, filled with abstract theories and math rules. Here was a chance to test those theories in the real world, to see if logic could really win over emotion. "I can be fair," Meyer said finally. What happened next would be talked about on the Lower East Side for years to come. Meyer did not just roll the dice. He explained the math behind probability, figuring out the odds for each possible result and explaining why the game, as originally played, had been fair. His quiet authority and obvious intelligence impressed everyone there, including the two possible fighters. When the dice finally rolled, landing in Tommy's favor, both boys accepted the result without argument. Frank's diplomacy had calmed the situation. Meyer's intelligence had provided a fair answer, and Sal's willingness to listen had stopped what could have been a bloody fight. As the crowd broke up, the three boys found themselves alone on Rivington Street. Frank held out his hand to Meyer. "Frank Castiglia," he said with that charming smile. "Thanks for helping out back there," Meyer Lansky, the smaller boy, replied, fixing his glasses. "It was just mathematics." Sal stepped forward, his earlier anger completely forgotten. "Salvatore Lucania," he said, offering his own hand. "But my friends call me Sal." And there, on a crowded street corner in the middle of the Lower East Side, three boys from different backgrounds found themselves, connected by something stronger than where they lived or their ethnicity. They had found each other, Frank with his natural ability to make peace and see solutions where others saw only problems. Meyer with his mathematical exactness and understanding of systems and probability. Sal with his strong loyalty and natural understanding of human nature. They talked for another hour as the sun set over Manhattan, discovering that despite their different origins, Polish, Sicilian, Calabrian, they shared similar dreams and similar frustrations with the limits of their immigrant world. They were all smart, all ambitious, all looking for something more than the narrow futures that seemed to be their only choices. "You know," Frank said as they prepared to go their separate ways, "we should meet like this again. Maybe we could help each other out sometimes." "I would like that," Meyer replied. Surprising himself with his eagerness, he had always been a solitary child, more comfortable with books than people, but there was something about these two boys that interested him. "Count me in," Sal agreed, "but next time, let us meet somewhere with better light. I want to get a better look at those dice." All three boys laughed, the sound echoing off the apartment walls as they headed toward their respective homes. None of them could have imagined that this chance meeting would eventually change the entire American criminal world, creating a partnership that would last for decades and influence the course of criminal history. But as they walked away from that street corner, each boy carried with him the seeds of something amazing. Frank had found partners who could match his vision and ambition. Meyer had discovered that his mathematical mind could be used for more than just account books and textbooks. And Sal had met two people who understood that real power came not from violence or threats, but from intelligence, loyalty, and the ability to think several moves ahead. The powerful group of three had been born as winter settled over the Lower East Side, covering the narrow streets in a layer of dirty snow and sending families to huddle around coal stoves in their cramped apartments. The friendship between Meyer, Sal, and Frank grew and changed. They began meeting regularly, usually in the basement of Moskowitz's bakery on Hester Street, where the warmth from the ovens above made the cold storage room bearable, and the thick stone walls made sure they had privacy. Mr. Moskowitz, a kind man who had known Meyer's family since they arrived in America, let the boys use the space in exchange for small favors sweeping floors, making deliveries, keeping the neighborhood cats away from his garbage. These basement meetings became their planning sessions, their strategy talks, their first steps toward building something bigger than themselves. What started as simple conversations about neighborhood problems slowly became more complex discussions about territory, money, and human behavior. Frank proved to be a natural organizer, someone who could see the big picture and explain long-term goals. The problem with most of the gangs around here, he would say, drawing rough maps on pieces of paper by candlelight, is that they think too small. They fight over street corners when they should be thinking about entire neighborhoods. Meyer brought mathematical exactness to their planning. He had started keeping detailed records of everything, which businesses paid protection money to which gangs, how much money moved through different illegal businesses, the profit made from various criminal activities. His notebooks, written in a code he made up himself, contained more accurate information about the neighborhood's underground economy than the police or city officials had. Numbers do not lie, Meyer would tell his friends as he shared his calculations. And they show patterns that people miss when they are thinking with their emotions instead of their brains. Sal contributed street smarts and a natural understanding of human nature that complemented his friends. More analytical approaches. He had an amazing ability to read people, to understand their motives and weaknesses, to guess how they would react in different situations. You can have all the plans and numbers you want, Sal would remind them, but in the end, everything comes down to people. And people are complicated. Their first joint business was almost laughably small by later standards, but it set up rules that would guide them for the rest of their lives. A local shopkeeper named Rosenberg was being bothered by a group of teenage bullies who demanded weekly payments in exchange for protection. These boys were crude and obvious, taking too much money and providing no real service in return. Frank suggested that they could offer Rosenberg better protection at a lower cost, while also providing real services, keeping his shop clean, helping with deliveries, watching for shoplifters. Meyer calculated exactly how much they needed to charge to make a reasonable profit, while still charging less than the competition. Sal handled the careful talk with the existing gang, convincing them that Rosenberg's shop was not worth the trouble, and that they should focus their attention elsewhere. The plan worked perfectly. Rosenberg got better protection at a lower price. The original bullies moved on without violence, and the three boys earned their first joint profit. More importantly, they learned that together they could do things none of them could have done alone. Word of their success spread quietly through the neighborhood. Other shopkeepers began coming to them with similar problems. Families asked for help solving arguments. Even some of the older gang members started seeking their advice on business matters. By the spring of 1910, the three 13-year-olds had made themselves a new kind of power in the Lower East Side. They did not control territory through violence or threats. Instead, they offered services, problem-solving, peacemaking, financial advice, strategic planning. They made themselves useful not through fear, but through being good at what they did. Their reputation for being fair and smart began attracting attention from beyond their immediate neighborhood. People from gangs in other parts of Manhattan started coming to them for help with various problems. Police officers, many of them corrupt, and always looking for reliable sources of information and cooperation, began building relationships with the three boys. Most importantly, they caught the attention of some of the older, more established criminals who controlled larger operations throughout the city. These men, sophisticated operators who had moved beyond simple street crime to more complex businesses involving gambling, loan sharking, and political corruption, saw something special in the three young partners. These kids, observed Joe Miseria, already a rising power in the Italian criminal world, They understand business in a way that most grown men never will. They are going to be important someday. Arnold Rothstein, the brilliant gambler and financier who was changing organized crime in New York, was even more direct in his judgment. After meeting with the three boys to talk about a small loan business they wanted to start, he told his friends, "Mark my words, those three will either change everything or destroy everything. Probably both. But success brought new challenges and new dangers. The more successful Meyer, Sal, and Frank became, the more attention they attracted from competitors who saw them as threats. Some of this attention was not welcome, coming from violent gangs who liked the old ways of controlling territory. The first real test of their partnership came in the early summer of 1910, when a group of older boys from the Eastmans, one of the most feared gangs in the city, decided that the three youngsters were becoming too successful and needed to be taught a lesson about respecting how things were always done. The confrontation happened on a humid Tuesday evening as the three friends walked home from a meeting with a possible client. 6 members of the Eastmans surrounded them in an alley off Rivington Street. Their intentions were clearly hostile. "You little punks think you are smart," sneered Mickey Felder, the group's leader and a veteran street fighter with scars on his knuckles and cruelty in his eyes. Time to learn some respect. What happened next became a legend in the neighborhood. Instead of trying to fight or run away, Frank stepped forward and started talking, not begging, but negotiating with the calm confidence of someone having a business meeting. "Mickey," Frank said, his voice steady despite the obvious danger, "we have no argument with the Eastmans, in fact. I think we could help each other for the next 20 minutes. Frank laid out a plan that would benefit everyone involved. The three boys would pay a percentage of their earnings to the Eastmans in exchange for protection and the right to work in certain areas. In return, they would provide the Eastmans with information about police activities, help solve arguments with other gangs, and share their knowledge about running more efficient operations." Meyer supported Frank's presentation with detailed financial predictions, showing how the arrangement would be more profitable for the Eastmans than simply robbing the three boys would be. Sal read the mood of the group, figuring out which members were most open to the plan and talking to their specific concerns. By the end of the conversation, what had started as a violent confrontation had become a business partnership. The Eastmans not only let the three boys go unhurt, but actually invited them to join in some of their larger operations. "Incredible," Mickey told his friends afterward. "I went into that alley planning to crack some skulls, and I came out with new business partners. Those kids are dangerous, but not in the way I expected." As 1910 came to an end, and the three boys prepared to enter their teenage years, they had made themselves a unique force in the New York criminal world. They were still children in many ways, still living with their families in cramped apartments, still going to school sometimes and helping with household jobs. But they were also something new and never seen before. Criminal business people who mixed intelligence, ambition, and practicality in ways that set them apart from the crude bullies and simple-minded gangsters who had controlled organized crime for generations. Standing on the roof of Meyer's apartment building one cold December night, looking out over the glittering lights of Manhattan, the three friends talked about their dreams and ambitions. They could see past the narrow streets of the Lower East Side, past the limits of their immigrant backgrounds, toward possibilities that seemed as huge as the city spread out before them. "Someday," Sal said, his breath visible in the cold air, "we are going to run this whole city." "Not run it," Frank corrected gently. "Improve it, make it work better for everyone." Meyer, always the mathematician, was more exact in his vision. "We are going to build an organization that is bigger and smarter than anything that has come before. Something that can last. None of them could have imagined just how true those words would prove to be. They could not see the wars they would fight, the empires they would build, the enemies they would defeat, or the legacy they would leave behind. But standing there on that rooftop, 3 boys from different worlds united by friendship and ambition. They understood something basic about themselves and their future. They were meant for something more than the small, desperate lives that seemed to be the only choice for most children in their situation. They were destined to become legends. This is only the beginning. The seeds planted on the streets of the Lower East Side would grow into something far more complex and dangerous than anyone could have imagined. The autumn of 1913 settled over the Lower East Side like a worn blanket, thin in places, but still giving warmth to those who knew how to wrap themselves properly in it. The cobblestones of Hester Street shined with the constant dampness of a neighborhood where too many people lived too close together, where dreams grew in apartment shadows next to the smell of boiled cabbage and broken promises. Meyer Lansky stood at the corner of Delancey and Ridington, his sharp eyes calculating the flow of people with the same exactness his father had once used to measure grain in Grodno. At 15, Meyer had already learned that every crowd contained patterns, and patterns meant opportunity. His fingers, stained with ink from his after-school job at the newsstand, tapped against his thighs. He counted. 27 people passed in the last 3 minutes, 18 carrying packages, 11 checking their pockets for coins, 3 blocks away. Salvatore Lucania, though the neighborhood had started calling him Lucky after a particularly fortunate escape from the Irish O'Neill boys, came out of the back room of Torino's barbershop. The sweet smell of bay rum could not quite cover the metal taste of blood on his knuckles, evidence of a conversation that had needed more than words. At 16, Lucky had something his friends lacked, the ability to see not just the immediate prize, but the larger game. While other boys fought over street corners, Lucky was already thinking about who controlled the streets themselves. Frank Costello, born Francesco Castiglia, but increasingly known by his Americanized name, sat in the dim inside of his family's small grocery store, solving a fight between Mrs. Goldstein and Mr. Torino over a debt that had grown thorns over the winter months. At 14, Frank had discovered his gift, the rare ability to make people walk away from confrontations feeling like they had won. Even when they had lost, his voice, still changing, but carrying an odd authority, found solutions from seemingly impossible tangles. The coming together of these 3 young men was not planned by fate so much as by the unavoidable math of survival in a neighborhood where intelligence, ambition, and desperation mixed like unstable chemicals in a basement laboratory. Their first real collaboration began with a problem that belonged to none of them but affected them all. Joe Torino ran numbers for the Morello family, collecting pennies and nickels from shopkeepers who paid for the privilege of operating without trouble. It was a simple system, elegant in its brutal efficiency, until Joe made the mistake of taking some of the money for himself. When the Morellos discovered his creative bookkeeping, they sent word through the usual channels. Joe had 3 days to pay back the missing money, or his barbershop would become a victim of poor mathematics. The problem was that Joe owed Meyer's employer, Old Man Rothstein, for a gambling debt. He owed Sal's family for a loan his late brother had guaranteed, and he owed Frank's family for groceries, bought on credit during the harsh winter when customers were scarce. If Joe disappeared or died, 3 families would lose money they could not afford to lose. Meyer heard about the situation first. His position at the newsstand made him a natural place for neighborhood information. He processed the information with his usual exactness, Joe owed about $200 to the Morellos, $1.60 to various neighborhood people he owed money to, and had about $40 in things that could be sold quickly. The math was unforgiving. Lucky learned of the crisis from his own sources, the network of street kids who served as his eyes and ears for anyone willing to pay for information. His analysis was different, but equally sharp. Letting Joe be killed would set a pattern that might eventually threaten everyone who worked on the edges of honest business. Frank discovered the problem when Joe himself appeared at the family store, hat in hand, begging for more time on his grocery debt, while at the same time trying to sell Frank's father a collection of barber tools for a fraction of their value. The three young men might have stayed focused on their separate concerns, if not for a chance meeting outside Katz's Delicatessen on a Tuesday evening in late October. Meyer had finished his shift at the newsstand and was walking home when he spotted Lucky coming out of an alley behind the delicatessen, fixing his jacket in a way that suggested the recent end of business best done away from public view. Their eyes met with the mutual recognition of two people who worked in similar shadows. "Lansky," Lucky said, his voice carrying neither warmth nor hostility. "Simply acknowledgement, Lucania," Meyer replied, his own tone equally neutral. They might have passed each other with nothing more than nods if Frank had not chosen that moment to come out of the delicatessen carrying a package that clearly was not food too heavy, wrapped too carefully, handled with too much concern for a sandwich or pickles. "Costello," Lucky said. Genuine curiosity coloring his voice now, Frank paused, looking at the situation with the same diplomatic instincts that helped him well in family fights. Three young men who knew of each other, but had never worked together, each clearly involved in activities that existed outside the boundaries of normal jobs. Joe Torino, Meyer said, the name hanging in the air like a question. Lucky's slight smile suggested he understood immediately. Joe Torino, he agreed. Frank shifted the package in his arms. Inside were 3 revolvers. Joe had tried to sell to Frank's older brother weapons that might once have been worth $50, but were now being offered for $15. Joe Torino, Frank confirmed. They met the following evening in the basement of an abandoned synagogue on Rivington Street, a space that belonged to no particular group and therefore offered neutral ground. Meyer brought paper and pencil. Lucky brought street knowledge. And Frank brought the 3 revolvers, not as weapons, but as proof of Joe's desperation. "He is going to die," Lucky stated matter-of-factly, sitting on a wooden crate that creaked under his weight. The Morellos do not negotiate. They have already lost face by giving him 3 days. Meyer spread his papers on an overturned barrel. Numbers and calculations already filled the margins. He owes more than he can possibly pay, but the debt represents assets to us. If we can keep him alive and working, the money eventually flows back to our families. Frank examined one of the revolvers, checking the cylinder with practiced ease. The problem is not just Joe. It is what happens after Joe. If the Morellos start killing people who owe money to many different people, everyone's investments become worthless. The conversation continued past midnight. 3 young minds took apart the problem from angles their individual views might never have revealed. Meyer approached it as a mathematical equation. Lucky saw it as a chess game needing several moves ahead. Frank saw it as a negotiation with important things at stake for all sides. The solution they eventually built was elegant in its simplicity and bold in its scope. Joe would disappear, but not die. Meyer would use his knowledge of train schedules and his access to shipping papers through his newsstand job to arrange a trip to Philadelphia. Lucky would use his growing connections with street muscle to stage a convincing attack on Joe's barbershop, complete with blood evidence and signs of a struggle. Frank would negotiate with the Morellos, not to save Joe. That chance was gone. But to buy Joe's debt at a discount based on the apparent reality that a dead man could not pay anything. The plan needed coordination, timing, and nerve. It also needed each of them to risk resources and relationships they had spent years building. On a cold Thursday morning in November, Joe Torino vanished from the Lower East Side as completely as if he had never existed. His barber shop showed signs of violence, overturned chairs, blood on the floor, a broken mirror that reflected nothing but fractured light. The neighborhood gossiped about Morello Justice Swift and Final. But Joe was actually sitting in the back of a freight car bound for Philadelphia. Carrying fake papers, Meyer had gotten through his growing network of clerks and dock workers. In his pocket was enough money for 2 weeks of survival, and an address where he could find work that did not need his real name. The blood in the barber shop belonged to a pig Lucky had bought from a kosher butcher. Applied with theatrical exactness in the early morning hours, before the neighborhood woke up. The signs of struggle were carefully planned, dramatic, enough to be convincing, but not so elaborate as to invite close investigation. Frank met with Antonio Morello himself, a conversation that happened in the back room of a restaurant, where the smell of garlic and olive oil could not quite hide hints of fear and violence. Frank was 17 years old, sitting across from a man who had ordered more deaths than Frank had years of life. But his voice remained steady as he negotiated the purchase of a dead man's debt. "Joe owes you $200, Frank said, his hands folded on the table. No shaking in his fingers. But Joe is gone. You can spend time and money hunting for money that does not exist. Or you can sell me the debt for $50 and walk away with something instead of nothing." Morello studied Frank with the attention of a man who had learned to read people the way scholars read books. What he saw was intelligence, respect, and no sign of the fear that usually came with youth in his presence. "You think like a businessman, boy," Morello said finally. "But why should I sell you a debt when I can simply write it off?" Frank's smile was diplomatic. "Showing nothing, because I can collect it. Not from Joe. Joe is gone, but debts do not disappear. Mr. Morello, they transfer. Joe's customers still need their haircut. His suppliers still have products to sell. His corner still gets people walking by. The debt represents value if you know how to get it." The negotiation continued for 2 hours. When it ended, Frank walked away with ownership of Joe's debt, his business location, and his customer list for $60.10 more than his first offer, but less than 30% of the original amount owed. The success of the Joe operation created something never seen before in the neighborhood, a partnership that crossed ethnic lines and combined different criminal specialties into something greater than the sum of its parts. Meyer discovered that his mathematical mind could solve problems beyond simple bookkeeping. The logistical challenges of moving people, money, and goods without official papers needed the same analytical skills he used for tracking newspaper sales and calculating odds. But working with Lucky and Frank widened his view, showing him how numbers served larger strategies. Lucky found that his natural understanding of power dynamics could be improved by Meyer's exactness and Frank's diplomatic skills. Street smarts remained crucial, but the Joe operation had needed planning and patience that went beyond threats and violence. His partners brought tools to the toolkit he had not known he needed. Frank learned that his gift for negotiation became much more powerful when backed by Meyer's intelligence gathering and Lucky's implied threat of consequences. His ability to find solutions that satisfied all parties worked best when he understood exactly what leverage each party had and feared. Through the winter of 1913 and into the spring of 1914, they began taking on problems that individual operators could not solve. A loan shark who was being pressured by both the Irish and Italian mobs found his territory, reorganized, and his collections improved through Meyer's systematic approach to customer analysis. A brothel owner facing pressure from reform groups discovered that Frank's negotiation skills could reach into unexpected corners of city politics. A gambling operation bothered by police raids learned that Lucky's network of lookouts could provide early warning systems that turned harassment into minor inconvenience. Each success brought them closer to the attention of men who controlled larger pieces of the criminal world. Arnold Rothstein began using Meyer for more complex mathematical analysis of gambling operations. Johnny Torrio, Lucky's mentor, started bringing Lucky into conversations about expanding operations beyond traditional neighborhood boundaries. Frank found himself serving as a go-between for groups that had previously talked only through violence or mutual avoidance. The relationship with Arnold Rothstein proved particularly educational for all three young men. Though Rothstein dealt mostly with Meyer, Rothstein represented a new kind of criminal educated, analytical, focused on profit rather than territory or tradition. His gambling operations were run like honest businesses, complete with accounting systems, customer service, and strategic planning. Violence, Rothstein explained to Meyer during one of their regular Tuesday meetings, is expensive. Every time you hurt someone, you create an enemy who will spend resources trying to hurt you back. Every time someone gets arrested, you lose an investment in their training and connections. Smart business minimizes costs and maximizes returns. Meyer absorbed these lessons and shared them with his partners during their weekly meetings in the basement of the abandoned synagogue. Lucky at first resisted the mathematical approach to violence, arguing that fear remained an essential tool for keeping control. But as their operations grew more complex, he began to see the wisdom in Rothstein's philosophy. Frank found similar guidance in his growing relationship with Frankie Yale, an older criminal who shared his talent for negotiation. Yale operated protection rackets and handled labor disputes with a subtlety that made violence seem almost accidental when it happened. The art, Yale explained, is making everyone believe they chose the outcome you wanted. If people think they decided to pay you, to work with you, to trust you, they do not spend time looking for ways to get revenge. They spend time looking for ways to do more business. These lessons proved crucial as world events began reshaping the neighborhood around them. The Great War in Europe reached the Lower East Side, not through bullets and trenches, but through economic opportunity and social disruption. Young men left for Europe, creating worker shortages that drove up wages for those who stayed. Government contracts for uniforms, equipment, and supplies created new streams of money flowing through the neighborhood. Rationing and shortages made black market goods profitable for anyone smart enough to handle supply and demand. Meyer saw the patterns first, tracking shipping vapors and government buying documents through his expanding network of clerks and dock workers. Sugar, coffee, rubber, copper basic things were becoming scarce enough to command high prices from buyers willing to avoid official channels. Lucky saw the personnel changes, mapping which street corners had lost their regular muscle and which protection rackets were operating with too few people. The war was creating power vacuums that aggressive operators could fill if they moved quickly and carefully. Frank saw the political opportunities as neighborhood leaders in city. Officials found themselves dealing with new situations that needed flexibility in interpreting laws and rules. Wartime created situations where normal rules did not quite apply, and creative solutions were welcomed by officials who preferred results to strict following of procedure. Their first major wartime operation involved copper pipes meant for a weapons factory in New Jersey. The shipment had been delayed by dock strikes, was being stored in a warehouse with poor security, and was desperately needed by a construction company working on government housing for defense workers. Meyer calculated the logistics, how to move 3 tons of copper from the warehouse to the construction site without official papers. Lucky found the people needed to do the operation and stopped possible interference from dock workers or competing criminal groups. Frank negotiated the sale price with the construction company and arranged for the right officials to look the other way at the right moments. The profit from the copper operation was big, but more importantly, it showed their ability to operate on a scale that attracted attention from criminal organizations throughout the city. By 1918, Meyer, Lucky, and Frank were no longer neighborhood kids playing at crime. They were serious operators with connections reaching into honest businesses, government offices, and criminal organizations from the Bronx to Brooklyn. Their individual specialties had grown into a sophisticated system of intelligence, action, and negotiation that could handle problems other groups could not solve. Meyer had developed a network of information sources that matched anything owned by established criminal families. His mathematical analysis of market trends, shipping schedules, and police patterns provided strategic advantages that translated directly into profit and safety. Lucky had built a reputation for efficient violence and organizational skills that made him valuable to traditional crime families. While keeping his independence, his ability to coordinate complex operations involving multiple groups had made him a natural choice for solving disputes and planning cooperative businesses. Frank had made himself the neighborhood's best negotiator, equally comfortable dealing with honest businessmen, corrupt officials, and traditional criminals. His diplomatic skills had prevented countless wars and created profitable partnerships that might never have emerged through traditional criminal approaches. As 1919 came to a close, the 3 men found themselves in regular consultation with figures like Arnold Rothstein, Johnny Torrio, and Frankie Yale. They were being invited into conversations about opportunities that extended far beyond the Lower East Side operations. That would need the kind of sophisticated coordination they had been developing through 4 years of awe, increasingly complex partnerships. The 18th Amendment to the Constitution was approved on January 16, 1919, though it would not take effect for another year. The Volstead Act, passed in October 1919, provided the enforcement rules that would make the prohibition of alcohol the law of the land, beginning January 17, 1920. Most Americans saw Prohibition as a moral victory, the triumph of temperance over vice. Politicians celebrated the end of the saloon era, the beginning of a more virtuous society. Social reformers looked forward to the end of alcohol-related crime and family destruction. But Meyer, Lucky, and Frank saw something completely different. They saw the creation of a huge black market in a product that every adult American had been drinking legally for their entire lives. They saw the change of a regulated, taxed, competitive industry into an illegal monopoly that would belong to whoever could organize it most effectively. The math was staggering. Americans drank about 2 billion gallons of alcoholic drinks every year before Prohibition, even if drinking dropped by half under the new law. That still represented a black market with no legal suppliers. The profit made on illegal alcohol could be huge 10 times, 20 times, 50 times the profit made on legal alcohol. But the opportunity was also dangerous. Every level of government would be committed to enforcing Prohibition, at least at first. Traditional criminal organizations would fight for control of territories and supply routes. Violence would be unavoidable, and violence was expensive. The 3 men spent the final months of 1919 in intensive planning sessions, analyzing the challenge from every angle their partnership had taught them to consider. Meyer focused on logistics and finance. How do you produce, transport, and distribute alcohol on a huge scale without legal systems? How do you handle cash when banks will not take your deposits? How do you calculate risks and returns when the punishments include prison sentences measured in years rather than months? Lucky studied the enforcement and competition scene. Which police officials could be bought and at what price? How would traditional crime families divide territories? And where were the gaps that smart operators could use? What level of violence would be needed to establish and keep market position? Frank looked at the political and social sides. How quickly would public opinion turn against prohibition when people realized what enforcement actually meant? Which officials would be practical enough to work with bootleggers rather than against them? How could illegal alcohol operations be structured to minimize public anger and maximize community tolerance? Their analysis led to a conclusion that would reshape American crime for the next decade. Prohibition would not be won by the strongest criminals or the most violent organizations. It would be won by the smartest criminals, the ones who could build efficient systems, avoid unnecessary conflicts, and create lasting businesses that provided what customers wanted at prices they were willing to pay. The three men met in their basement headquarters on the night Prohibition officially began, sharing a bottle of pre-Prohibition whiskey that Meyer had gotten through careful planning and Frank had kept through careful storage. The irony was not lost on any of them. They were drinking legal alcohol for the last time in what might be years. Outside, the neighborhood was quieter than usual. The saloons had closed at midnight, their doors locked and their windows dark. Police patrols were heavier than normal, officers looking for signs of illegal drinking places or bootlegging operations. The great experiment in legislating morality had officially begun. Inside their basement meeting room, Meyer spread out maps of the city, shipping routes, and police precinct boundaries. Lucky cleaned and loaded the revolvers that had once belonged to Joe Torino, now symbols of their change from street kids to serious criminals. Frank reviewed the contacts list they had compiled: corrupt officials, possible suppliers, honest businesses that might serve as fronts for illegal operations. "We have spent 6 years learning how to work together," Meyer said, his voice carrying the same exactness that characterized his mathematical calculations. "Everything we have done has been preparation for this moment." Lucky nodded, understanding immediately. The old families are going to fight each other for territories that do not matter anymore. They are thinking about neighborhoods and street corners. We need to think about systems and supply chains. Frank leaned back in his chair, thinking about the larger meanings. This is not just about alcohol. Prohibition is going to change how crime works in America. The organizations that adapt will become more powerful than anything we have seen before. The ones that do not adapt will disappear. They talked until dawn, planning operations that would make the Joe plan look like a children's game. Transportation networks that would move thousands of gallons of alcohol from Canada and the Caribbean to thirsty American cities. Financial systems that would handle millions of dollars in cash without leaving records that government agents could follow. Political relationships that would provide protection from law enforcement and early warning of raids. As the sun rose over the Lower East Side on the first morning of Prohibition, 3 young men walked out of their basement headquarters and into a world that had been changed overnight. The skills they had learned, the relationships they had built, and the trust they had developed would be tested on a scale none of them had imagined when they first started, solving problems for desperate barbers and struggling shopkeepers. Behind them, in the abandoned synagogue basement, empty whiskey bottles caught the morning light coming through dusty windows. Ahead of them lay an opportunity that would either make them the most powerful criminals in American history or destroy them completely. The age of the powerful group of three was about to begin. The first shipment arrived on a February morning when the Hudson River ran gray and cold, carrying ice floes that clinked against the dock poles like champagne glasses at a funeral. Meyer Lansky stood in the shadows of Pier 47, his breath making small clouds in the bitter air as he watched longshoremen unload boxes marked Canadian maple syrup, with the careful respect usually saved for religious objects. Inside those wooden boxes, nestled in beds of sawdust and false papers, lay 200 bottles of real Canadian whiskey liquid gold in a country that had officially banned its drinking just 6 weeks earlier. The math of the moment was not lost on Meyer. Each bottle had cost him $3 in Montreal and would sell for $15 in Manhattan. Speakeasies a 500% profit on a product that every adult American wanted but could no longer get legally. The change of 3 Lower East Side criminals into America's most sophisticated bootlegging operation did not happen overnight. It began with careful observation, methodical planning, and the kind of patient intelligence gathering that separated successful businessmen from dead ones in the new reality of Prohibition America. Lucky spent the first month of 1920 walking. Not aimlessly, Lucky never did anything aimlessly, but with the focused attention of a general looking over battlefield ground. He walked from the Bowery to the Upper West Side, from the Battery to Harlem, mapping the new geography of thirst that Prohibition had created. The speakeasies were already appearing by February, hidden behind honest storefronts or tucked into basement spaces that had served as meeting halls or storage rooms just weeks earlier. Lucky made a list of their locations, their customers, their security arrangements, and most importantly, their suppliers. Most were buying from traditional neighborhood bootleggers, who were themselves buying from whoever happened to have a few cases available on any given night. "It is chaos," Lucky reported during one of their weekly meetings in the abandoned synagogue basement, now furnished with better chairs and a proper table as their operations grew more sophisticated. Every speakeasy owner is dealing with 5 different suppliers, never knowing what they will get or when they will get it. Prices change daily. Quality is unpredictable. Half the stuff being sold is bathtub gin that will make you blind. Frank Costello nodded, making notes in the leather-bound account book that had become his constant companion. Frank's investigations had taken him into city, hall offices and police stations, where he had been quietly mapping the corruption networks that would make large-scale bootlegging possible. "The enforcement is just as chaotic," Frank reported. "Some cops are making arrests for show. Others are looking the other way for the right price. And nobody has clear guidance from Washington about priorities. The federal agents are understaffed and overwhelmed. Local police are more worried about real crime than social drinking." Meyer had been focusing on the supply side of the equation, using his growing network of dock workers, customs officials, and shipping clerks to understand how illegal alcohol could move from production centers to American markets. "Canada is the obvious source for quality product," Meyer explained, spreading out shipping papers and customs documents across their table. "But everyone knows that the competition for Canadian suppliers is going to be intense, and prices will go up as demand increases. We need to think differently." His analysis had led him to a startling conclusion. The Caribbean offered better opportunities than the Canadian border. Islands like Nassau, Cuba, and Jamaica had become staging areas for European distilleries looking to keep their American markets despite Prohibition. Ships could anchor in international waters just outside the 12-mile limit, legally loaded with legal cargo, waiting for smaller boats to bring their products to shore. What set the powerful group apart from their competitors was not their ambition. Plenty of criminals were ambitious in early 1920. It was not their connections. Other operators had relationships with dock workers and corrupt officials. What made them different was their systematic approach to building a business rather than simply using immediate opportunities. Meyer designed their operation like a real company with specialized departments, clear chains of command, and sophisticated accounting systems. He created 3 distinct operational layers: getting the alcohol, distributing it, and selling it. Each layer operated independently, so problems in one area would not necessarily hurt the others. Getting the alcohol was handled through a network of fake companies that Meyer set up with Frank's help. Costello Maritime Services imported industrial chemicals from European suppliers. Lansky Import-Export specialized in medicinal alcohol for drug companies. Luciano Transportation Co. handled emergency medical supplies for hospitals and clinics. Each company had honest business licenses, proper insurance, and carefully kept books that would satisfy any government investigation. The fact that their real cargo was different from their papers was a detail that only a very thorough customs inspection would reveal. And Meyer had been building relationships with customs officials who preferred efficiency over thoroughness. Distribution needed a different set of skills. Lucky organized teams of drivers, guards, and logistics coordinators who could move alcohol from receiving points to storage places to customer locations without attracting attention from law enforcement or competitors. His background in neighborhood territory fights proved invaluable in understanding how to move through the city without starting conflicts with established criminal organizations. Lucky's new idea was the development of regular delivery routes like an honest business, instead of random deliveries based on who had cash and who had product. He created scheduled service for speakeasy owners who were willing to commit to regular orders. Customers got predictable supply at stable prices. The organization got predictable income and could plan inventory needs in advance. Selling was Frank's area, though he approached it with his usual subtlety. Rather than opening speakeasies themselves, Frank built relationships with honest businessmen who wanted to add to their income with alcohol sales. Restaurant owners, hotel managers, and social club operators found that Frank could provide them with quality products, reliable delivery, and protection from legal problems. Frank's genius was in structuring these relationships so that the honest businessmen felt like partners rather than customers. He provided financing for renovations and equipment, helped handle licensing issues with friendly officials, and even sent customers to establishments that were buying from their organization. The speakeasy owners made money. Frank's organization made money. And everyone involved felt like they were building something together rather than simply using a temporary opportunity. By the summer of 1920, the powerful group was moving more than 1,000 bottles of premium alcohol per week through their distribution network. Meyer's careful financial analysis showed they were making gross income of about $15,000 weekly more money than most honest businesses earned in a full year. But Meyer was learning that managing criminal finances needed skills that went far beyond simple bookkeeping. Banks would not accept cash deposits from obviously illegal sources. Government agents were beginning to track large financial transactions. Competitors were targeting successful bootleggers for robbery, knowing they could not report thefts to police. Meyer's solution was to create a parallel banking system using honest businesses as financial go-betweens. Frank's contacts in the restaurant and hotel industries proved particularly valuable. Cash from alcohol sales would be invested in honest businesses, which would then pay dividends to holding companies that Meyer controlled. The money was cleaned through several transactions. documented with proper paperwork, and eventually came out as honest business income that could be deposited in banks, invested in real estate, or used to finance further expansion. The system was complex, but it served many purposes. It protected their assets from government seizure. It made their wealth look honest to outsiders. And it created a network of honest businesses that had financial reasons to protect the criminal organization that was making them profitable. Lucky was learning different lessons about money. In his role overseeing operations, he was constantly balancing costs against risks. Higher quality alcohol got higher prices, but needed more expensive suppliers and more careful handling. Faster delivery schedules made customers happy, but needed more drivers and vehicles, increasing the chances of police encounters. Better security reduced losses to competitors, but increased payroll expenses. His new idea was the development of performance rewards for his teams. Drivers who completed deliveries without incident got bonuses. Guards who prevented robberies or hijackings earned extra pay. Logistics coordinators who improved efficiency or reduced costs shared in the savings they created. The result was an organization where everyone had financial reasons to perform well and protect the overall operation. Instead of hiring muscle to threaten employees into loyalty, Lucky was creating loyalty through shared success. Frank was discovering that money could buy more than just cooperation. It could buy real friendships with people in positions to help their organization. Police captains who received regular consulting fees began providing early warning of planned raids. City inspectors who benefited from business development grants found that speakeasies buying from Frank's organization always passed their inspections. Port authority officials who took part in import consulting arrangements discovered that certain shipping papers did not need detailed examination. Success breeds attention, and by late 1920, the powerful group's efficient operations were attracting notice from established criminal organizations that had at first dismissed them as ambitious kids playing at serious crime. The Morello family, traditional controllers of Italian criminal activity in Lower Manhattan, began pressuring speakeasy owners who were buying from the powerful group's organization. Joe Morello himself sent word through go-betweens that certain territories were off limits to outside operators, regardless of the quality or pricing of their products. The Irish gangs led by Big Bill Dwyer and Oni Madden took a more direct approach. Several delivery trucks were hijacked, their cargo stolen and their drivers beaten as warnings against further moving into established territories. The message was clear. Successful operations needed permission from traditional power structures. Meyer's analysis of the situation was characteristically mathematical. The established organizations had advantages: reputation, political connections, and experience with violence. But they also had weaknesses. Their operations were based on old models that were not well suited to the scale and complexity that Prohibition had created. They are thinking like neighborhood gangs, Meyer explained during an emergency meeting called after the third hijacking in 2 weeks. They want to control street corners and charge protection money. But this business is not about street corners anymore. It is about supply chains and customer service and financial systems. Lucky's assessment was more tactical. They are testing us. If we do not respond, they will keep pushing until they take over our entire operation. If we respond too aggressively, we start a war we might not be able to win. Frank's view focused on the political meanings. War is expensive and attracts government attention. The established families have survived because they know how to manage conflicts without destroying the environment that makes them profitable. We need to find solutions that let everyone make money. Their solution was never before seen in American criminal history. They offered to share their new ideas with established organizations rather than competing directly with them. Frank arranged a meeting with representatives from the Morello family, the Dwyer organization, and several smaller Irish and Jewish gangs. The meeting took place in the back room of a restaurant in Little Italy, neutral territory where everyone could feel safe. Frank's proposal was elegant in its simplicity. Instead of fighting over territories and customers, why not cooperate to make the whole market more profitable? The powerful group had developed systems for getting alcohol, distributing it, and financial management that could benefit everyone. They were willing to share these new ideas with established organizations. In exchange for territorial agreements and cooperative arrangements, Meyer presented the financial analysis. Individual organizations operating independently were making profit of perhaps 200 to 300% on their alcohol sales, but they were also paying costs for security, transportation, storage, and financial management that could be shared across multiple organizations. A cooperative system could reduce costs by 30 to 40%, while at the same time increasing sales volume. Every participating organization would make more money with less risk than they were currently having through competition and conflict. Lucky outlined the operational benefits. Shared intelligence about police activities could help everyone avoid raids and arrests. Cooperative security arrangements could protect everyone's shipments from outside hijackers. Coordinated delivery schedules could reduce the chances of territorial conflicts between different organizations' operations. The proposal was met with doubt, suspicion, and considerable discussion. Representatives needed time to talk with their leadership. Trust would need to be built slowly. Details would need extensive negotiation. But the underlying logic was convincing. Prohibition had created a market large enough for everyone to prosper if they could avoid destroying each other through wasteful competition. The first test of cooperative arrangements came in January 1921, when federal agents launched a coordinated series of raids against bootlegging operations throughout Manhattan. Traditional intelligence networks provided some early warning, but the scope and timing of the raids caught most organizations by surprise. The powerful group's systematic approach proved its value. Meyer's financial systems had kept most of their assets in forms that could not be easily seized by government agents. Lucky's operational security meant that arrests in one part of their organization did not hurt other areas. Frank's political connections provided early warning about raids on their most important places. More importantly, they were able to extend these protections to their new cooperative partners. Morello family operations received warnings about planned raids. Irish gang assets were protected through Frank's financial networks. Everyone involved saw immediate real benefits from cooperation. The success of the cooperative defense against federal raids made the powerful group essential partners rather than dangerous competitors. By spring 1921, they were taking part in regular coordination meetings with criminal leaders throughout the New York area. By 1922, what had begun as three young men solving problems for a desperate barber had grown into a sophisticated criminal company with operations throughout the Northeast. Meyer's financial analysis showed they were making gross income of more than $2 million every year, wealth that matched honest companies and far exceeded anything achieved by traditional criminal organizations. But success created new challenges. Government enforcement was becoming more sophisticated and aggressive. Competition from other criminal organizations was increasing as everyone recognized the huge profits available in bootlegging. And their own organization was growing so rapidly that keeping operational security and personal relationships was becoming increasingly difficult. Meyer found himself managing a financial empire that included honest businesses in a dozen different industries, real estate holdings throughout New York and New Jersey, and cash flows that needed constant watching and adjustment. His mathematical skills were being stretched to their limits as he tracked inventory, personnel, transportation costs, security expenses, and political donations across an organization that employed more than 300 people. Lucky was commanding what amounted to a private army. His operations teams included drivers, guards, dock crews, warehouse workers, and logistics coordinators spread across multiple states. His intelligence network provided information about police activities, competitor movements, and possible new opportunities. His security arrangements protected not just their own operations, but those of cooperative partner organizations throughout the region. Frank had become the unofficial mayor of the bootlegging industry, solving fights between organizations, making agreements with government officials, and keeping relationships with the honest business community that provided cover and support for illegal operations. His diplomatic skills were being tested daily as he balanced competing interests and managed conflicts that could easily turn into violence. By 1924, the powerful group controlled the most successful bootlegging operation in American history. But success was attracting dangerous attention. Federal enforcement agencies were developing specialized units focused specifically on large-scale bootlegging operations. Competing criminal organizations were forming alliances aimed at challenging their control, and their own rapid growth was creating internal tensions that threatened to tear apart the cooperation that had made them successful. The first serious challenge came from an unexpected direction. Thomas "Tommy" Reyna, an ambitious captain in the Lucchese family, had been watching the powerful group's success with growing resentment. Reyna represented old-school Italian criminal traditions that saw the group's cooperative approach as a betrayal of honor-based, territorial systems that had governed criminal activity for generations. Reyna's argument was simple and convincing to traditional criminals. The powerful group had grown powerful by abandoning the codes of honor and respect that had kept order in criminal society. Their willingness to work with Jewish and Irish criminals, to share territories and profits, and to treat crime as a business rather than a way of life, represented a threat to everything that traditional criminal families valued. More practically, Reyna argued that the powerful group's cooperative system was ultimately unsustainable. As their power grew, they would inevitably move to eliminate their partners and establish complete control over bootlegging operations. Better to challenge them before they became too powerful to defeat. Reyna's campaign against the powerful group gained support from several sources. Irish gangs that had been forced to accept reduced territories as part of cooperative agreements saw a chance to get back lost influence. Traditional Italian families that resented sharing power with non-Italian criminals began providing financial and operational support for Reyna's organization. Even some federal law enforcement officials saw advantages in encouraging criminal conflicts that might weaken bootlegging operations overall. By early 1925, Reyna had put together a coalition that included parts of the Lucchese family, several independent Irish gangs, a Jewish organization led by Arnold Rothstein's former friends, and quiet support from federal agents who were willing to look the other way during conflicts between criminal organizations. The coalition strategy was sophisticated and dangerous. Rather than challenging the powerful group directly, they began targeting the cooperative relationships that had made the organization so successful. Speakeasy owners who bought from the powerful group found themselves facing harassment and violence. Honest businesses that served as financial go-betweens were subjected to tax investigations and regulatory scrutiny. Port officials who had been cooperative began experiencing pressure from federal supervisors. Meyer was the first to recognize the systematic nature of the attacks. His financial analysis showed patterns that could not be explained by random enforcement activities or ordinary criminal competition. Someone was conducting a coordinated campaign aimed specifically at destroying the network relationships that had made their organization successful. Lucky's intelligence networks confirmed Meyer's analysis. His sources reported meetings between traditionally hostile criminal groups, unusual cooperation between Irish and Italian organizations, and federal agents who seemed unusually well informed about the powerful group's operations. Frank's political contacts provided the most disturbing information. Several officials who had been reliable partners were withdrawing their cooperation, not because they had been bought by competitors, but because they were being threatened with exposure and prosecution if they continued working with the powerful group. The war began on a cold December evening when 4 of Lucky's delivery trucks were hijacked at the same time in different parts of Manhattan. The coordination needed for such an operation made it clear that this was not random criminal activity. It was the opening move in a systematic campaign to destroy the powerful group's bootlegging empire. The trucks contained more than just alcohol. They carried the weekly payrolls for several cooperative partner organizations, financial records that could hurt their money laundering systems, and letters that revealed the full extent of their political corruption networks within hours of the hijackings. Federal agents were conducting raids on businesses that had never attracted government attention before. Speakeasy owners who had been operating safely for years found themselves under arrest. Honest businessmen who had been serving as financial go-betweens discovered that their tax records were being audited and their bank accounts were being investigated. Meyer, Lucky, and Frank met in emergency session at a safe house in Brooklyn. Surrounded by guards and cut off from their normal communication networks, outside, their carefully built empire was under systematic attack from enemies who seemed to know exactly where to strike for maximum damage. "They have someone inside," Lucky said, his voice carrying the cold anger that had made him feared throughout the Lower East Side. "The coordination is too exact. The targeting is too specific. Someone with access to our operations is feeding them information." Meyer nodded, reviewing financial records that showed the scope of their losses. "We are losing money and personnel very fast. If this continues for another week, we will lose everything we have built over the past 5 years. Frank was studying reports from his political contacts, looking for patterns that might reveal who was coordinating the attacks against them. This is not just about territory or money. They are trying to destroy the cooperative system itself. They want to go back to the old ways of doing business were traditional. Families controlled everything and outsiders knew their place. The 3 men who had changed American crime found themselves facing a choice that would define their future. They could abandon the new ideas that had made them successful and try to negotiate a lower role in traditional criminal hierarchies. They could try to fight a war against enemies who outnumbered them and seemed to have advantages in intelligence and political support. Or they could do what they had always done when facing impossible problems: find a solution that nobody else had considered. Using the skills and relationships that had brought them this far. Outside their safe house, the war for control of American bootlegging was just beginning. The outcome would determine not just the fate of 3 ambitious young criminals, but the future structure of organized crime in America. The age of cooperation was ending. The age of consolidation was about to begin. The body of Gaetano Reina was discovered on a February morning in 1926, frozen solid in the back of a fish truck that had been abandoned on the Brooklyn waterfront. 3 bullets to the head, execution style, with a message pinned to his coat. "This is what happens to those who forget their place." The message was written in Sicilian. Though Reina had been born in the Bronx and barely spoke his grandfather's language, Meyer Lansky read about the murder in 3 different newspapers, comparing the details across sources with the methodical attention he applied to financial account books. The killing marked the 5th execution in 6 weeks, all targeting friends of their organization or their cooperative partners. The war that had begun with hijacked trucks and federal raids was growing into something far more dangerous: systematic elimination of anyone who supported the powerful group's vision of modern cooperative crime. But Reina's murder revealed something that chilled Meyer more than the violence itself: the exactness of the intelligence behind it. Reina had been a minor figure, a bookkeeper who handled cash transfers for one of their honest front companies. His murder served no territorial purpose, sent no strategic message to competitors. It was pure intimidation designed to show that their enemies knew the intimate details of their organization and could strike anyone anywhere at any time. The war destroying their bootlegging empire was not just about territory or money. It was about the future of organized crime in America, and whether that future would be controlled by old world traditions or new world ideas. Joe, the boss, Miseria held court in a restaurant on Mulberry Street, surrounded by men whose mustaches and manners marked them as products of Sicily's feudal past. Joe Miseria had come to America in 1903, bringing with him ideas of honor, territory, and blood revenge that had governed criminal activity in southern Italy for centuries. To Miseria and his generation, derisively called Mustache Pete's by younger criminals, the powerful group represented everything wrong with American crime. Their willingness to work with Jewish and Irish criminals broke ancient codes of ethnic loyalty. Their cooperative approach to territory distribution ignored sacred principles of conquest and control. Their businesslike approach to violence showed disrespect for traditions of personal honor and family revenge. But Miseria's opposition to the powerful group went beyond cultural concerns. Their success threatened his own position as the most powerful Italian criminal in New York. Their new methods made his old-fashioned approaches look outdated and inefficient. Their wealth and political connections matched his own, despite their youth and foreign background. Miseria's campaign against the powerful group was methodical and vicious. He began by pressuring Italian speakeasy owners to stop buying from their organization, using threats of violence and promises of protection to force compliance. When economic pressure proved not enough, he escalated to direct attacks on their operations, hijacking trucks, bombing warehouses, and killing key personnel. His most effective weapon was the moral authority he commanded among traditional Italian criminals. Miseria portrayed the conflict as a defense of Italian honor against foreign corruption, a holy war to keep the sacred traditions that had governed criminal society for generations. Salvatore Maranzano arrived from Sicily in 1925 with credentials that even Miseria could not question. Born in Castellammare del Golfo, the Sicilian town that had produced many of New York's most respected criminal leaders, Maranzano brought old world legitimacy and new world ambitions in a combination that made him dangerous to everyone. Maranzano was everything Miseria was but younger. Smarter and more sophisticated, he spoke fluent English, understood American business practices, and had studied law before turning to crime. His opposition to Miseria was not based on personality conflicts or territorial fights. It was based on his belief that Miseria lacked the vision and intelligence to lead Italian criminals into the modern age. But Maranzano's vision of modernization was fundamentally different from the powerful group's approach, where they saw cooperation and shared success. Maranzano saw efficiency through centralized control. Where they welcomed ethnic diversity, Maranzano insisted on Italian control. Where they treated crime as a business, Maranzano saw it as warfare, needing military discipline and unquestioned hierarchy. The arrival of Maranzano changed what had been a simple conflict between the powerful group and traditional criminals into a three-way war that would determine the future structure of American organized crime. Lucky Luciano stood at the window of their new headquarters, an honest office building in Midtown Manhattan, where they operated behind the appearance of an import-export company. He watched police cars respond to another bombing on the street below. The war between Masiria and Maranzano was using up resources and attracting government attention that threatened everyone involved in bootlegging operations. "We cannot stay neutral forever," Lucky said to his partners, who were reviewing intelligence reports from their network of informants. "Both sides are pressuring us to choose. Masiria wants us to acknowledge him as boss of bosses. Maranzano wants us to support his campaign to eliminate Masiria. Neither one is willing to accept that we might have our own ideas about how this should work." Meyer looked up from financial predictions that showed the war's impact on their operations. Income was down 30% from their highest point. Security costs had tripled, and several of their most profitable territories had become too dangerous for regular operations. "The mathematics are simple," Meyer said with his usual exactness. "This war is destroying the whole bootlegging industry. Everyone is spending money on soldiers and weapons instead of buying product and serving customers. If it continues much longer, federal enforcement will not need to shut us down. We will destroy ourselves." Frank nodded, looking at notes from his recent meetings with political contacts. "The government is watching this war very carefully. They are hoping we will eliminate each other and solve their enforcement problems for them. But they are also getting nervous about the violence. Too many regular people getting caught in the crossfire, and that creates political pressure for more aggressive enforcement." The three men had spent months analyzing the conflict from every angle their partnership had taught them to consider. Meyer focused on the economics, how the war was affecting profit made, market share, and long-term business development. Lucky studied the military aspects, which side had better soldiers, superior intelligence, and more effective strategies. Frank looked at the political meanings, how different outcomes might affect their relationships with corrupt officials and honest business partners. Their conclusion was unanimous. Both Masiria and Maranzano had to be eliminated for the bootlegging industry to return to being profitable and for organized crime to grow into something sustainable. The strategy they developed was bold in its complexity and dangerous beyond anything they had previously tried. They would appear to support both sides in the Castellammarese war, while secretly working to eliminate the leaders of both groups. Lucky began attending Masiria's strategy meetings, offering intelligence about Maranzano's operations and providing soldiers for specific attacks. His contributions were significant enough to earn Masiria's trust, but careful enough to avoid hurting their own organization's security. At the same time, Frank opened secret communications with Maranzano's representatives, providing financial support for their operations and sharing intelligence about Masiria's weaknesses. Maranzano's more sophisticated approach to criminal organization appealed to Frank's diplomatic instincts. Making their cooperation appear natural and genuine, Meyer coordinated the deception, creating financial records that showed payments to both sides, while actually funding their own intelligence operations. His network of honest businesses provided cover for meetings, communications, and financial transfers that would have been impossible to do through normal criminal channels. The double game needed perfect coordination and absolute secrecy. A single mistake, a contradictory piece of intelligence, a financial transfer that could be traced, a meeting seen by the wrong people would expose their true strategy and make them targets for elimination by both fighting groups. By 1928, the Castellammares War had claimed more than 60 lives and was using up the resources of every criminal organization in New York. Violence had grown beyond professional executions to bombings, mass shootings, and attacks on regular people associated with enemy organizations. Tommy Lucchese, one of Lucky's oldest friends, was shot outside his home in the Bronx. Benny Bugsy Siegel, a rising young criminal who had been working with Meyer's financial operations, barely survived an assassination attempt that left him in the hospital for 3 months. Even Frank's diplomatic immunity could not protect all of their friends. 2 restaurant owners who had been serving as meeting places were killed by gunmen who apparently made no distinction between criminals and honest businessmen. The personal cost was devastating, but the professional meanings were even more serious. The war was destroying the cooperative relationships that had made their organization successful. Criminal groups that had been partners were now choosing sides based on ethnic loyalties and traditional obligations. Honest businesses that had provided cover and support were withdrawing from any association with organized crime. Political officials were distancing themselves from all criminal organizations to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Meyer's financial analysis showed they were losing money for the first time since Prohibition began. Lucky's operational reports documented the collapse of distribution networks that had taken years to build. Frank's political contacts were warning that federal enforcement agencies were planning major operations designed to use the chaos and eliminate criminal organizations weakened by internal warfare. The solution came to Lucky during a particularly brutal strategy session at Maseria's restaurant, where the old boss was ranting about the need to eliminate not just Maranzano, but every criminal who had ever shown him insufficient respect. Lucky listened to the list of targets, which included most of the intelligent, innovative criminals in New York, and realized that traditional approaches to criminal leadership were fundamentally incompatible with the scale and complexity that Prohibition had created. The problem was not that Masseria and Maranzano were fighting each other. The problem was that both men were trying to impose old-world feudal systems on a new world industrial economy. Both wanted to be absolute rulers of ethnic crime families that operated like medieval kingdoms, complete with blood oaths, territorial boundaries, and family succession. But Prohibition had created opportunities that needed cooperation across ethnic lines, coordination across geographic boundaries, and professional management of complex business operations. The future belonged to organizations that could adapt to economic realities rather than criminal traditions. Lucky's vision was revolutionary. Instead of crime families ruled by absolute bosses, why not create a criminal commission that coordinated between independent organizations? Instead of territorial boundaries enforced by violence, why not market areas allocated by negotiation and mutual benefit? Instead of ethnic loyalty determining business partnerships, why not let profit and efficiency guide organizational relationships? The concept challenged everything that traditional criminals believed about honor, loyalty, and proper hierarchy. It would need the elimination of every old guard leader who insisted on keeping feudal approaches to criminal organization. Lucky shared his vision with Meyer and Frank during a secret meeting at a safe house on Long Island, far from the surveillance networks that both Masseria and Maranzano had set up in Manhattan. The 3 men spent 2 days analyzing the political and operational meanings of restructuring American organized crime according to business principles rather than ethnic traditions. Meyer was immediately enthusiastic about the financial possibilities. A criminal commission could pool resources from major operations, share intelligence to avoid government enforcement, and coordinate pricing to maximize profits across all participating organizations. The elimination of wasteful competition and territorial conflicts could increase everyone's profits while reducing everyone's risks. Frank saw the diplomatic advantages. A commission structure would provide systems for solving fights without violence, coordinating political corruption more effectively, and presenting a unified front when dealing with government officials or honest business partners. The current chaos was making all criminal organizations open to government enforcement and public anger. Lucky was focused on the operational requirements. The change from feudal crime families to a business-oriented commission would need the elimination of leaders who could not adapt to the new model. Some might be convinced to accept lower roles in the modernized structure. Others would have to be removed permanently. The most dangerous obstacles were Masseria and Maranzano themselves. Both men had invested too much in the current war to accept any solution that did not result in their total victory. Both were too committed to traditional approaches to accept the kind of cooperative leadership that a commission would require. Both commanded enough loyalty and resources to destroy any organization that challenged their authority directly. The only solution was to eliminate both leaders at the same time in a way that would show the superiority of modern methods over traditional approaches. The execution of the plan needed months of careful preparation. Lucky needed to keep the trust of both Masseria and Maranzano while secretly organizing their elimination. Meyer needed to make sure their organization would be financially positioned to use the power vacuum that would follow the deaths of the two bosses. Frank needed to keep political relationships that would survive the change and support the new commission structure. Lucky's approach to Masseria was masterful in its deception. He convinced the old boss that he had developed a plan to eliminate Maranzano through a coordinated attack involving multiple crime families. The plan needed Masseria to attend a meeting at a restaurant in Coney Island, where he would coordinate final details with allies from other organizations. At the same time, Lucky was working with Maranzano's representatives to arrange Masseria's assassination. He provided intelligence about Masseria's security arrangements, suggested weaknesses that could be used, and offered to personally take part in the elimination to show his loyalty to Maranzano's cause. The genius of the plan was that both targets would be eliminated by gunmen who believed they were working for the other side. Masseria would be killed by shooters who thought they were working for Maranzano. Maranzano would be eliminated by assassins who believed they were acting on Masseria's orders. Meyer's role was to make sure the financial disruption caused by the simultaneous eliminations would benefit their organization rather than their competitors. He prepared to buy assets belonging to both crime families at discount prices during the chaos that would follow the assassinations. He arranged loans and investments that would allow their organization to expand into territories left empty by the elimination of competing leadership. Frank's responsibility was managing the political aftermath. He prepared explanations for government officials who would need to understand why the elimination of criminal leadership served everyone's interests. He arranged for newspaper coverage that would present the assassinations as the end of Old World violence rather than the beginning of New World criminal organization. The elimination of Joe Masseria took place at Nuova Villa Tamaro, a restaurant in Coney Island where the old boss had gone to finalize plans for what he believed would be Maranzano's destruction. Lucky accompanied Masseria to the meeting, supposedly as a trusted lieutenant, but actually as the coordinator of his boss's assassination. The shooting was quick and professional. 4 gunmen entered the restaurant during the lunch hour, eliminated Masseria and 2 of his bodyguards, and disappeared into the crowd of Coney Island visitors before police could respond. Lucky, who had conveniently stepped outside to make a phone call just before the shooting began, returned to discover the carnage and expressed appropriate shock and grief. The elimination of Salvatore Maranzano was more complex. Needing coordination between multiple teams of assassins and exact timing to overcome his sophisticated security arrangements, the attack took place at Maranzano's office building in Manhattan, where he was meeting with friends to plan what he believed would be a celebration of Messeria's death. The assassins pretended to be federal agents conducting a tax investigation, deception that allowed them to get past Maranzano's guards and enter his private office. The shooting was over in minutes, but the political meanings would reshape organized crime for decades. With both Messeria and Maranzano dead, Lucky moved quickly to establish the commission structure he had been planning for months. Rather than claiming the title of boss of bosses for himself, he proposed a council of equals that would coordinate between independent crime families while respecting their independence. Within agreed-upon territories, the commission would consist of representatives from the major crime families. With decisions made by agreement rather than imperial order, fights would be solved through negotiation and arbitration rather than violence. Business opportunities would be allocated based on ability and investment rather than ethnic loyalty or traditional claims. Meyer and Frank played crucial roles in selling the commission concept to surviving crime leaders who were suspicious of any change to established hierarchies. Meyer showed the financial advantages of cooperation over competition. Frank negotiated territorial agreements that satisfied competing claims while maximizing overall profitability. The response was not immediately enthusiastic. Many traditional criminals saw the commission as a betrayal of sacred principles that had governed criminal society for generations. Some tried to establish independent operations based on old models of absolute leadership and ethnic loyalty. But the economic advantages of the commission structure could not be denied. Organizations that joined the cooperative system saw immediate improvements in their income and reductions in their security costs. The elimination of territorial wars allowed everyone to focus resources on serving customers rather than fighting competitors. Lucky Luciano stood at the window of an honest office building in downtown Manhattan, watching the city that he now controlled through intelligence and cooperation rather than violence and threats. The commission he had created was working exactly as he had imagined. Criminal families working together to maximize profits while minimizing risks. Fights solved through negotiation rather than assassination. Resources directed toward business development rather than territorial warfare. Meyer joined him at the window, carrying financial reports that documented their change from bootlegging operators to criminal executives managing a varied collection of illegal businesses. Their organization now had interests in labor racketeering, gambling, loan sharking, and honest businesses that provided both cover and additional income streams. Frank entered the office with political intelligence that showed how completely their situation had changed. Government officials who had once seen organized crime as a chaotic collection of ethnic gangs now recognized them as a business organization that could be negotiated with, regulated, and occasionally cooperated with when mutual interests aligned. "The old world is finished," Lucky said, his voice carrying satisfaction and perhaps a touch of sadness for the violence that had been needed to create the new order. Crime in America will never again be about blood feuds and ethnic territories. It is about business now, and business is about making money. Meyer nodded, understanding the mathematics of what they had accomplished. "We have eliminated the inefficiencies that were destroying the industry. Cooperation instead of competition. Negotiation instead of violence. Investment instead of theft. Every criminal organization in the country is more profitable because of what we have built." Frank was thinking about the political meanings that would shape their future operations. But we have also made ourselves more visible to government enforcement. The Commission is more efficient than traditional crime families, but it is also a bigger target. We will need to be smarter about managing our relationships with honest institutions. The three men who had changed American organized crime understood that their greatest challenges lay ahead. Prohibition would eventually end, needing them to move into new criminal businesses. Government enforcement would become more sophisticated, demanding constant adaptation of their security and political strategies. The criminal organizations they had created would need to keep changing continuously to maintain their advantages over both honest competitors and criminal rivals. They had proven that intelligence could triumph over tradition, that cooperation could defeat competition, and that modern business methods could be successfully applied to criminal businesses. The commission structure would survive for decades, providing the foundation for organized crime operations throughout America. The age of the mustache Pete's was over. The age of the commission had begun, and three young men from the Lower East Side had changed the course of American criminal history. The last meal of Joe the Boss Masseria was a simple affair. Spaghetti alle vongole, a glass of Chianti, and the certainty that he would live to see another sunrise. It was April 15th, 1931, and Masseria sat in Scarpato's restaurant in Coney Island, discussing strategy with his most trusted lieutenant, Salvatore Lucania, the young man everyone called Lucky, while the spring afternoon stretched lazily through the restaurant's windows. Lucky excused himself to use the telephone just as Masseria was reaching for his wine glass. The call, Lucky explained, was urgent business that could not wait. Masseria waved him away with the casual indifference of a man who had survived 55 years of violent crime and believed himself untouchable. He was wrong. 4 gunmen entered Scarpato's restaurant at 3:30 p.m., their faces hidden by pulled-down fedoras and upturned coat collars. They moved with the exactness of men who had practiced this moment countless times, walking directly to Masseria's table without acknowledging the other diners or the restaurant staff. The shooting was over in 20 seconds. 27 bullets were fired. 21 of them found their target. When the smoke cleared, the man who had declared himself boss of bosses was dead, his blood pooling around the overturned wine glass on the checkered tablecloth. Lucky returned from his telephone call to find chaos. Police sirens wailed in the distance. Restaurant patrons screamed and ducked for cover. And Joe Masseria lay dead, the first casualty in what would become the most significant reorganization of American organized crime in history. Planning for Masseria's elimination had taken place over 6 months in locations chosen for their absolute privacy. Meyer Lansky's apartment on the Upper West Side, furnished now with the understated luxury that marked their change from street criminals to criminal executives. Frank Costello's honest office in a midtown law building where their discussions could be disguised as routine business consultations, and most frequently, a safe house in Queens that Meyer had bought through a network of fake companies and dummy corporations. The conversations that took place in these rooms would have been impossible 3 years earlier. Lucky, Meyer, and Frank were no longer young men scrambling for opportunity in the Lower East Side. They were criminal executives, controlling operations that made millions of dollars every year and employed hundreds of people across multiple states. Their decisions affected not just their own organization, but the whole structure of the legal business in America. Masseria has to die, Lucky had said during their first serious planning session in October 1930. Not because I hate him, not because he has crossed us personally, but because he represents a way of thinking that is destroying everything we have built. Meyer nodded, looking at financial predictions that showed the economic cost of traditional crime family warfare. The old system is unsustainable. Every territorial war costs everyone money. Every succession fight creates opportunities for government enforcement. Every ethnic conflict makes it harder to build the kind of cooperative relationships we need for long-term success. Frank was reviewing intelligence reports from their political contacts, documenting how government officials saw the chaos of competing crime families. Washington is getting serious about organized crime enforcement. They are creating federal task forces, expanding surveillance capabilities, and coordinating between local and federal agencies. The old approach of fighting everyone all the time is going to get everyone arrested or killed. The problem they faced was never before seen in the history of American crime. Miseria and Maranzano were not just competitors. They were symbols of fundamentally different approaches to criminal organization. Eliminating them would need not just successful assassinations, but the creation of a completely new system to fill the power vacuum their deaths would create. Lucky's vision for this new system was revolutionary. Instead of autocratic crime families ruled by absolute bosses, he proposed a commission of equals that would coordinate between independent organizations. Instead of territorial boundaries enforced through violence, he suggested market areas allocated through negotiation and mutual benefit. Instead of ethnic loyalty determining business partnerships, he wanted profit and efficiency to guide organizational relationships. The concept challenged every assumption that traditional criminals held about honor, loyalty, and proper hierarchy. It would need convincing dozens of crime leaders to abandon systems that had governed their behavior for generations. More dangerously, it would need eliminating anyone who could not be convinced to accept the new approach. The assassination of Joe Miseria was done with the exactness that had become the trademark of the powerful group's operations. Lucky had spent months building Miseria's trust, attending strategy meetings, providing intelligence about Maranzano's operations, and positioning himself as the old boss's most loyal lieutenant. The choice of Scarpato's restaurant was strategic, located in Coney Island. It was far enough from Miseria's usual Manhattan haunts to be unexpected, but familiar enough to seem like a natural meeting place. The restaurant's layout provided multiple escape routes for the assassins, while limiting options for security guards. Most importantly, Scarpato himself was being paid by Meyer's organization to make sure certain conversations would not be overheard, and certain meetings would not be interrupted. The 4 gunmen who eliminated Miseria were professionals hired through Lucky's network of criminal contacts. But they were not members of his organization. If they were captured or killed, their deaths could not be traced back to the powerful group. If they escaped successfully, they would be moved to distant cities with new identities and enough money to start honest lives. The political cover for the assassination was provided by Frank's contacts in law enforcement. The investigation into Miseria's death would be thorough enough to satisfy public demands for justice, but not so thorough as to uncover the true planners of the operation. Key witnesses would be unavailable for questioning. Crucial evidence would be misfiled or lost. The case would eventually be closed as an unsolved murder in a criminal world where violence was considered an occupational hazard. Meyer's role was to make sure Miseria's death created maximum disruption to his organization, while minimizing harm to possible allies. Financial arrangements were made to protect Miseria family members who were not involved in criminal activities. Key lieutenants who could be convinced to join the new commission system were secretly contacted and offered positions in the reorganized structure. Assets belonging to Miseria's organization were prepared for quick purchase at fair prices that would benefit everyone involved. Salvatore Maranzano's reaction to Miseria's assassination was exactly what Lucky had expected. He declared himself the new boss of bosses and began demanding submission from every criminal organization in New York. What Lucky had not fully expected was the speed and efficiency with which Maranzano moved to consolidate his power. Within days of Messeria's death, Maranzano had called representatives from every major crime family to a meeting in the Bronx. His message was simple and non-negotiable. The old chaos was ending. A new order was beginning, and everyone would either submit to his authority or be eliminated like Messeria. Maranzano's vision for reorganized crime was sophisticated, but ultimately futile. He proposed to structure criminal families like military units with clearly defined chains of command and absolute obedience to superior officers. He wanted to eliminate the ethnic chaos that had characterized previous criminal organizations by establishing Italian control over all significant illegal businesses. Most dangerously for Lucky's plans, he intended to rule as an absolute monarch whose decisions could not be questioned or appealed. "He is smarter than Messeria," Frank reported after attending Maranzano's initial organizational meeting. "His military structure makes sense for operational efficiency. His emphasis on discipline could reduce the random violence that attracts government attention. But he is still thinking like a feudal lord instead of a modern businessman." Meyer's analysis was more blunt. "He wants to be the king of American crime. That makes him just as much of a problem as Messeria, maybe more dangerous because he is more competent." Lucky understood that Maranzano's elimination would be more challenging than Messeria's assassination. Maranzano was younger, more suspicious, and had better security arrangements. He was also more intelligent, more capable of detecting deception and adapting to changing circumstances. The operation would need perfect timing, flawless execution, and immediate follow-up to prevent his organization from seeking revenge. The elimination of Salvatore Maranzano took place in his office at 230 Park Avenue, in a building that housed honest businesses and provided cover for his increasingly sophisticated criminal operations. Maranzano had been expecting Lucky to arrive for a meeting about territorial arrangements, but instead received 4 visitors who identified themselves as federal tax investigators. The deception was Frank's new idea. Maranzano's guards, trained to watch for traditional criminal threats, allowed the federal agents to enter the private office without the thorough searches that would have revealed their weapons. The assassin's knowledge of federal investigation procedures was detailed enough to convince even Maranzano's sophisticated security team that they were real government officials. The shooting was quick and professional, but the political aftermath needed careful management. Maranzano's death could not be dismissed as random underworld violence. His elimination so soon after Messeria's assassination would inevitably be seen as part of a coordinated campaign to restructure organized crime leadership. Lucky's solution was bold. Instead of denying involvement in the assassinations, he would use them as demonstrations of the new order's power and efficiency. The message to surviving crime leaders would be clear. The old system of individual bosses claiming absolute authority was finished. The new system of cooperative leadership was beginning. Everyone could either adapt to the changes or follow Messeria and Maranzano into their graves. The coordinated elimination of old guard crime bosses across the country took place on September 11, 1931, in an operation that came to be known as the Night of the Sicilian Vespers. Lucky had spent months identifying traditional crime leaders, whose approaches to criminal organization were incompatible with the commission system he planned to establish. The targets were not chosen randomly or eliminated for personal reasons. They were crime bosses who had built their power on old world traditions of absolute authority, ethnic exclusivity, and territorial control through violence. Their continued existence would have made the change to cooperative leadership impossible. The eliminations took place at the same time in New York, Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, and Buffalo. In each city, the assassinations were carried out by local criminals who supported the modernization of criminal organization, but were directed by intelligence and planning coordinated through Lucky's network. Meyer's role was to make sure the financial disruption caused by the eliminations would benefit their allies rather than their competitors. In each city, arrangements had been made to buy assets belonging to eliminated crime bosses at fair prices, protecting family members while transferring control to leaders who supported the commission system. Frank's responsibility was managing the political aftermath. Government officials needed to understand that the eliminations represented the end of chaotic gang warfare rather than its growth. Newspaper coverage was arranged to present the assassinations as the natural conclusion of old feuds rather than the beginning of new conflicts. The operation was successful beyond Lucky's most optimistic predictions. In a single night, the traditional structure of American organized crime was eliminated and replaced with leadership that was committed to cooperative rather than competitive approaches to criminal business. The first official meeting of what would become known as the Commission took place in November 1931 at a hotel in Atlantic City, chosen because it was neutral territory that belonged to no particular crime family. Representatives from New York, Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, and Buffalo attended, along with observers from smaller organizations that controlled criminal activities in secondary markets. Lucky opened the meeting with a presentation that would have been familiar to anyone who had attended corporate board meetings in honest businesses. He outlined the economic advantages of cooperation over competition, the operational benefits of shared intelligence in coordinated strategy, and the political necessity of presenting organized crime as a rational business enterprise rather than a chaotic collection of ethnic gangs. We can keep fighting each other until the government eliminates all of us, Lucky explained to the gathered crime leaders. Or we can work together to build something that will last for generations. The choice is cooperation and prosperity, or competition and extinction. Meyer's presentation focused on the financial structure of the proposed commission. Individual crime families would keep control over their traditional territories and businesses, but would coordinate pricing, share intelligence about government enforcement, and pool resources for major operations that exceeded any single organization's capabilities. The Commission would establish standard approaches to common criminal businesses. Gambling operations would use consistent odds and payout structures. Loan sharking would follow agreed-upon interest rates and collection procedures. Labor racketeering would be coordinated to avoid destructive competition between different crime families. Frank outlined the political advantages of the commission structure. Instead of dozens of crime bosses, each keeping separate relationships with corrupt officials, the commission would coordinate political corruption more efficiently. Government officials would have clear points of contact for negotiations. Law enforcement agencies would find it easier to manage organized crime that operated according to predictable rules, rather than random violence. The response from gathered crime leaders was mixed, but ultimately positive. Some expressed concerns about giving up traditional independence to collective decision-making. Others worried that cooperation would make them open to government infiltration or betrayal by commission partners. But the economic arguments were convincing. Crime families that joined the commission system saw immediate improvements in their income and reductions in their security costs. The elimination of territorial wars allowed everyone to focus resources on serving customers rather than fighting competitors. The commission structure that emerged from the Atlantic City meeting was unlike anything that had previously existed in American criminal history. Instead of autocratic crime bosses ruling through fear and violence, The new system was governed by agreement among equals, who shared both authority and responsibility for the success of organized criminal business. Lucky's official title was chairman, but his real power came from the respect he had earned by successfully engineering the change from feudal crime families to modern criminal corporation. He coordinated between different crime families, solved fights that could not be solved through normal negotiation, and represented organized crime in communications with government officials and honest business leaders. Meyer became the Commission's chief financial officer, though his official title was simply advisor. His responsibilities included coordinating investments and money laundering operations across multiple crime families, analyzing market opportunities for new criminal businesses, and managing the complex financial relationships that made large-scale cooperation possible. Frank served as the Commission's political coordinator and diplomatic representative. His role was to keep relationships with corrupt government officials, make agreements with honest businesses that provided cover for criminal operations, and manage public relations when organized crime activities attracted unwanted attention. The Commission established clear rules for criminal behavior that were designed to maximize profits while minimizing risks. Violence was permitted for specific business purposes, eliminating competitors who threatened Commission operations, disciplining members who broke agreements, or defending against government enforcement, but was prohibited for personal fights or emotional conflicts. Territorial boundaries were defined through negotiation rather than conquest, with each crime family receiving exclusive rights to certain types of criminal business in specific geographic areas. Fights over territory or business practices were solved through arbitration by Commission representatives rather than through violence. Most importantly, the Commission created systems for adapting to changing circumstances. As Prohibition approached its end, Commission members began moving into other criminal businesses: gambling, labor racketeering, loan sharking, and honest businesses that could provide both cover and additional income streams. By December 1933, it was clear that Prohibition would soon be repealed. The 21st Amendment had been approved, and legal alcohol sales were resuming throughout the country. The illegal business that had made the powerful group wealthy and powerful was coming to an end, but the organization they had built would survive and prosper. Lucky stood at the window of their Manhattan headquarters, watching delivery trucks from honest breweries make their first legal alcohol deliveries in 13 years. The end of Prohibition marked the conclusion of the most profitable criminal business in American history, but it also represented the beginning of something more significant: permanently organized crime that could adapt to any legal or social change. Meyer joined him at the window, carrying financial reports that documented their change from bootleggers to varied criminal executives. Their organization now controlled gambling operations in a dozen cities, labor unions in key industries, and honest businesses that made legal income while providing cover for illegal activities. The bootlegging money was just the beginning, Meyer said. Reviewing investment collections that included real estate, manufacturing companies, and financial services. What we have built with the Commission will last long after everyone forgets that alcohol was ever illegal. Frank entered, carrying political intelligence that showed how completely their situation had changed. Government officials who had once seen organized crime as a temporary problem created by Prohibition now recognized them as permanent features of American society that needed to be managed rather than eliminated. "We have become an institution," Frank observed, thinking about the meanings for their long-term planning. "The Commission is not just a criminal organization anymore. It is part of the American economic system. We provide services that people want. We employ thousands of people. And we have learned to operate within political realities rather than against them." Lucky understood that their greatest achievement was not the wealth they had accumulated or the power they had gotten. It was the creation of a system that could survive and adapt to any changes in law, politics, or social conditions. The three young immigrants, who had started as street criminals in the Lower East Side, had become the architects of modern American organized crime. The commission they had created would govern criminal business for decades, providing the structure and discipline that made large-scale, illegal operations possible, while minimizing the violence and chaos that attracted government enforcement. As 1933 came to a close, the powerful group gathered for their final meeting as bootleggers and their first meeting as commission leaders of permanently organized crime. They met in the same basement room where they had planned their first cooperative operation more than a decade earlier, though the space was now furnished with the comfort and security appropriate to their changed status. We set out to solve problems for a desperate barber, Lucky reflected. Remembering their first joint operation, we ended up changing how crime works in America, Meyer nodded. Understanding the mathematics of what they had accomplished, we proved that intelligence could defeat tradition, that cooperation could triumph over competition, and that criminal businesses could be managed like honest businesses. Frank thought about the political meanings of their legacy, but most importantly, we showed that immigrants could create something new in America, even if society would not accept us in honest roles. The three men who had changed American organized crime understood that their work was just beginning. The commission structure would need constant maintenance and adaptation. New criminal businesses would need the same analytical approach they had applied to bootlegging. Government enforcement would keep changing, demanding increasingly sophisticated responses. But they had proven that criminal organizations could be built to last, that illegal businesses could be managed for long-term sustainability, and that cooperation could create more wealth and power than competition ever had. The age of amateur crime was over. The age of professional organized crime had begun, and three friends from the Lower East Side had written the blueprint that would guide American criminal business for generations to come. Outside their basement meeting room, Prohibition was ending with a stroke of a pen, but the organization they had built, the system they had created, and the commission they had established would last long after legal alcohol returned to American society. The powerful group had achieved something never before seen in criminal history. They had built something bigger than themselves, something that would outlast any individual leader or any single illegal business. They had created America's first modern criminal corporation. The roulette wheel at the Hotel Nacional in Havana spun with the hypnotic exactness of a Swiss timepiece, its ivory ball dancing between red and black compartments, while American tourists bet money they had earned honestly on outcomes they hoped would be profitable. Meyer Lansky stood at the edge of the casino floor, watching the mathematical certainty of house odds change vacation spending into organized crime, income with the elegant efficiency he had spent 2 decades perfecting. It was January 1936, and Meyer was no longer the sharp-eyed newsstand operator who had once calculated pedestrian traffic on Delancey Street. He was the financial architect of an international criminal empire, a man whose investments went from Manhattan apartments to Caribbean casinos, whose influence reached from New York labor unions to Cuban government ministries, whose mathematical mind had changed American organized crime from neighborhood rackets into a multinational company. But success, Meyer had learned, created problems that no amount of mathematical analysis could solve. Wealth attracted attention from government agencies that specialized in following money trails. Power created enemies among people who believed they deserved the opportunities that organized crime controlled most dangerously. Success spread ambitions that threatened to destroy the cooperative relationships that had made the commission successful. The casino floor of the Hotel Nation was a perfect example of what the powerful group had accomplished in the 3 years since Prohibition's end. Honest business and criminal business were so thoroughly mixed that even they sometimes struggled to tell the difference between legal profits and illegal income. The hotel was owned by Cuban investors, managed by American executives, and financed through a network of fake companies that included both honest banks and criminal money laundering operations. The repeal of Prohibition in December 1933 had presented the Commission with a challenge that would have destroyed traditional crime families. The overnight elimination of the illegal business that had made them wealthy and powerful. Bootlegging, which had made tens of millions of dollars every year and employed thousands of people, disappeared as completely as if it had never existed. But lucky Luciano had expected this change for years, preparing diversification strategies that would allow organized crime to survive and prosper, regardless of changes in alcohol laws. The commission meeting held in Atlantic City in January 1934 outlined a systematic expansion into criminal businesses that would prove more lasting and profitable than bootlegging had ever been. Gambling became their primary focus, not because it was the most profitable illegal business, but because it was the most sustainable, unlike bootlegging, which had been created artificially by prohibition laws. Gambling responded to real consumer demand that would exist regardless of legal changes. Americans wanted to bet on horse races, play cards for money, and test their luck against mathematical odds that heavily favored the house. Frank Costello's analysis of the political scene had convinced the commission that gambling enforcement would be less aggressive than alcohol prohibition had been. Gambling was seen by most Americans as a moral failing rather than a serious crime. Government officials were more likely to tolerate organized gambling than they had been to accept organized alcohol distribution. Most importantly, gambling operations could be structured to make tax income for local and state governments, creating financial reasons for political cooperation rather than enforcement. Lucky's strategic vision went beyond simple criminal businesses to what he called legitimate infiltration, the systematic purchase of honest businesses that could provide cover for illegal operations while making real profits. Hotels, restaurants, entertainment places, and construction companies offered opportunities to launder money, employ criminal friends, and build relationships with honest business leaders who might prove useful for future operations. Meyer's financial expertise was crucial for managing this diversification. The mathematical skills he had developed analyzing bootlegging operations proved equally valuable for calculating odds in gambling businesses, determining profit made in honest businesses, and managing the complex financial relationships needed for international money laundering. The first major post-prohibition expansion was into policy or numbers gambling and illegal lottery system that had operated in American cities for decades, but had never been organized with the efficiency and scale that the commission could provide. Players would bet small amounts, often nickels or dimes, on 3-digit numbers drawn randomly each day. The odds against winning were about 999 to 1, but the payout was typically 600 to 1, giving the house a mathematical advantage of nearly 40%. Meyer's analysis showed that numbers gambling had several advantages over traditional criminal businesses. The customer base was enormous working-class Americans who could not afford casino. Gambling could take part with minimal investment. The operations were difficult for law enforcement to detect because they needed no permanent facilities and made no obvious evidence of criminal activity. Most importantly, the mathematical advantages were so big that consistent profits were almost guaranteed, regardless of short-term changes in player luck. Lucky gave Frank responsibility for building relationships with corrupt police officials, who would protect Numbers operations from enforcement. Frank's diplomatic skills proved invaluable for making arrangements that satisfied law enforcement's need to appear active while allowing gambling operations to continue untouched. Police would conduct occasional raids that arrested low-level employees while leaving the financial and organizational structure intact. Gambling operators would pay regular fines that compensated police departments for their cooperation, while treating enforcement costs as normal business expenses. The numbers game also provided an ideal training ground for young criminals, who might eventually advance to more sophisticated operations. Collecting bets, managing money, and keeping records needed basic business skills that could be developed through practical experience. Successful numbers runners could advance to bookkeeping, customer relations, or security responsibilities that prepared them for leadership roles in other criminal businesses. By 1935, commission-controlled numbers operations were making more than $5 million every year in New York alone, with similar operations set up in Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, and other cities where commission families controlled territory. The profits were big. But more importantly, the operations showed that organized crime could successfully adapt to post-Prohibition conditions. The expansion into labor union corruption proved even more profitable than gambling, though it needed different skills and created different risks. The Great Depression had created economic conditions that made both workers and employers open to criminal use. Workers needed jobs and were willing to pay for union membership that might provide employment security. Employers needed labor peace and were willing to pay for arrangements that prevented strikes and work disruptions. Lucky's approach to labor racketeering was characteristically systematic. Rather than simply forcing money from unions or employers, he developed complete strategies that provided real value to all parties while making enormous profits for the commission. Union members got jobs and wage protections. Employers got predictable labor costs and production schedules. Commission families got regular income streams that were more stable than most honest businesses. The key insight was that labor fights were fundamentally negotiation problems that could be solved through the same diplomatic skills Frank had applied to territorial conflicts between crime families. Strikes happened when workers and employers could not find mutually acceptable compromises. Criminal organizations with influence over both unions and management could help agreements that satisfied everyone involved, while taking fees for their peacemaking services. Construction industry corruption became particularly profitable because building projects needed coordination between multiple unions, regulatory agencies, and financial institutions. Commission influence could speed up permit approvals, prevent work stoppages, and make sure projects were completed on schedule and within budget. Developers were willing to pay high prices for this coordination, while workers got steady employment and union officials got regular payments for their cooperation. Meyer's financial analysis showed that labor racketeering made higher profit made than gambling on needing lower initial investments and creating fewer legal risks. Labor corruption was more difficult for government agencies to detect and prosecute because the criminal activity was mixed within honest business operations. Unlike gambling, which was obviously illegal, labor corruption could be disguised as honest business consulting or union organizing activities. Expansion into international operations began with Meyer's recognition that American law enforcement agencies had limited ability to investigate criminal activities that happened outside United States territory. Cuba, located less than 100 miles from Florida, offered ideal conditions for criminal businesses that needed geographic separation from American legal control. Fulgencio Batista, who had taken control of the Cuban government through a military coup in 1933, was willing to cooperate with American criminal organizations in exchange for financial support and political protection. Batista's government needed income sources that would not need approval from the Cuban legislature or oversight from American government agencies. Meyer's proposal for casino gambling that would attract American tourists while making tax income for the Cuban government was exactly what Batista needed to stabilize his political position. The negotiations between Meyer and Batista were conducted through go-betweens and needed months of careful diplomacy. Batista wanted guarantees that casino operations would be managed professionally and would not create political scandals that might threaten his government. Meyer wanted assurances that Cuban law enforcement would not interfere with casino operations and that profits could be transferred to American banks without government investigation. The agreement they eventually reached was never before seen in the history of organized crime. Meyer's organization would invest in Cuban casino construction and management, providing technical expertise and initial financing for gambling operations that would be officially owned by Cuban nationals. The casinos would pay taxes to the Cuban government and employ Cuban workers. But the gambling operations would be controlled by American criminal organizations and would get the majority of profits. The Hotel Nacional Casino, which opened in February 1936, became the model for criminal businesses that operated across national boundaries. American tourists could gamble legally in Cuba using money they had earned honestly in the United States. The casino profits were technically legal income under Cuban law, but were controlled by criminal organizations that were illegal under American law. The money could be laundered through Cuban banks and reinvested in American criminal businesses or honest businesses. Frank's role in the Cuban operations was to keep relationships with American government officials who might object to criminal expansion into international territory. His diplomatic skills were essential for convincing State Department officials that Cuban casinos served American foreign policy interests by supporting a friendly government and providing recreation opportunities for American citizens. Law enforcement agencies were persuaded that Cuban operations were outside their control and did not directly affect American criminal activities. The success of Cuban casino operations exceeded even Meyer's optimistic predictions. By 1938, commission-controlled casinos in Havana were making more than $8 million every year in gross income, with net profits exceeding $3 million. The operations provided ideal cover for money laundering, international financial transactions, and meetings between criminal leaders who needed to conduct business away from American law enforcement surveillance. The most sophisticated aspect of the Commission's post-Prohibition expansion was the systematic purchase of honest businesses that could provide cover for criminal operations while making real legal profits. This strategy, which Lucky called going legitimate, needed skills traditional criminals had never needed to develop. Meyer's financial expertise was crucial for identifying businesses that would be compatible with criminal operations. Restaurants and nightclubs could serve as meeting places and money laundering facilities, while providing entertainment services that customers valued. Construction companies could employ criminal friends while building projects that served real community needs. Import-export businesses could help international money transfers while conducting honest trade operations. The most important honest purchase was the Beverly Hills Country Club in New Orleans. Bought through a network of fake companies in 1937, the country club provided cover for high-stakes gambling operations while serving as an honest, social place for wealthy customers. The restaurant and hotel facilities made legal income while providing employment for criminal friends who needed honest jobs for tax and legal purposes. Frank's political connections were essential for handling the regulatory requirements that govern honest business operations, liquor licenses, construction permits, and business registrations all needed interactions with government agencies that could expose criminal involvement. If not handled carefully, Frank's diplomatic skills enabled the Commission to buy honest businesses without attracting unwanted attention from regulatory agencies or law enforcement organizations. The mixing of honest and criminal businesses created combined effects that multiplied the profitability of both types of operations. Honest businesses provided customers and cover for criminal businesses. Criminal operations provided financing and security for honest business expansion. The combination created varied income streams that were more stable and profitable than either type of business could make independently. By 1939, Meyer's financial analysis showed that honest business operations were making nearly 30% of the Commission's total income, while criminal businesses accounted for the remaining 70%. More importantly, the honest operations were growing faster than criminal businesses and provided better protection against government enforcement actions. Success changed not just the business operations of the powerful group, but their personal lives and relationships. The young men who had started as street criminals in the Lower East Side were now wealthy executives who moved easily between criminal organizations and honest society. Their wives shopped in the finest stores, their children went to private schools, and their homes showed the kind of luxury that attracted attention from neighbors and government agents alike. Lucky had married Gay Orlova, a nightclub performer whose beauty and intelligence complemented his position as America's most powerful crime leader. Their apartment on the Upper West Side was furnished with art and antiques that showed both wealth and taste. Lucky's wardrobe consisted of hand-tailored suits and Italian leather shoes that would have been appropriate for corporate boardrooms or diplomatic receptions. But success also created isolation from the community, relationships that had supported them during their early criminal careers. Lucky could no longer walk freely through the Lower East Side neighborhoods where he had grown up. His wealth and power made him a target for kidnapping, assassination, or government investigation. The security precautions needed for his survival needed constant watchfulness and limited his ability to keep normal human relationships. Meyer's marriage to Anna Citron had produced 3 children who grew up believing their father was a successful businessman whose wealth came from investments and consulting work. Meyer's mathematical mind enabled him to separate his family life from his criminal activities. But the constant deception needed emotional energy that took its toll on his health and happiness. The financial success that Meyer had achieved exceeded his wildest childhood dreams, but it also created responsibilities and pressures that never allowed him to relax or feel safe. His investment decisions affected hundreds of families whose livelihoods depended on commission operations. His mathematical mistakes could result in deaths, imprisonments, or the destruction of criminal businesses that had needed years to build. Frank's change was perhaps the most complete. His marriage to Loretta Gagerman had produced a family life that was no different from that of any successful businessman. His children went to the finest schools and summer camps. His wife took part in charitable activities and social organizations. His home in Sands Point, Long Island, was a mansion that matched those of honest millionaires. But Frank's diplomatic skills, which had made him invaluable as a peacemaker between criminal organizations and honest institutions, also made him a target for government agencies that saw him as the key to understanding and prosecuting organized crime leadership. FBI surveillance of Frank's activities was constant and sophisticated, needing him to conduct honest business and criminal activities through layers of go-betweens and fake companies that complicated even routine decisions. By 1938, the commission structure that had prevented warfare between crime families was beginning to create new sources of conflict. The success of post-Prohibition diversification had made individual crime families wealthy and powerful enough to consider independent operations that might be more profitable than cooperative businesses. Vito Genovese, who controlled criminal operations in parts of New Jersey and New York, had begun questioning whether the Commission's emphasis on cooperation was preventing him from maximizing his family's profits. Genovese's argument was tempting. If the Commission could make millions of dollars through cooperation, how much more could individual families earn through competition and conquest? Albert Anastasia, who controlled waterfront operations in Brooklyn, was similarly restless under Commission authority. Anastasia's background as an enforcer made him impatient with the diplomatic processes that governed Commission decision-making. He believed that criminal leadership should be determined by strength and violence rather than negotiation and agreement. Lucky's response to these internal tensions showed the diplomatic and strategic skills that had made him the Commission's natural leader, rather than suppressing disagreement through violence. He addressed it through economic rewards and political maneuvering that satisfied ambitious subordinates while keeping Commission unity. Genovese was given expanded authority over New Jersey operations and promised support for expansion into Pennsylvania markets. Anastasia received increased control over waterfront activities and guaranteed territorial protection for his Brooklyn operations. Both men were given financial rewards that made cooperation more profitable than competition. But Lucky also understood that internal tensions were symptoms of larger problems that threatened the Commission's long-term stability. Individual crime families were becoming powerful enough to survive independently, reducing their dependence on Commission cooperation. Government law enforcement was becoming more sophisticated and aggressive, creating pressures that made some criminal leaders desperate enough to consider strategies that might destroy Commission unity. Meyer's financial analysis supported Lucky's concerns about Commission stability. The diversification that had made individual families wealthy and independent was reducing their reasons to take part in cooperative businesses. The mathematical advantages of cooperation were becoming less obvious as each family developed its own profitable businesses. Frank's political intelligence suggested that government agencies were developing strategies specifically designed to use divisions within organized crime leadership. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover was promoting law enforcement approaches that would encourage conflicts between crime families rather than trying to suppress criminal activity through direct enforcement. The Roosevelt administration's approach to organized crime represented a fundamental shift from the local law enforcement focus that had characterized earlier government responses to criminal activity. Federal agencies were developing national strategies that coordinated between local, state, and federal law enforcement organizations, while using new investigative techniques that made traditional criminal security measures obsolete. The Federal Bureau of Investigation under J. Edgar Hoover's leadership was hiring agents with accounting and legal backgrounds who could investigate complex financial crimes rather than simply pursuing violent criminals through traditional police work. The Internal Revenue Service was expanding its criminal investigation division to focus on tax evasion prosecutions. That could imprison criminal leaders even when their specific illegal activities could not be proven in court. Lucky's analysis of government enforcement trends was disturbing but not surprising. The Commission's success had made organized crime a national political issue that needed federal rather than local responses. The wealth and sophistication that made Commission operations profitable also made them attractive targets for ambitious prosecutors and law enforcement officials. The conviction of Al Capone on tax evasion charges in 1931 had shown that even the most powerful criminals could be prosecuted successfully if government agencies were willing to invest sufficient resources in financial investigations. The Commission's emphasis on honest business mixing made its leaders possibly open to the same investigative approaches that had destroyed Capone's organization. Meyer's response to increased government attention was typically systematic. He hired honest accountants and tax lawyers to make sure all Commission financial activities complied with federal and state tax requirements. Criminal income was reported and taxed appropriately, reducing the government's ability to pursue tax evasion prosecutions. Honest business operations were structured to satisfy regulatory requirements and government oversight. Frank's approach was more direct. He expanded the Commission's political corruption network to include federal officials who could provide early warning of investigations and prosecutions. Congressional staff members, Justice Department attorneys, and FBI supervisors were hired through a combination of financial rewards and personal relationships that gave the Commission never-before-seen access to government intelligence. But both men understood that increased government attention was a permanent change in the operating environment that would need constant adaptation and watchfulness. The days when criminal organizations could operate with minimal concern for federal law enforcement were ending forever. In 1938, Meyer made the first of several trips to Las Vegas, Nevada, a desert town whose primary economic activity was serving as a railroad stop between Los Angeles and Salt Lake City. Nevada's legalization of casino gambling in 1931 had attracted limited investment, mostly from local business people who lacked the capital and expertise necessary for large-scale casino development. Meyer's analysis of Las Vegas revealed opportunities that exceeded even his optimistic predictions for criminal expansion. Nevada's legal gambling laws would allow Commission families to operate casino businesses without the legal risks associated with illegal gambling operations. The desert location provided geographic separation from major population centers that might generate political opposition to gambling expansion. Most importantly, the state's minimal regulatory structure would allow casino operators to keep the kind of control over gambling operations that maximized profits. The vision that emerged from Meyer's Las Vegas analysis was revolutionary. Instead of hiding criminal gambling operations behind honest business fronts, why not operate honest gambling businesses that made criminal-level profits while providing legal protection from government prosecution? The concept needed massive initial investment that exceeded the financial resources of any single crime family. But the Commission's cooperative structure made such investment possible. Multiple families could pool resources to finance casino construction, while sharing profits according to their initial investments. The result would be criminal businesses that operated within the law while making incomes that exceeded anything achievable through traditional illegal activities. Lucky's initial response to the Las Vegas proposal was doubtful. The town was isolated, underdeveloped, and lacked the population base necessary to support large-scale gambling operations. The initial investment requirements were enormous, and the time needed to recover those investments might exceed the patience of crime families, used to quicker returns on their criminal activities. But Meyer's mathematical analysis was convincing. Legal casino gambling could make profit made similar to illegal gambling without the enforcement risks, security costs, or political complications associated with criminal businesses. Las Vegas casinos could serve customers from throughout the western United States, creating a market base far larger than any single city could provide. Most importantly, legal casino profits could be invested in honest businesses without money laundering risks or government investigation. Frank's assessment of the political meanings was equally positive. Legal gambling operations would provide tax income for state and local governments, creating financial reasons for political cooperation rather than enforcement. Casino employment would benefit local communities, generating political support from voters and elected officials. Most significantly, legal casino operations would show that organized crime could adapt to honest business practices when provided with appropriate opportunities. The attack on Pearl Harbor changed American society overnight, creating economic opportunities and security, challenges that would reshape every aspect of national life, including organized crime operations. Lucky learned of the Japanese attack while attending a commission meeting at a hotel in Atlantic City, where crime family leaders had gathered to discuss expansion plans for 1942. The immediate impact of Pearl Harbor on commission operations was both obvious and complex. America's entry into World War II would create enormous demand for goods and services that honest businesses could not provide quickly enough to satisfy military and civilian needs. Black market operations in rationed goods, defense industry labor, and military supplies would make profits that might exceed anything the Commission had achieved during Prohibition. But war also created security risks that threatened the foundations of Commission power. Military mobilization would place hundreds of thousands of young men under government control, reducing the pool of possible criminal recruits. Wartime security measures would increase government surveillance and investigation capabilities. Most dangerously, war would provide government agencies with patriotic justifications for law enforcement actions that might have been politically impossible during peacetime. Meyer's analysis of wartime opportunities was characteristically systematic. Rationing of gasoline, sugar, meat, and other consumer goods would create black market demand similar to alcohol prohibition. Defense industry construction would need labor and materials that could be provided through commission-controlled unions and suppliers. Military buying would create opportunities for fraud and corruption that could make enormous profits with relatively low risks. But Meyer also understood that wartime operations would need different skills and create different risks than peacetime criminal activities. Government investigation capabilities would be improved by military intelligence resources. Punishments for crimes that affected military preparedness would be more severe than those for ordinary criminal activities. Most importantly, criminal organizations that were seen as unpatriotic would face public hostility that could destroy political protection arrangements. Frank's assessment of wartime political meanings was equally complex. The Roosevelt administration's focus on military victory would create opportunities for criminal organizations that could support the war effort while making profits from their cooperation. Defense industry corruption might be tolerated if it did not interfere with military production. Black market activities might be ignored if they did not threaten essential war materials. But Frank also recognized that war would provide government agencies with never-before-seen authority to investigate and prosecute criminal activities. National security concerns could justify surveillance and enforcement actions that would have been impossible during peacetime. Criminal leaders who were seen as threats to military security could be imprisoned or eliminated without normal legal protections. Lucky understood that Pearl Harbor marked the end of one era in organized crime history and the beginning of another. The commission structure that had governed criminal cooperation for a decade would need to adapt to wartime conditions that none of them had expected when they eliminated the old guard bosses in 1931. The three men who had changed American organized crime from feudal gang warfare into modern criminal corporation faced their greatest challenge yet, proving that their new ideas could survive and prosper during a world war that would test every assumption they had made about crime, politics, and American society outside their Atlantic City meeting room. America was getting ready for a global conflict that would reshape the world order, inside Three criminal executives were planning adaptations that would make sure organized crime survival and prosperity, regardless of how the war might change American society. The age of peacetime criminal expansion was ending. The age of wartime opportunity was about to begin. The steel bars of Dannemora State Prison cast geometric shadows across the visiting room floor as Meyer Lansky sat across from Lucky Luciano on a cold February morning in 1942. 5 years had passed since Lucky's conviction on compulsory prostitution charges. 5 years during which the most powerful crime leader in American history had been reduced to prison number 92,168, wearing the gray uniform of New York State's maximum security facility. But prison had not diminished Lucky's authority or intelligence. At 45, he remained the undisputed chairman of the commission, conducting criminal business through a network of visits, coded letters, and go-betweens who traveled between Dannemora and the outside world. His hair had grayed, his face had hardened, but his eyes still held the calculating intelligence that had changed American organized crime. "The government wants to make a deal," Lucky said quietly, his voice carrying across the small table with the same authority that had once commanded crime family meetings in Manhattan restaurants. "They need our help with something they cannot handle themselves." Meyer leaned forward slightly, understanding immediately that this conversation would affect not just Lucky's future, but the whole structure of organized crime that they had spent 20 years building outside the prison walls. America was at war with enemies who threatened the homeland itself. Inside those walls, the nation's most sophisticated criminal organization was being asked to serve the country that had imprisoned its leader. Pearl Harbor had changed American society overnight, creating economic opportunities that exceeded even Meyer's optimistic predictions for wartime profiteering. Rationing systems for gasoline, sugar, meat, and rubber had created black markets that operated with the same consumer demand and profit made that had characterized alcohol prohibition. Defense industry contracts worth billions of dollars were being given with wartime urgency that prioritized speed over careful oversight. Most significantly, the government's focus on military production had reduced civilian law enforcement resources, creating operating conditions that favored sophisticated criminal organizations. The Commission's response to these opportunities had been characteristically systematic. Frank Costello coordinated political relationships that protected black market operations from law enforcement interference. Meyer managed financial operations that laundered wartime profits through honest defense contractors and suppliers. Lucky even from prison-provided strategic direction that made sure commission. Families cooperated rather than competed in using wartime conditions. Black market gasoline became their most profitable wartime business. Government rationing limited civilian access to fuel, but defense workers, farmers, and other essential personnel needed gasoline allocations that often exceeded official quotas. The Commission established distribution networks that moved gasoline from military supplies to civilian customers, willing to pay high prices for unrestricted fuel access. The operations were sophisticated and almost undetectable. Gasoline was bought honestly through defense contractors who reported slightly higher consumption than their actual needs. The extra fuel was moved to commission-controlled distribution points, where it was sold to civilian customers at double or triple the official ration price. The profits were laundered through honest businesses that appeared to be benefiting from wartime economic expansion. Meyer's analysis showed that gasoline operations were making more than $15 million every year in gross income, with profit made approaching 60%. More importantly, the operations created relationships with defense industry executives who might prove valuable for future honest business opportunities. Meat rationing proved equally profitable, but needed different operational approaches. Livestock producers in the Midwest were making more beef and pork than government. Buying agents could handle through official channels. Urban consumers in New York, Chicago, and other major cities were desperate for protein sources that rationing made unavailable through normal retail outlets. The Commission established transportation and distribution networks that moved unrationed meat from rural producers to urban markets. The operations needed bribing railroad officials, trucking company executives, and government inspectors. But the profit made justified these expenses while creating political relationships that protected other criminal businesses. Frank's political connections proved invaluable for managing the regulatory challenges associated with wartime black market operations. Government officials who might have investigated suspicious food distribution were convinced that commission operations were actually supporting the war effort by making sure essential workers had access to adequate nutrition. Law enforcement agencies were persuaded that black market investigations would move resources from more important national security concerns. The approach from U.S. Navy intelligence came through go-betweens who understood that direct communication with imprisoned criminals would create political scandals that might hurt national security operations. Commander Charles Radcliffe Haffenden, head of naval intelligence for the 3rd Naval District, had been authorized to explore unusual solutions to security problems that threatened military operations along the eastern seaboard. German U-boats were operating in American coastal waters with intelligence that suggested infiltration of East Coast ports and shipping facilities. Sabotage operations had already damaged several ships and dock facilities. Military intelligence agencies lacked the human sources and operational networks necessary to watch waterfront activities where German agents might be operating. But organized crime controlled those waterfront operations through labor unions, shipping companies, and dock worker organizations that had been entered and corrupted over decades of systematic criminal expansion. The Commission possessed intelligence networks, enforcement capabilities, and operational control that military agencies could not duplicate through conventional intelligence gathering. The proposition was never before seen in American history. The United States Navy was asking the nation's most powerful criminal organization to provide counterintelligence services that would protect military operations from enemy infiltration. In exchange, the government was prepared to offer considerations that might include reduced prison sentences, improved prison conditions, or other accommodations that acknowledge the value of criminal cooperation. Lucky's initial response was cautious, but interested. From his view, cooperation with military intelligence represented an opportunity to show that organized crime could serve national interests when approached with appropriate respect and compensation. The arrangement might also set a pattern for future cooperation between criminal organizations and government agencies. But Lucky also understood that any cooperation with government authorities created risks that might destroy the Commission's independence and effectiveness. Criminal organizations that became too closely associated with government agencies might lose the independence that made them valuable to both honest and dishonest customers. More dangerously, government cooperation might make the Commission open to political changes that could turn allies into enemies. Meyer's analysis of the naval intelligence proposition focused on long-term strategic meanings. Cooperation with military agencies might provide protection from law enforcement prosecution, while building relationships that could benefit the Commission's honest business interests. But cooperation also meant accepting government oversight and direction that might hurt criminal operations. Frank's assessment emphasized political considerations. Successful cooperation with naval intelligence could position the Commission as patriots who had served national security interests during wartime. This reputation might provide protection from post-war law, enforcement activities, and create opportunities for political relationships that would benefit future criminal businesses. The negotiations between Lucky and naval intelligence were conducted through a series of meetings that took place over several months in early 1942. Lucky's bargaining position was stronger than his imprisonment might have suggested. The government needed services that only the Commission could provide, while Lucky needed considerations that only the government could offer. The agreement that emerged was complex and carefully structured to satisfy both parties. Requirements while keeping secrecy that protected everyone involved. Lucky would coordinate Commission assistance for naval intelligence operations along the eastern seaboard. Waterfront unions would provide security services and intelligence gathering that would help identify possible German infiltration attempts. Dock workers and shipping company employees would report suspicious activities to Commission representatives, who would pass information to military intelligence agencies. In exchange, Lucky would receive improved prison conditions, including better food, expanded visiting privileges, and access to telephone communications that would allow him to keep control over Commission operations. More significantly, the government agreed to consider reducing Lucky's sentence in recognition of his wartime service to national security. The arrangement needed extraordinary secrecy. Public revelation that the U.S. Navy was cooperating with organized crime leaders would create political scandals that might damage military morale and provide propaganda opportunities for enemy intelligence services. Congressional investigations into government cooperation with criminals might hurt ongoing military operations and expose intelligence sources that needed protection. Lucky's ability to deliver on his promises was shown within weeks of the agreement. Waterfront security was improved through Commission-controlled unions that implemented identification procedures and background checks that military agencies could not have established independently. Suspicious individuals were identified and reported through networks of dock workers and shipping employees who had been organized by criminal businesses but were now serving national security purposes. Most significantly, the Commission's intelligence networks detected and stopped several German infiltration attempts that might have resulted in significant sabotage damage to military shipping operations. Enemy agents who tried to establish operations in New York and New Jersey ports were identified through waterfront surveillance that combined criminal intelligence gathering with patriotic motivation. Lucky's imprisonment and his cooperation with government agencies created tensions within the Commission that threatened the unity and discipline that had made organized crime cooperation successful. Several crime family leaders saw the naval intelligence arrangement as evidence that Lucky was prioritizing his personal interests over Commission welfare. Vito Genovese, who had fled to Italy in 1937 to avoid prosecution for murder charges, used Lucky's imprisonment to argue that leadership of American organized crime should be transferred to criminals who were available for daily operational management. Genovese's position was that imprisoned leaders could not provide the kind of immediate decision-making that criminal businesses needed. Frank Costello and Albert Anastasia, both powerful figures in Commission operations, began questioning whether Lucky's cooperation with government agencies might hurt other criminal activities. Their concern was that naval intelligence relationships might provide government agencies with access to information about illegal businesses that were unrelated to national security concerns. Meyer's response to these internal tensions was characteristically systematic. He scheduled individual meetings with every significant Commission leader, providing detailed financial analysis that showed how Lucky's continued leadership had benefited their operations. Even during his imprisonment, Commission income had increased every year since Lucky's conviction. Territories had been kept without significant conflicts, and relationships with corrupt government officials had been strengthened rather than weakened. Frank's approach was more diplomatic. He organized commission meetings where concerns about Lucky's leadership could be discussed openly and solved through agreement rather than confrontation. His ability to mediate between competing interests had made him invaluable during territorial fights. And those same skills proved essential for managing internal political conflicts. But both men understood that Lucky's imprisonment was creating power vacuums that ambitious criminals might try to fill through violence or political maneuvering. The commission structure that had prevented warfare between crime families for more than a decade was being tested by circumstances that its founders had not expected. The most serious challenge to Lucky's authority came from Willie Moretti, a New Jersey crime leader who had been one of Lucky's closest friends during the establishment of Commission cooperation. Moretti's position was that Lucky's imprisonment and government cooperation had hurt his ability to protect Commission interests from law enforcement prosecution. Moretti's argument was superficially reasonable. If Lucky was cooperating with naval intelligence, what prevented him from cooperating with other government agencies that were investigating criminal activities? If prison conditions were being improved in exchange for information about waterfront operations, what other information might Lucky be providing to reduce his sentence or improve his situation? The accusation struck at the foundation of criminal loyalty that held the Commission together. Criminal organizations depended on absolute trust between leaders and subordinates. Any suggestion that leaders might cooperate with government agencies threatened to destroy the personal relationships that made cooperative crime family operations possible. Lucky's response to Moretti's challenge was swift and decisive. Rather than defending himself through explanations or justifications, Lucky showed his continued authority through actions that silenced doubts about his commitment to Commission welfare. Moretti was eliminated in October 1943 during what appeared to be a random robbery attempt in New Jersey. The assassination was planned and done with the exactness that characterized all Commission operations. But the political message was clear. Challenges to established authority would be answered with violence regardless of the challenger's previous relationship with Commission leadership. The elimination of Willie Moretti strengthened Lucky's position while showing that imprisonment had not reduced his ability to protect Commission interests through force when necessary. Crime family leaders who might have been considering similar challenges understood that Lucky kept both the intelligence networks and enforcement capabilities necessary to eliminate threats to his authority. Meyer's coordination of the Moretti elimination showed how effectively the Commission could operate even with its primary leader imprisoned. Financial arrangements, personnel coordination, and security measures were handled through networks of trusted friends who could implement complex operations without direct supervision from Lucky himself. Frank's political management of the Moretti situation made sure that law enforcement investigations into the assassination would not hurt Commission operations or reveal the true motives for the elimination. Police officials were convinced that Moretti's death was related to independent criminal activities rather than internal Commission conflicts. The success of the naval intelligence cooperation led to expanded government requests for Commission assistance with military operations that went far beyond waterfront security. In preparation for the D-Day invasion of Normandy, military intelligence agencies needed information about French ports, German defensive positions, and resistance organization activities that conventional intelligence sources could not provide. The Commission's international networks, particularly through Cuban operations and Sicilian family connections, provided access to information sources that government agencies had been unable to develop independently. Criminal organizations that operated across national boundaries and kept communications with European contacts that had survived German occupation and military censorship Lucky's coordination of commission assistance for Normandy. Invasion planning was perhaps his most significant contribution to American wartime success. Information about German troop dispositions, defensive preparations, and supply operations was gathered through criminal networks and provided to military intelligence agencies that used it for operational planning. The irony was not lost on anyone involved. America's most wanted criminals were providing intelligence services that would help make sure the success of military operations designed to defend democratic values and legal institutions that criminal organizations routinely broke. But Lucky's motivation was not simply patriotic. Successful military operations that ended the war quickly would restore normal economic conditions that would benefit commission operations. Extended warfare would continue government restrictions and law enforcement priorities that interfered with criminal businesses. Most importantly, shown loyalty to national security interests during wartime might provide political protection for organized crime operations during peacetime. Meyer's analysis of wartime cooperation emphasized long-term strategic benefits that went beyond immediate considerations of prison conditions or sentence reductions. Commission assistance for military operations was building relationships with government agencies that might prove valuable for future honest business development. Military intelligence officers who worked with criminal organizations during wartime might become corporate executives or government officials who could help legal business opportunities during peacetime. By 1945, Lucky's cooperation with government agencies had achieved everything he had hoped to accomplish. His prison conditions had been improved beyond recognition. Commission operations had continued to prosper under his remote leadership. Relationships with government officials had been built that would provide protection for future criminal businesses. But success had also created obligations that would ultimately cost Lucky everything he had built during 25 years of criminal leadership. The government's gratitude for wartime. Cooperation came with expectations for continued assistance that would be difficult to refuse without hurting the political relationships that protected commission operations. More significantly, Lucky's effectiveness as a commission leader had been shown so convincingly that government officials were reluctant to release him from supervision. That made sure his continued availability for intelligence services. His value as an asset was too great to risk through unconditional freedom that might allow him to resume purely criminal activities. The solution that emerged from post-war negotiations was elegant but devastating. Lucky would be released from prison and have his sentence reduced in recognition of his wartime service to national security. But his release would be conditional on his deportation to Italy and his agreement never to return to the United States without government permission. Lucky's acceptance of deportation represented the ultimate sacrifice of personal interests for commission welfare. He would lose everything he had built in America: his family relationships, his businesses, his political connections, and his position as the most powerful crime leader in American history, in exchange for freedom and the protection of the organization he had created. Meyer and Frank's responses to Lucky's deportation decision reflected their understanding of what his sacrifice meant for commission operations. Meyer would assume responsibility for financial operations and strategic planning that had previously been Lucky's area. Frank would become the primary political representative and public face of organized crime leadership. But both men understood that Lucky's deportation would create a leadership vacuum that might prove impossible to fill. Lucky's unique combination of intelligence, authority, and vision had made commission cooperation possible. His replacement would need similar skills, but would lack the historical relationships and proven confidence that had made Lucky's leadership unquestionable. The deportation ship SS Lavra King departed from Brooklyn's Bush Terminal on a cold winter morning, carrying Lucky Luciano away from the country where he had created the most sophisticated criminal organization in world history. Meyer and Frank stood on the dock, watching the ship disappear into the gray waters of New York Harbor, understanding that they were witnessing the end of an era in American organized crime. Lucky's deportation marked the conclusion of the American phase of the powerful group's partnership, but not the end of their cooperation. International telecommunications and travel would allow continued coordination between Lucky's operations in Italy and Meyer and Frank's activities in America. The commission structure would survive Lucky's deportation and would continue to govern organized crime cooperation according to the principles he had established. But the dynamics of criminal leadership would never be the same. Lucky's authority had been based on shown competence, proven loyalty, and successful innovation that had benefited everyone involved in commission operations. His successors would need to establish their own credibility and authority in an environment that was more competitive and dangerous than anything the commission had previously faced. Meyer's assumption of primary leadership responsibility for commission financial operations represented a fundamental shift in organized crime management. His mathematical expertise and international business experience made him uniquely qualified to coordinate the complex financial relationships that modern criminal businesses needed. But his intellectual approach to leadership was different from Lucky's combination of diplomacy and implied force. Frank's emergence as the political face of organized crime leadership reflected his diplomatic skills and honest business connections. His ability to keep relationships with government officials and honest business leaders made him invaluable for protecting commission operations from law enforcement interference. But his preference for negotiation over confrontation might prove inadequate for managing internal conflicts between ambitious crime family leaders. The ship carrying Lucky toward Exile also carried with it the unified leadership that had made the commission successful for 15 years. What remained was an organization that had proven its durability and effectiveness, but would now need to adapt to leadership structures that none of its founders had expected when they eliminated the old guard bosses in 1931 on the Brooklyn dock. Two men who had started as street criminals in the Lower East Side watched their partner and leader disappear into the Atlantic Ocean. Behind them lay the greatest criminal empire in American history, an organization that controlled illegal businesses worth hundreds of millions of dollars and influenced honest businesses throughout the country. Ahead of them lay challenges that would test whether the commission structure could survive without the man who had created it. The post-war world would bring new opportunities and new threats that would need all the intelligence, cooperation, and innovation that had made the powerful group successful. Lucky Luciano's exile marked the end of one chapter in American organized crime history, but not the end of the story. The commission would continue, Meyer and Frank would adapt, and the principles of cooperation and efficiency that had changed criminal business would survive to influence organized crime for generations to come. In the distance, the SS Lavra King disappeared into the winter horizon, carrying America's greatest crime leader toward an uncertain future in the country of his birth. But the organization he left behind would endure testimony to the power of intelligence, cooperation, and vision to create lasting change, even in the most violent and unpredictable of human businesses. The Mediterranean sun cast long shadows across the terrace of the Grand Hotel Excelsior in Naples as Lucky. Luciano sat reading the morning cables that connected him to an empire he could no longer see, but still commanded with the authority of an exiled king. It was March 1947, 13 months since his deportation from America, and Lucky had changed his exile into something never before seen in criminal history: remote control of organized crime operations that spanned 3 continents. The cables spread across his breakfast table told stories of power and profit that would have been impossible during his years in American prisons. Meyer's reports from Las Vegas described casino construction that would change American gambling. Frank's intelligence from New York detailed political relationships that reached into the highest levels of federal government. Friends in Cuba reported on operations that were making millions of dollars while serving as bridges between American and European criminal businesses. But Exile had also revealed the limits of even the most sophisticated criminal organization. Lucky could coordinate strategy, approve major decisions, and solve fights through telecommunications and trusted go-betweens. What he could not do was provide the kind of immediate personal leadership that had made the Commission successful for 15 years. Distance was forcing the powerful group to operate as 3 separate kingdoms rather than a unified empire. The change of their partnership from direct cooperation to remote coordination had begun even before Lucky's deportation ship reached Italian waters. Meyer and Frank understood that keeping organizational unity across international boundaries would need new ideas in communication, decision-making, and operational management that no criminal organization had ever tried. Lucky's establishment in Naples was less a retirement than a corporate relocation. The Italian government's agreement to accept his deportation had been conditional on his keeping honest business activities and avoiding involvement in local criminal businesses. But no agreement could prevent him from conducting international business through legal channels that happened to serve illegal purposes. His official residence was the Grand Hotel Excelsior, where he occupied a suite that served as both home and office for what appeared to be an import-export consulting business. His staff included secretaries, translators, and business friends who managed communications with partners throughout Europe and the Americas. His daily schedule included meetings with honest businessmen, government officials, and other professionals attracted by his wealth and international connections. The reality beneath this honest appearance was more complex. Lucky's import-export business was actually coordinating drug trafficking operations that connected Turkish opium producers with American distribution networks. His consulting services included strategic advice for criminal organizations throughout Europe that were expanding their operations into American markets. His business meetings were actually commission conferences, conducted through international telecommunications and coded correspondence. The most sophisticated aspect of Lucky's exile operation was his development of what he called the pipeline, a systematic network for moving heroin from Middle Eastern production centers to American street markets. The operation needed coordination between Turkish farmers, Lebanese processing laboratories, Italian shipping companies, and American distribution organizations. Each stage of the operation appeared to be honest international trade, but the total result was a drug trafficking system that made tens of millions of dollars every year. Meyer's financial expertise was crucial for managing the complex money laundering operations that made the pipeline profitable while protecting it from government investigation. Heroin profits were invested in honest European businesses, converted into legal currencies through multiple international transfers, and eventually emerged as clean capital that could be invested in American casino operations or other criminal businesses. Frank's political connections provided protection for the American parts of the pipeline. Customs officials who might have investigated suspicious imports were convinced that certain shipping activities were actually supporting American intelligence operations. Law enforcement agencies that might have pursued drug trafficking investigations were persuaded that international criminal cooperation served national security interests. That came before domestic law enforcement concerns. Meyer's change of Las Vegas from a desert railroad stop into America's gambling capital began with his partnership with Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, a changeable criminal whose vision for luxury casino development matched Meyer's mathematical analysis of gambling profit potential. Siegel's Flamingo Hotel, which opened in December 1946, was designed to show that legal casino gambling could make greater profits than illegal gambling operations, while providing better protection from law enforcement interference. The Flamingo's initial success exceeded even Meyer's optimistic predictions. Within 6 months of opening, the casino was making more than $2 million every year in gross income, with profit made approaching 40%. More importantly, the operation showed that sophisticated casino management could attract wealthy customers who were willing to spend enormous amounts of money on gambling, dining, and entertainment services. But Siegel's management of the Flamingo also revealed problems that threatened the long-term survival of Las Vegas casino operations. Construction costs had exceeded initial budgets by more than $3 million, largely due to Siegel's insistence on luxury features that did not add to gambling incomes. Operational expenses were similarly inflated by Siegel's hiring of expensive entertainment acts and his keeping of personal living standards that reduced casino profitability. More dangerously, Siegel's changeable personality and public lifestyle were attracting media attention that threatened to expose the criminal financing and management behind Las Vegas casino development. His relationship with Virginia Hill, a former prostitute turned money courier, was generating gossip that connected casino operations to organized crime activities. His violent conflicts with casino employees and business partners were creating law enforcement investigations that could hurt other criminal businesses. Meyer's analysis of the Siegel problem was characteristically mathematical. The Flamingo had proven that Las Vegas casino operations could be enormously profitable if managed efficiently. But Siegel's personal problems were creating risks that threatened to destroy not just his own operation, but the whole Las Vegas development strategy that Meyer had imagined as the future of American organized crime. The solution needed eliminating Siegel while keeping the casino operations that he had created. Meyer's approach was to present Siegel's elimination as a business decision rather than a personal conflict. Commission investors in the Flamingo were losing money due to Siegel's mismanagement. His public behavior was attracting government attention that threatened everyone involved in Las Vegas development. His continued leadership of the operation was incompatible with the kind of professional management that sophisticated casino operations needed. Bugsy Siegel's assassination at Virginia Hill's Beverly Hills mansion was done with the exactness that characterized all commission operations. But the political message was more important than the operational details. The killing showed that criminal organizations could eliminate even their most prominent leaders when business interests needed such action. More significantly, it established that Las Vegas casino development would be managed according to business principles rather than personal relationships or emotional considerations. Meyer's immediate taking of control over Flamingo operations showed how effectively the Commission could manage leadership changes in complex businesses. Within days of Siegel's death, new management was in place that reduced operational costs, improved customer service, and increased casino profitability. The change was so smooth that customers and employees barely noticed that the casino's original developer had been eliminated. The success of the post-Siegel Flamingo established the model for Las Vegas casino operations that would control American gambling for the next 2 decades. Professional management focused on maximizing gambling incomes while minimizing operational costs. Entertainment and dining services were designed to attract customers while encouraging gambling activity. Security operations protected both customers and casino assets while keeping the kind of discretion that wealthy gamblers valued. Most importantly, Meyer's Las Vegas operations showed that legal gambling businesses could make criminal-level profits, while providing honest business cover for money laundering and other financial services. Casino incomes could be skimmed before official reporting, providing unreported income that could be invested in other criminal businesses. Casino customers included wealthy individuals whose gambling losses could be structured as loans or business investments that served money laundering purposes. Frank's political connections proved invaluable for protecting Las Vegas operations from government interference. Nevada gaming regulators, who might have investigated casino management, were convinced that professional oversight was making sure fair gambling operations. Federal tax authorities, who might have questioned casino income, reporting, were satisfied that appropriate taxes were being paid on officially reported income. Law enforcement agencies that might have investigated criminal involvement in casino operations were persuaded that regulated gambling was preferable to illegal gambling. That made no tax income. Frank Costello's emergence as the most visible and powerful organized crime leader in America was partly by design and partly by circumstance. Lucky's deportation and Meyer's focus on Las Vegas operations had created a leadership vacuum in New York criminal activities that Frank was uniquely qualified to fill. His diplomatic skills, honest business connections, and political relationships made him the natural choice to serve as the Hun Commission's primary representative in dealing with government agencies and public relations challenges. But Frank's public prominence also reflected his understanding that organized crime's future depended on managing its relationship with honest American society. The days when criminal organizations could operate in complete secrecy were ending forever. Television, investigative journalism, and federal law enforcement agencies were making public awareness of organized crime activities unavoidable. The question was whether criminal organizations could manage that public awareness in ways that protected their essential interests, while satisfying public demands for openness and responsibility. Frank's strategy was to present organized crime as a rational business enterprise that provided services customers wanted, while operating according to understandable rules and limits. His television appearances and congressional testimony were designed to show that criminal leaders were intelligent, reasonable men who could be negotiated with and regulated, rather than simply hunted down and eliminated. His most famous public appearance came during his testimony before the Kefauver Committee in 1951. When television cameras focused on his hands rather than his face at his attorney's request. The image of Frank's expressive gestures became a cultural symbol of organized crime's emergence from the shadows into public consciousness. More importantly, his testimony showed that criminal leaders could engage with honest institutions without hurting their essential interests or authority. Frank's political relationships during this period reached never-before-seen levels of government influence. His connections included senators, federal judges, and executive branch officials who valued his insights into organized crime activities and his ability to prevent violence that might threaten public safety. His honest businesses provided cover for political contributions and social relationships that gave him access to information and influence that purely criminal approaches could never have achieved. The most sophisticated aspect of Frank's political strategy was his development of what he called regulatory capture, the systematic building of relationships with government, officials who were responsible for overseeing criminal justice policies, rather than simply bribing individual officials. Frank created ongoing relationships with people who shaped law enforcement priorities and resource allocation decisions. His influence operated at the level of policy formation rather than simply case-by-case interference with specific investigations. The keeping of commission unity across international boundaries needed new ideas in communication and coordination that pushed the limits of available technology. Lucky's Exile in Italy was 13 time zones away from Meyer's Las Vegas operations and 8 time zones from Frank's New York activities. Coordinating strategic decisions needed planning that accounted for international telecommunications delays, language barriers, and the constant possibility that government agencies were monitoring communications. The solution was a communication system that combined honest international business, correspondence with coded telephone conversations, and face-to-face meetings conducted in neutral locations. Lucky's import-export business provided cover for regular communications with business partners throughout America and Europe. Meyer's casino development activities needed frequent travel that could include stops in European cities, where meetings with Lucky could be disguised as tourism or honest business discussions. Frank's role as the Commission's primary American representative needed him to coordinate between Lucky's international operations and Meyer's Las Vegas activities while managing his own New York businesses. His diplomatic skills were essential for translating between different operational cultures and making sure decisions made through long-distance consultation could be implemented effectively by local managers who might not understand the broader strategic context. Most critical communications involved major strategic decisions that needed agreement among all 3 partners. The expansion into heroin trafficking, the development of Las Vegas casino operations, and the management of federal law enforcement pressure all needed careful consultation and unanimous agreement before implementation. The decision-making process was slower than direct cooperation had been, but it kept the strategic unity that had made the powerful group successful for more than 2 decades. Lucky's attempt to establish operations in Cuba represented his most ambitious effort to get around the restrictions imposed by his Italian exile. In December 1946, he had traveled secretly to Havana under a false passport, hoping to establish Cuban residency that would allow him to coordinate American criminal activities from a location that was geographically closer to his former empire. The Cuban operation was sophisticated and initially successful. Lucky established residence at the Hotel Nacional, the same casino where Meyer had begun developing international operations a decade earlier. His presence in Cuba allowed direct meetings with American crime leaders who could travel to Havana more easily than to Italy. Most importantly, Cuban operations would provide opportunities to coordinate drug trafficking activities more directly with American distribution networks. But Lucky's Cuban residence also created political problems that threatened to hurt all commission operations. American government agencies discovered his presence in Havana and pressured the Cuban government to deport him back to Italy. His breaking of deportation agreements provided federal prosecutors with evidence that could be used to justify increased law enforcement pressure on other commission leaders. Meyer's analysis of the Cuban situation emphasized long-term strategic considerations over short-term operational advantages. Lucky's continued presence in Cuba would eventually be discovered and would provide government agencies with justification for more aggressive investigation of commission activities. His return to Italian exile would keep the political relationships that protected other criminal businesses while keeping his ability to coordinate international operations through honest business channels. Frank's assessment focused on political meanings. Lucky's Cuban adventure was generating media attention that threatened to expose the continued cooperation between deported criminals and American criminal organizations, government officials who had been willing to tolerate. Lucky's Italian exile were less likely to accept his establishment of operations in Western Hemisphere, locations that were seen as threats to American security interests. Lucky's eventual acceptance of permanent Italian exile represented another sacrifice of personal interests for Commission welfare. His return to Naples in February 1947 ended his hopes for closer cooperation with American operations, but it kept the political relationships that protected Meyer's Las Vegas development and Frank's New York activities. The Senate Special Committee to investigate crime in interstate commerce, chaired by Senator Estes Kefauver of Tennessee, represented the most serious government investigation of organized crime in American history. Beginning in 1950, the committee conducted televised hearings that exposed the scope and sophistication of criminal businesses to public attention in ways that changed national understanding of organized crime activities. Frank's preparation for his Kefauver committee testimony reflected his understanding that public relations were as important as legal considerations. His appearance was designed to present organized crime as a rational business enterprise managed by intelligent, reasonable men who could be negotiated with rather than simply eliminated. His testimony acknowledged criminal activities while emphasizing their businesslike character and their response to real consumer demand for illegal services. The impact of Frank's television appearance exceeded everyone's expectations. His composed manner, articulate responses, and obvious intelligence challenged popular stereotypes of criminals as violent, uneducated thugs. Public reaction was complex. Many Americans were disturbed by evidence of organized crime sophistication and political influence. But others were impressed by Frank's dignified presentation and his acknowledgement of responsibility for his actions. Meyer's response to the Kefauver investigation was to speed up the development of Las Vegas operations that would be more difficult for government agencies to investigate and prosecute. Legal casino gambling provided better protection from law enforcement interference than illegal businesses. Even when casino operations included skimming and money laundering activities that were technically criminal, the mathematical exactness of casino operations also made it easier to hide criminal profits within honest gambling incomes. Lucky's reaction from Italian exile was to expand European drug trafficking operations that were completely outside American law enforcement control. His analysis was that increased government pressure on American criminal activities would create opportunities for international operations that could serve American markets while remaining beyond the reach of American prosecutors. The Kefauver Committee's final report documented the existence of a national crime syndicate that operated according to business principles rather than the chaotic gang warfare that had characterized earlier criminal activities. The committee's evidence showed that organized crime had grown into sophisticated businesses that provided illegal services through systematic organization and professional management. The commission meeting scheduled for November 14, 1957, at the rural estate of Joseph Barbara in Appalachian, New York, was intended to be a routine administrative conference to solve territorial fights and coordinate policy decisions. Similar meetings had been conducted regularly for more than 20 years, without attracting significant law enforcement attention. The Appalachian location was chosen specifically because its rural isolation and honest business cover would provide the kind of security that had protected previous commission gatherings. But the Appalachian meeting became a disaster that exposed organized crime to never-before-seen public scrutiny and government investigation. New York State Police Sergeant Edgar Croswell, conducting routine surveillance of Barbara's property, observed an unusual number of expensive automobiles and well-dressed visitors that suggested illegal activity. His decision to establish roadblocks around the estate resulted in the detention and identification of nearly 60 crime leaders from throughout the United States. The political impact of the Appalachian raid was devastating for organized crime's public relations strategy. Television coverage and newspaper reporting provided the American public with undeniable evidence that criminal organizations were operating on a national scale with sophisticated coordination and professional management. The attendance list read like a directory of American organized crime leadership, destroying any possibility of continued public denial that such organizations existed. Frank's absence from the Appalachian meeting probably saved his freedom and possibly his life. His political sophistication had convinced him that large gatherings of crime leaders created unnecessary security risks that outweighed any operational advantages. His preference for bilateral meetings and telecommunications coordination had kept him away from what became the most damaging law enforcement success in organized crime history. Meyer's reaction to the Appalachian disaster was to speed up his change to completely honest business activities. His analysis showed that the public exposure of organized crime leadership would result in sustained federal investigations that would make traditional criminal businesses increasingly dangerous and unprofitable. Las Vegas casino operations provided opportunities to make enormous wealth through legal means that were less open to government prosecution. Lucky's response from Italian exile was characteristically strategic. He understood that Appalachian marked the end of the era when organized crime could operate with relative freedom from government investigation. Future criminal businesses would need to be structured with much greater attention to security, legal protection, and political relationships. The commission system that had worked effectively for 26 years would need fundamental restructuring to survive in an environment of permanent government scrutiny. As 1957 came to a close, the three men who had changed American organized crime found themselves managing separate kingdoms that were connected by history and mutual respect rather than daily operational cooperation. Lucky coordinated international drug trafficking from Italian exile. Meyer built a Las Vegas casino empire that would control American gambling for decades. Frank kept political relationships and honest business operations that provided cover and protection for criminal businesses throughout the Northeast. Each man had achieved wealth and power that exceeded their wildest childhood dreams. Lucky controlled criminal operations that made tens of millions of dollars every year and influenced illegal businesses throughout Europe and the Americas. Meyer's mathematical genius had created gambling operations that would change Las Vegas from a desert town into a major American city. Frank's diplomatic skills had built political relationships that reached into the highest levels of American government. But success had also cost them the unified partnership that had made their achievements possible. Physical separation, different operational priorities, and the constant pressure of government investigation had changed their cooperation from direct collaboration into remote coordination. They remained partners in the broadest sense, but they were no longer the intimate friends who had solved problems. Together in a Lower East Side basement more than 40 years earlier, the Appalachian disaster marked the end of the era when organized crime could operate in relative secrecy while keeping the illusion that criminal organizations were simply ethnic gangs engaged in neighborhood activities. The future would need different strategies, different structures, and different approaches to managing the relationship between criminal businesses and honest American society. Standing in their separate kingdoms, Lucky on his Italian terrace, Meyer in his Las Vegas casino office, Frank in his New York corporate headquarters, three old friends thought about the changes that had changed them from street criminals into the architects of modern American organized crime. Behind them lay the greatest criminal success story in world history. Ahead lay challenges that would test whether their new ideas could survive in an environment where organized crime was a permanent subject of public attention and government investigation. The age of invisible crime was ending. The age of visible crime, managed through sophisticated public relations and political protection, was about to begin. The television screen in Frank Costello's penthouse apartment flickered with grainy images of bearded revolutionaries marching through the streets of Havana, their rifles held high as they celebrated the overthrow of Fulgencio Batista's government. It was January 8, 1959, and Frank was watching the destruction of an empire that had taken 20 years to build and made hundreds of millions of dollars in profits for the Commission's international operations. Meyer Lansky stood beside Frank, his usually composed manner broken by the size of what they were witnessing. The Cuban casinos that Meyer had developed through patient negotiation and enormous investment were being systematically closed by Fidel Castro's revolutionary government. The Hotel Nacional, the Riviera, the Tropicana, representing years of planning and millions of dollars in criminal capital, were now controlled by a government that saw organized crime as a hated symbol of American imperialism to be eliminated without compensation or negotiation. But the loss of Cuba was more than a financial disaster. It represented the collapse of the international network that had allowed the powerful group to operate beyond the reach of American law enforcement while keeping control over American criminal businesses. With Cuban operations eliminated and Lucky confined to Italian exile, the sophisticated global organization they had built was contracting back to its American origins. Just as domestic law enforcement was becoming more aggressive and effective than ever before, the revolution in Cuba was the most visible symbol of changes that were changing the environment in which organized crime operated throughout the world. The comfortable relationships between criminal organizations and cooperative governments were being challenged by new ideas and new leaders who saw corruption as a threat to national independence rather than a tool for economic development. The identification of nearly 60 crime leaders at the Appalachian meeting had provided federal law enforcement agencies with a complete directory of organized crime leadership that changed their investigative capabilities. For the first time in American history, government agents knew who the major criminal figures were, where they lived, how they were connected to each other, and what kinds of businesses they controlled. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover's response to the Appalachian intelligence was to create the first federal task force specifically dedicated to organized crime investigation. The Top Hoodlum program assigned special agents in major cities to conduct systematic surveillance of identified crime leaders while developing intelligence about their business relationships, financial activities, and organizational structures. The program represented a fundamental shift in federal law enforcement priorities. Previous investigations had focused on specific crimes or individual criminals. The new approach treated organized crime as a national security threat that needed the same kind of systematic intelligence gathering and coordinated enforcement that was being applied to communist infiltration and foreign spying activities. Frank's analysis of the new federal approach was disturbing, but characteristically perceptive. The government was no longer treating organized crime as a local law enforcement problem that could be managed through political corruption and control limitations. Federal agencies were developing national strategies that coordinated between local, state, and federal authorities while using sophisticated surveillance techniques that made traditional criminal security measures outdated. Meyer's response was to speed up his change into completely honest business activities. His Las Vegas casino operations provided the perfect cover for this. Transformation, because casino gambling was legal in Nevada and casino management needed exactly the kinds of skills that had made him successful in illegal businesses: his mathematical expertise, financial management capabilities, and understanding of human psychology were as valuable for legal gambling as they had been for criminal operations. But Meyer also understood that legitimacy was a gradual process that needed careful management of his relationships with people who knew about his criminal background. Casino regulators, business partners, and government officials needed to be convinced that his current activities were completely legal. Even if his historical activities had been criminal, the transformation needed not just changing his behavior, but changing his public image and reputation. Lucky's coordination of the post-Appalachian damage control from Italian Exile showed his continued importance to commission operations, despite his physical separation from American criminal activities. His analysis of the situation was that the Appalachian exposure would result in permanent changes to law enforcement, capabilities that would need fundamental restructuring of criminal organizations. The most important change would be the need to separate criminal activities so that the arrest or elimination of individual leaders would not hurt whole organizations. The old system of centralized decision-making and personal relationships would need to be replaced by cell structures and indirect communication systems that could survive intensive government investigation. Senator John McClellan's Select Committee on Improper Activities in Labor and Management represented an even more serious threat to organized crime than the Kefauver Committee had been. McClellan's investigation focused specifically on the entering of labor unions by criminal organizations, an area where the Commission's activities were most open to exposure and prosecution. The committee's chief counsel was Robert F. Kennedy, a young attorney whose aggressive questioning and prosecutorial instincts made him particularly dangerous to criminal organizations that had become used to dealing with more diplomatic government officials. Kennedy's approach was to treat organized crime as an enemy to be destroyed, rather than a social problem to be managed through regulation or accommodation. Frank's preparation for McClellan Committee testimony was more complex than his earlier appearances before the Kefauver Committee. The political environment had changed dramatically since 1951. Public opinion was less tolerant of organized crime activities, and government officials were less willing to accept the kind of reasonable explanations that had been sufficient during earlier investigations. More dangerously, the McClellan Committee had developed specific evidence about Commission involvement in labor racketeering that made simple denial impossible. The committee possessed financial records, wiretapped conversations, and testimony from cooperative witnesses that documented systematic criminal entering of unions representing hundreds of thousands of workers. Frank's testimony before the McClellan Committee in 1957 marked the beginning of his decline as the public face of organized crime. His health was getting worse under the stress of constant government investigation, and his diplomatic skills were less effective against prosecutors, who saw cooperation as evidence of guilt rather than good faith efforts at accommodation. The committee's final report documented the existence of a national criminal conspiracy that had entered labor unions, corrupted government officials, and systematically used honest businesses for illegal profit. The report's recommendations included new federal legislation specifically designed to combat organized crime and expanded investigative authority for federal law enforcement agencies. Robert Kennedy's appointment as Attorney General in his brother's administration in January 1961 marked the beginning of the most sustained and effective government campaign against organized crime in American history. Kennedy brought to the Justice Department the same aggressive prosecutorial approach that had made him effective as a congressional investigator. But now he had the resources and authority of federal law enforcement agencies to support his efforts. Kennedy's strategy was to treat organized crime as a national emergency that needed extraordinary measures and unlimited resources. He expanded the Justice Department's organized crime and racketeering section, increased coordination between federal agencies, and developed new investigative techniques that used electronic surveillance, financial analysis, and systematic intelligence gathering. Most importantly, Kennedy made organized crime investigation a personal priority that received direct attention from the Attorney General himself. Previous law enforcement efforts had been given to lower officials who lacked the political authority necessary to overcome bureaucratic obstacles and control limitations. Kennedy's personal involvement made sure that organized crime cases received priority treatment and maximum resources. Meyer's analysis of the Robert Kennedy threat was mathematically exact. The new administration was committing resources to organized crime investigation that exceeded anything criminal organizations could afford for defensive measures. The government's advantages in personnel, technology, and legal authority were so overwhelming that traditional approaches to avoiding prosecution would be inadequate. His response was to develop what he called defensive legitimacy, the systematic creation of legal business activities that could provide alternative explanations for wealth and activity that might otherwise appear criminal. Casino operations were perfect for this purpose because they made enormous legal income while providing cover for financial transactions that served money laundering purposes. Frank's reaction to Kennedy's appointment was more personal and more dangerous. His previous success in managing government relationships had been based on his ability to find mutual interests and cooperative solutions that satisfied both criminal and honest concerns. Kennedy's approach made cooperation impossible because he saw any accommodation with organized crime as a betrayal of law enforcement responsibilities. The resulting conflict between Frank and Kennedy became intensely personal, with Kennedy treating Frank as a symbol of everything that was wrong with American tolerance for organized crime, while Frank saw Kennedy as a privileged politician who was using criminal investigations to advance his own career ambitions. The loss of Cuban casino operations represented more than a financial disaster for Meyer. It was a personal betrayal that showed the openness of even the most sophisticated criminal businesses to political changes beyond their control. Meyer had invested more than 20 years and tens of millions of dollars in developing Cuban operations that he had believed were protected by government relationships and international law. Batista's exile in January 1959 eliminated the political protection that had made Cuban casino operations possible. Castro's revolutionary government saw the casinos as symbols of American economic imperialism and organized crime corruption that needed to be eliminated to establish Cuban independence and moral authority. Meyer's attempts to negotiate with the new Cuban government were unsuccessful and possibly dangerous. Castro's representatives made it clear that no compensation would be provided for casino investments, and that continued attempts to keep Cuban operations would be treated as counter-revolutionary activities subject to criminal prosecution. The mathematical exactness that had made Meyer successful in criminal businesses was useless for dealing with revolutionary ideas that rejected the profit motives and business relationships that had governed his previous international operations. Castro's revolution represented a complete rejection of the economic and political assumptions that had made Commission international expansion possible. Frank's assessment of the Cuban situation emphasized the broader meanings for Commission operations. The loss of Cuba showed that criminal organizations were open to political changes that could eliminate their investments and operations without warning or compensation. The international expansion that had seemed like protection from American law enforcement had actually created new openness that domestic operations did not face. Lucky's reaction from Italian exile was characteristically strategic. He understood that the Cuban Revolution was part of broader international changes that were making traditional criminal operations more difficult throughout the world. Cold War tensions were making governments more suspicious of international business activities that might serve intelligence purposes. Nationalist movements were challenging the kind of economic relationships that had allowed criminal organizations to operate across national boundaries. The development of sophisticated surveillance technology was changing law enforcement capabilities in ways that made traditional criminal security measures outdated. Electronic listening devices could monitor conversations in locations that criminals had believed were secure. Financial analysis software could trace money flows through complex banking relationships. Photographic and communication surveillance could document criminal activities without needing human informants who might be unreliable or compromised. Meyer's understanding of mathematics made him particularly aware of how technology was changing the odds against criminal success. The probability of avoiding detection had been manageable when law enforcement capabilities were limited to human investigation and traditional police work. Electronic surveillance and computer analysis created mathematical advantages for law enforcement that were difficult for criminal organizations to overcome through traditional defensive measures. Meyer's response was to develop counter-surveillance techniques that used his understanding of technology to identify and defeat electronic monitoring. His Las Vegas operations employed electronic detection equipment to identify listening devices, used secure communication systems that were resistant to interception, and implemented security procedures that minimized the kind of document evidence that government investigators could analyze through computer systems. Frank's approach to the technology challenge was more traditional. His political relationships provided access to information about planned surveillance operations, allowing him to adjust his behavior and activities to avoid electronic monitoring. His understanding of government bureaucracy enabled him to identify and use weaknesses in federal investigation procedures that could be used to defeat even sophisticated surveillance efforts. But both men understood that technology was creating permanent changes to the law enforcement environment that would need constant adaptation and innovation. The days when criminal organizations could operate with confidence that their activities would remain undetected were ending forever. The intensified government pressure was creating internal tensions within the commission that threatened the organizational unity that had made cooperative crime family operations successful for more than 20 years. Individual crime leaders were being arrested, investigated, and prosecuted with never-before-seen frequency and severity. The pressure was creating reasons for cooperation with government authorities that challenged traditional criminal loyalty and discipline. The most serious threat came from lower-level criminals who were being offered reduced sentences in exchange for testimony about commission operations. Government prosecutors were developing systematic programs to identify possible witnesses and provide them with reasons to cooperate that exceeded anything criminal organizations could offer to keep their silence. Joseph Valucai's decision to cooperate with federal authorities represented the most damaging defection in organized crime history. Valachi had been a soldier in the Genovese family with detailed knowledge of commission operations, criminal activities, and organizational structures. His testimony before the McClellan Committee provided government investigators with the most complete insider account of organized crime activities ever obtained. Meyer's analysis of the Valachi situation emphasized the mathematical meanings of systematic government efforts to develop criminal informants. The probability that someone within any criminal organization would eventually cooperate with authorities approached statistical certainty as the number of arrests and prosecutions increased. Criminal organizations would need to restructure their operations to limit the damage that individual defections could cause. Frank's response to increasing defections was to speed up his change to honest business activities that could not be hurt by informant testimony. His political relationships and business investments provided alternative sources of income and influence that were not dependent on traditional criminal businesses that needed secrecy and loyalty from subordinates. Lucky's coordination of anti-informant measures from Italian exile showed his continued importance to commission security operations. His analysis was that the traditional approach of eliminating informants through violence was becoming counterproductive because it attracted additional government attention and provided prosecutors with evidence of obstruction of justice that could be used for additional prosecutions. The intensified government pressure was taking a personal toll on the powerful group that went beyond their criminal businesses to their family relationships and personal health. The constant stress of investigation, surveillance, and prosecution was affecting their ability to keep normal human relationships and enjoy the wealth and success they had achieved through decades of criminal innovation. Frank's marriage to Loretta was getting worse under the pressure of constant government attention and media coverage. His children were being bothered at school by classmates who had seen their father's criminal activities discussed on television and in newspapers. His honest business activities were being investigated and regulated with an intensity that made normal commercial operations difficult or impossible. His health was also getting worse under the stress of constant legal and financial pressure. Heart problems that had first appeared during the McClellan Committee hearings were becoming more serious and frequent. His doctors were recommending rest and reduced activity that were incompatible with the kind of active management that criminal businesses needed. Meyer's family was experiencing similar pressures, but his more secretive approach to criminal activities provided some protection from the public tension that was destroying Frank's personal life. His wife Anna and their children could keep relatively normal lives because Meyer's role in organized crime was less visible and less well documented than Frank's public prominence. But Meyer's financial activities were being investigated with sophisticated techniques that threatened to expose the complex money laundering operations that had made his wealth possible. Government accountants and financial investigators were tracing transactions through multiple banks and controls in ways that revealed patterns of activity that had previously been invisible to law enforcement. Lucky's isolation in Italian exile was becoming more complete as government pressure made it dangerous for American friends to keep contact with him. His ability to coordinate commission activities was being hurt by communication difficulties and security concerns that made trusted go-betweens reluctant to serve as connections between Italian operations and American criminal businesses. Vito Genovese's return to the United States in 1945 and his subsequent efforts to assume leadership of the commission created additional internal tensions that complicated the powerful group's efforts to manage government pressure. Genovese represented traditional Italian criminal approaches that emphasized violence and ethnic loyalty over the business-oriented cooperation that had made the commission successful. His challenge to commission leadership was partly personal. He resented the authority that Lucky, Meyer, and Frank had established during his absence, and partly ideological. Genovese believed that organized crime should return to traditional methods that emphasized territorial control and absolute authority rather than the diplomatic cooperation, and shared decision-making that characterized commission operations. The conflict between Genovese and the commission leadership became increasingly dangerous as government pressure made it difficult to solve fights through the usual methods of negotiation and compromise. Genovese's violent approach to criminal management was attracting exactly the kind of law enforcement attention that the Commission had been trying to avoid through professional and businesslike operations. Meyer's analysis of the Genovese problem was that internal conflicts were becoming more dangerous than government investigations because they created opportunities for law enforcement agencies to use divisions within organized crime leadership. The solution needed eliminating Genovese while avoiding the kind of violence that would attract additional government attention. The resolution came through a sophisticated frame operation that resulted in Genovese's conviction on drug trafficking charges in 1959. Government prosecutors were provided with evidence that appeared to show Genovese's involvement in narcotics operations evidence that had been carefully constructed to make sure his conviction while protecting the real sources of the information. By the beginning of 1962, the powerful group found themselves managing an empire under attack from government authorities, revolutionary governments, and internal conflicts that threatened to destroy everything they had built over 40 years of criminal innovation. The comfortable certainties that had governed organized crime operations for decades were disappearing, replaced by an environment of constant threat and continuous adaptation. Frank's decision to retire from active criminal operations was formalized in early 1962 when he announced his intention to focus entirely on honest business activities. His health problems and legal difficulties made continued involvement in commission activities too dangerous for both himself and the organization. His retirement marked the end of the most successful criminal diplomatic career in American history. Meyer's change into a completely honest businessman was nearly complete by 1962. His Las Vegas casino operations provided legal income and social respectability that made criminal activities unnecessary and counterproductive. His mathematical skills and financial expertise were as valuable for legal gambling as they had been for illegal businesses, but now they could be applied without the risks and complications that criminal activities created. Lucky's coordination of international operations from Italian exile continued, but his influence over American criminal activities was decreasing as government pressure made communication and coordination increasingly difficult and dangerous. His role was changing from active leadership to advisory consultation for criminal leaders who were dealing with challenges that had not existed when the commission was established. The empire they had built was not destroyed, but it was fundamentally changed by the pressures and opportunities of the early 1960s. The systematic cooperative approach to criminal business that had changed American organized crime remained influential, but it needed to be adapted to an environment where government surveillance was constant, public attention was permanent, and international operations were increasingly difficult. Standing in their separate worlds, Frank in his Manhattan penthouse, Meyer in his Las Vegas casino office, Lucky on his Italian terrace, three old friends thought about the changes that had changed American organized crime from an invisible conspiracy into a permanent subject of public fascination and government investigation. Behind them lay the most successful criminal partnership in world history. Ahead lay the challenge of preserving what they could of their achievements while adapting to a world where the rules of criminal business were being rewritten by forces beyond their control. The age of invisible organized crime was ending forever. The age of visible, regulated, and systematically investigated criminal business was beginning. Whether their new ideas could survive this transformation would determine not just their own futures, but the future structure of organized crime in America and throughout the world. The telephone call came to Meyer Lansky's Las Vegas office at 3:17 1000 Pacific Time on January 26, 1962, delivered in the measured tones of an international operator connecting Naples, Italy, with the American desert. The voice on the other end belonged to a doctor at Ospedale Cardarelli, who spoke careful English as he explained that Salvatore, Lucania the man the world had, known as Lucky Luciano, had collapsed of a heart attack at Naples airport and died before reaching the hospital. Meyer listened to the medical details with the same analytical exactness he had applied to mathematical calculations for 40 years. But his mind was processing something far more significant than the clinical cause of death. At 64, Lucky had been more than a partner or a friend. He had been the visionary whose intelligence and ambition had changed three immigrant street kids into the architects of modern American organized crime. As Meyer hung up the international call, he understood that he was now the sole surviving member of the powerful group that had changed criminal business in America. Frank Costello was alive, but increasingly weak, his health getting worse under the accumulated stress of decades of government investigation and public exposure. Lucky's death marked the end of the generation that had eliminated the mustache beats, established the commission, and created the cooperative systems that had governed organized crime for more than 30 years. But Lucky's death also represented something more complex than simple mortality. It symbolized the conclusion of an era when individual leaders could shape the whole structure of criminal organization through personal vision and strategic innovation. The world of the 1960s was creating criminal businesses that were more systematic, more technological, and more bureaucratic than anything the powerful group had imagined when they first began solving problems in a Lower East Side basement. The funeral arrangements for Lucky Luciano became a diplomatic challenge. That showed both the international scope of the criminal organization he had created and the political sensitivity that surrounded organized crime activities in the post-Appalachian environment. Italian authorities wanted to avoid creating a public spectacle that might attract unwanted attention from American law enforcement agencies. American officials were monitoring the situation to identify criminal leaders who might attend the funeral services. Lucky's funeral in Naples on January 29, 1962, was a paradox of public ceremony and private grief that reflected the complex position organized crime had achieved in modern society. Officially, the service was for Salvatore Lucania, an honest businessman who had been living quietly in Italian exile since his deportation from America in early 1946. Unofficially, everyone understood they were witnessing the burial of the most influential criminal leader in world history. The attendance list read like a directory of international organized crime, though most mourners were identified in newspaper reports as businessmen and friends whose specific relationships to the deceased were diplomatically unexplored. Representatives from crime families throughout America had traveled to Naples. Despite the obvious risks of government surveillance and identification, European criminal leaders who had worked with Lucky's international operations were present, along with honest businessmen whose businesses had benefited from his political connections and financial expertise. Meyer's absence from the funeral was notable and strategically necessary. His attendance would have created exactly the kind of international criminal gathering that government agencies were hoping to document and investigate. Instead, he honored Lucky's memory through private ceremonies in Las Vegas and through financial arrangements. That made sure Lucky's family was protected. and provided for according to the standards that his position in organized crime had established. Frank's decision not to attend Naples' funeral reflected both his getting worse health and his understanding that public association with Lucky's memory would create additional legal and political problems that his honest business activities could not afford. His private mourning was conducted through go-betweens, who represented him at memorial services, and through personal messages to Lucky's family that acknowledged their decades of partnership and friendship. The media coverage of Lucky's death was extensive and revealing. Newspaper obituaries described him as a reputed crime boss whose deportation had ended his influence over American criminal activities. But the reporting also acknowledged that his innovations in criminal organization had influenced illegal businesses throughout the world, and that his death marked the end of an era in American organized crime history. Joseph Wallachie's decision to cooperate with federal authorities represented the most damaging break of organized crime secrecy in American history. Wallachie had been a soldier in the Genovese family with detailed knowledge of commission operations, criminal activities, and organizational structures that had never been revealed to outsiders. His testimony before the McClellan Committee in September 1963 provided the American public with the most complete insider account of organized crime activities ever obtained. Wallachie's revelations were devastating, not because they exposed specific crimes. Most of his testimony dealt with activities that had occurred years or decades earlier, but because they confirmed the existence and sophistication of the criminal organization that the powerful group had created. For the first time, the American public learned about La Cosa Nostra, the commission structure, and the systematic cooperation between crime families that had made organized criminal business possible. Meyer watched Wallachie's televised testimony from his Las Vegas casino office, analyzing each revelation for its impact on current operations and future security measures. Wallachie's knowledge was extensive, but not complete. His position as a low-level soldier had given him detailed information about specific criminal activities, but limited insight into the financial and political relationships that were most crucial to commission operations. More disturbing than the specific revelations was the pattern that Wallachie's cooperation established. If a lifetime criminal with blood oaths and family loyalties could be convinced to testify against organized crime, then no criminal organization could consider its secrets permanently protected. The mathematical probability that someone within any criminal business would eventually cooperate with authorities approached statistical certainty as government pressure and reward programs expanded. Frank's reaction to the Wallachie testimony was more personal and more painful. He had known Wallachie for decades, had trusted him with information about commission activities, and had considered him a reliable friend whose loyalty could be counted upon. Wallachie's betrayal represented not just a security break, but a fundamental breakdown of the personal relationships that had made cooperative criminal business possible. The political impact of Wallachie's testimony went far beyond its immediate revelations about organized crime activities. His cooperation provided government prosecutors with a model for developing additional criminal informants and with insights into investigative approaches that could be used to enter other criminal organizations. His success in the witness protection program showed that even lifetime criminals could be convinced to abandon their former associations in exchange for government protection and financial support. By the mid-1960s, the criminal scene that had been shaped by the powerful group's innovations was being changed by a new generation of criminals whose approaches to illegal business reflected different social conditions, different technological capabilities, and different relationships with honest American society. The younger criminals who were assuming leadership positions in organized crime had grown up in a world where criminal activities were permanently visible to government investigation and public scrutiny, unlike the powerful group who had operated in relative secrecy for decades before being exposed by the Appalachian Meeting and subsequent investigations. The new generation had never experienced the luxury of invisible criminal operations. Their adaptations to permanent visibility were sophisticated, but fundamentally different from the approaches that had made the Commission successful. Instead of seeking to avoid government attention, they developed strategies for managing and manipulating that attention. Instead of keeping strict secrecy about criminal activities, they created public personas that acknowledged criminal reputations while keeping legal separation from specific illegal businesses. Meyer's analysis of the generational change emphasized the mathematical and technological changes that were making traditional criminal approaches outdated. Computer systems were enabling government agencies to analyze financial transactions and communication patterns in ways that revealed criminal activities, even when individual parts appeared honest. Electronic surveillance technology was making private conversations accessible to law enforcement regardless of the security precautions that criminals employed. The new generation's response was to accept these technological changes rather than simply defending against them. Younger criminals were using computers for their own financial management and communication systems. They were employing counter-surveillance technology that was as sophisticated as anything available to government agencies. Most significantly, they were structuring their operations to use the same legal and bureaucratic complexities that made government investigation difficult. Frank's view on the generational changes was more philosophical and more sad. He had spent decades building relationships with government officials who saw organized crime as a social problem that could be managed through accommodation and regulation. The new generation was dealing with law enforcement agencies that treated criminal organization as an enemy to be destroyed rather than a phenomenon to be controlled. The result was an increase of conflict between criminal organizations and government, authorities that served neither side's ultimate interests. Criminals were spending increasing resources on security, measures, and legal defense that reduced their profits and effectiveness. Government agencies were devoting enormous resources to investigations and prosecutions that achieved symbolic victories while failing to eliminate the underlying consumer demand for illegal services. Frank Costello's gradual withdrawal from active criminal leadership during the 1960s was both a personal response to getting worse health and a strategic adaptation to changing enforcement conditions that made his traditional approaches to criminal management increasingly dangerous and ineffective. His heart problems, which had first appeared during the stressful period of the McClellan Committee hearings, were becoming more frequent and severe. His doctors were recommending reduced activity and stress management that were incompatible with the kind of active leadership that criminal businesses needed. At 70, he lacked the energy and stamina necessary to manage the complex negotiations and constant security measures that organized crime leadership demanded. But Frank's withdrawal was also a rational response to enforcement conditions that made his particular skills less valuable than they had been during the Commission's early decades. His diplomatic abilities and political connections had been most effective when government officials were willing to negotiate with criminal leaders and when law enforcement agencies operated according to predictable procedures that could be influenced through corruption and personal relationships. The Kennedy administration's approach to organized crime had made such accommodation impossible. Robert Kennedy's Justice Department treated any cooperation with criminal leaders as corruption that needed to be eliminated rather than managed. Federal law enforcement agencies were using investigative techniques that made traditional political protection ineffective, even when it could be obtained. Frank's decision to focus on honest business activities was made easier by the wealth and political connections he had accumulated during decades of criminal leadership. His investments in real estate, entertainment businesses, and financial services provided legal income that exceeded what most Americans earned through conventional employment. His political relationships, while no longer useful for protecting criminal activities, remained valuable for advancing honest business interests. The transformation was not seamless or complete. Frank's criminal reputation made some business relationships impossible and attracted regulatory attention that complicated even obviously honest businesses. Government agencies continued to investigate his activities with an intensity that assumed criminal motives behind legal business decisions. Media coverage continued to identify him as a reputed crime boss whose current activities were necessarily suspicious, regardless of their apparent legitimacy. Meyer Lansky's survival as an active criminal leader into the 1970s represented the most successful adaptation to changing enforcement conditions achieved by any member of his generation. His ability to keep profitable criminal operations while avoiding prosecution or serious legal consequences showed the continued survival of intelligence-based approaches to criminal organization. His success was based on several factors that distinguished him from other crime leaders who were eliminated or neutralized by government pressure. His mathematical expertise enabled him to understand and use the statistical and technological aspects of modern law enforcement better than criminals, who relied solely on traditional approaches. His international experience provided him with operational alternatives and financial resources that were beyond the reach of domestic law enforcement agencies. Most importantly, his preference for indirect control and minimal public exposure had protected him from the kind of personal identification and targeted investigation that destroyed other criminal leaders. Meyer's Las Vegas operations had grown into a model of criminal business that was perfectly adapted to conditions of permanent government scrutiny. Casino gambling was legal in Nevada, providing honest cover for activities that would have been obviously criminal in other controls. Casino operations made enormous amounts of cash that could be moved for criminal purposes without creating the kind of document evidence that government investigators could easily analyze. Casino customers included wealthy individuals whose gambling losses could be structured as loans or investments that served money laundering purposes. The mathematical exactness of casino operations also made them ideal vehicles for financial crimes that were difficult to detect through conventional auditing procedures. Gambling incomes could be skimmed before official reporting, providing unreported income that could be invested in other criminal businesses. Casino odds could be adjusted to make sure specific outcomes for particular customers whose losses or winnings serve strategic purposes. Most importantly, the complex financial relationships inherent in casino operations created honest explanations for transactions and associations that might otherwise appear suspicious to government investigators. Meyer's international operations had also adapted successfully to changing enforcement conditions. His financial expertise was valued by honest businessmen and government officials throughout the Caribbean and Latin America, who needed the kind of complex financial services that traditional banks could not or would not provide. His political connections, built through decades of strategic relationship building, provided him with early intelligence about government investigations and policy changes that might affect his operations. Frank Costello's massive heart attack on February 18, 1972, marked the definite end of his active involvement in organized crime and the conclusion of the most successful criminal diplomatic career in American history. The attack occurred at his Manhattan apartment, where he was found unconscious by his housekeeper and rushed to Roosevelt Hospital in critical condition. Meyer received word of Frank's heart attack while attending a business meeting at the Flamingo Hotel in Las Vegas. His immediate response was to coordinate medical care and security arrangements. That would make sure Frank received the best possible treatment while protecting him from government agents who might try to use his hospitalization as an opportunity for interrogation or investigation. The irony of Frank's situation was that his heart attack probably saved him from prosecution that had been planned by federal authorities who were preparing racketeering charges based on evidence developed through years of intensive investigation. His hospitalization and subsequent medical retirement made prosecution politically difficult and strategically pointless, since his elimination from active criminal leadership achieved the government's primary objective without the expense and uncertainty of a criminal trial. Frank's recovery was slow and incomplete. The damage to his heart was severe enough to need permanent lifestyle changes that made any return to criminal leadership impossible. His doctors recommended complete retirement from business activities and stress management that was incompatible with even honest business operations that needed active decision-making and responsibility. His final years were spent in semi-retirement at his Long Island estate, where he kept social relationships with honest businessmen and former friends while avoiding any activities that might be understood as continued involvement in criminal businesses. His conversations with visitors often turned to philosophical reflections on the choices he had made and the changes he had witnessed during his lifetime in organized crime. Meyer's emergence as the sole surviving active member of the powerful group by the early 1970s was both a personal triumph and a professional burden that needed him to manage responsibilities that had previously been shared among three partners with complementary skills and views. His mathematical expertise, which had always been his greatest strength, became even more crucial as criminal operations became increasingly complex and government investigation became more sophisticated. The ability to analyze financial transactions, calculate risks and probabilities, and manage complex international operations was more valuable in the 1970s than it had been in the 1920s, when criminal businesses were simpler and law enforcement capabilities were more limited. But Meyer also understood that his survival represented more than individual success. It showed the continued survival of the organizational principles and cooperative approaches that the powerful group had developed over decades of criminal innovation. The commission structure continued to govern organized crime cooperation according to principles that Lucky, Frank, and Meyer had established in the 1930s. The emphasis on business-like operations, diplomatic conflict resolution, and systematic coordination remained influential among criminal organizations throughout America and internationally. Meyer's reflections on the powerful group's legacy were complex and sometimes contradictory. On one hand, he took pride in the organizational innovations and financial success that had raised organized crime from chaotic gang warfare to sophisticated criminal business. The mathematical exactness, strategic planning, and cooperative relationships that characterized modern organized crime were direct results of innovations that he and his partners had developed and implemented. On the other hand, Meyer was aware that success had come at enormous personal costs. They were difficult to justify through purely rational analysis. Lucky had died in exile, separated from the country and the criminal organization he had created. Frank had spent his final years as a semi-invalid, whose health had been destroyed by the stress of constant government investigation. Meyer himself had achieved wealth and influence that exceeded his childhood dreams, but at the cost of relationships and experiences that normal life would have provided. By the mid-1970s, the criminal organization that had emerged from the powerful group's innovations was adapting to social and technological changes that none of its founders could have expected. Drug trafficking had become the dominant source of illegal profits, making incomes that exceeded anything achieved during Prohibition, while creating enforcement challenges that government agencies struggled to manage effectively. The new criminal businesses were more international, more violent, and less predictable than the systematic operations that had characterized organized crime during the Commission's early decades. Younger criminals were less committed to the diplomatic approaches and cooperative relationships that had made the Commission successful. They were more willing to use violence as a business tool and more likely to pursue short-term profits at the expense of long-term organizational stability. Meyer's analysis of these changes was characteristically mathematical and strategic. He understood that the principles underlying successful criminal organization systematic planning, risk management, cooperative relationships, and adaptation to changing conditions remained valid, regardless of specific changes in illegal businesses or enforcement methods. But he also recognized that the specific applications of these principles needed to keep changing continuously to remain effective. His own operations had already adapted to emphasize legal businesses that provided better protection from government investigation while keeping the financial and political relationships that made criminal activities profitable. When pursued selectively and carefully, the lesson of the powerful group's experience was not that organized crime was impossible under modern conditions, but that it needed constant innovation and adaptation to remain successful. Meyer Lansky stood alone in his Las Vegas casino office on a cold December evening, reviewing financial reports that documented another year of profitable operations in businesses that went from Nevada gambling to Caribbean banking to international investment consulting. At 70, he was the last surviving member of the partnership that had changed American organized crime and created organizational structures that continued to influence illegal businesses throughout the world. The photographs on his desk showed 3 young men who had started as street criminals in the Lower East Side and had ended as the most successful criminal partnership in world history. Lucky's photograph was from his last years in Italian exile, showing the intelligence and determination that had made him the most influential criminal leader of his generation. Frank's photograph was from his prime years as the Commission's primary political representative, capturing the diplomatic skills and sophisticated understanding that had made organized crime cooperation possible. The mathematical exactness that had been Meyer's greatest strength throughout his criminal career enabled him to calculate exactly what the powerful group had accomplished. They had changed American organized crime from chaotic gang warfare into systematic criminal business. They had created cooperative relationships that had prevented destructive conflicts while maximizing profits for everyone involved. They had adapted to every major change in law enforcement capabilities, political conditions, and social attitudes while keeping organizational continuity and effectiveness. But mathematics could not capture the full meaning of what they had achieved or the costs that success had needed. They had created something never before seen in criminal history, a partnership based on mutual respect, shared vision, and complementary skills that had survived and prospered for more than 40 years, despite constant pressures and challenges that would have destroyed ordinary criminal relationships. Their legacy was not just the money they had earned or the power they had accumulated, but the demonstration that intelligence, cooperation, and strategic thinking could triumph over violence, chaos, and short-term thinking, even in the most competitive and dangerous of human businesses. Standing in his casino office overlooking the desert city that he had helped create, Meyer understood that he was the keeper of a tradition that would survive his own mortality. The principles that had made the powerful group successful: systematic planning, cooperative relationships, adaptation to changing conditions, and the patient application of intelligence to complex problems, would continue to influence human organizations long after the specific criminal businesses they had created were historical memories. The age of the powerful group was ending with Meyer's approaching retirement. But the age of systematic criminal organization would continue indefinitely. 3 immigrant children from the Lower East Side had changed the world, and their changes would endure. The LL flight to Tel Aviv lifted off from Miami International Airport on July 4, 1970, carrying among its passengers a slight gray-haired man traveling under his birth name of Meyer Lansky. To fellow passengers, he appeared to be simply another elderly Jewish American making aliyah to Israel under the law of return. To the FBI agents who had been monitoring his movements for decades, his departure represented the possible escape of America's most elusive crime leader from a legal net that had been tightening around him for years. Meyer Lansky, for that was the name by which history would remember him, gazed down at the Florida coastline disappearing beneath the aircraft and thought about the irony of his situation. At 68, he was the last surviving architect of modern American organized crime, the mathematical genius who had changed criminal business from chaotic gang warfare into systematic business operations. Yet he was fleeing to Israel like any ordinary criminal seeking sanctuary from American justice. Meyer's flight was not an admission of defeat so much as a strategic calculation based on the same analytical exactness that had guided his decisions for more than half a century. The United States government was preparing tax evasion charges that represented a new and possibly more dangerous approach to prosecuting organized crime leaders. Instead of trying to prove specific criminal acts, federal prosecutors were using financial analysis to show that his lifestyle exceeded his reported honest income. For a man whose reputation had been built on mathematical exactness and meticulous record-keeping, the irony was profound. The mob's accountant, as the press had dubbed him, was possibly going to be destroyed by accounting. The Israeli plan represented Meyer's most bold attempt to apply the same strategic thinking that had made the powerful group successful to his personal survival in an environment where traditional criminal defense strategies were proving inadequate against sophisticated federal prosecution techniques. Israel in 1970 was a young nation still defining its relationship with Jewish communities throughout the world and its obligations under the law of return, which gave automatic citizenship to any Jew seeking to immigrate to the homeland. Meyer's application for Israeli citizenship was technically honest. He was a Jewish immigrant to America whose religious and ethnic background clearly qualified him for citizenship under Israeli law. But his arrival in Israel created immediate diplomatic complications that showed how completely his criminal reputation had gone beyond national boundaries. American government officials made it clear that they saw Meyer's Israeli residence as an attempt to avoid prosecution rather than genuine religious motivation. Israeli officials found themselves caught between legal obligations to accept Jewish immigrants and political pressure from their most important international ally. The Israeli press initially treated Meyer's arrival as a curiosity rather than a crisis. Here was a man whose name had become synonymous with American organized crime, yet who appeared to be a quiet, well-dressed elderly gentleman who spoke respectfully about his desire to spend his final years in the Jewish homeland. His modest apartment in Herzliya, his attendance at synagogue services, and his peaceful daily routine seemed inconsistent with the fearsome reputation that had preceded him to Israel. But beneath this peaceful appearance, Meyer was conducting the same kind of systematic analysis that had characterized his approach to criminal businesses throughout his career. He was studying Israeli law, building relationships with local attorneys and political figures, and developing strategies for keeping his residence, despite the obvious American pressure for his removal. His analysis of Israeli immigration law was characteristically thorough and mathematically exact. The law of return established clear criteria for Jewish immigration that made religious motivation irrelevant to citizenship eligibility. Israeli courts had consistently ruled that criminal background in other countries could not be used to deny citizenship rights to qualified Jewish applicants. Most importantly, Israeli law did not provide for the extradition of Israeli citizens to face prosecution in other countries for crimes that were not also illegal under Israeli law. Meyer's calculation was that the Israeli legal system would ultimately protect his citizenship rights regardless of American political pressure, and that his Israeli citizenship would provide permanent sanctuary from American prosecution. His strategy was to keep a low profile while his legal status was being determined, avoiding any activities that might provide Israeli authorities with justification for reconsidering his citizenship application. The American government's reaction to Meyer's Israeli residence was swift, sophisticated, and ultimately effective. Rather than simply requesting extradition or applying diplomatic pressure, federal agencies developed a coordinated strategy that used economic influence, media manipulation, and legal pressure to make Meyer's continued residence in Israel politically impossible for the Israeli government. The strategy began with systematic leaks to American and Israeli media that portrayed Meyer not as a peaceful retiree seeking religious sanctuary, but as an active criminal leader who was coordinating illegal businesses from Israeli territory. Stories appeared in major newspapers suggesting that Meyer was using Israeli banks to launder money for American crime families, and that his residence was helping international drug trafficking operations. More damaging were suggestions that Meyer's presence in Israel was hurting American-Israeli intelligence cooperation. Anonymous sources claimed that his criminal connections might provide hostile intelligence services with access to information about American law enforcement methods and Israeli security operations. The meanings were clear. Continued sanctuary for Meyer might endanger Israeli access to American military aid and intelligence sharing. The most effective pressure came through economic channels that showed how thoroughly the American government could make Meyer's life difficult regardless of his legal status in Israel. American banks were instructed to freeze accounts and transactions that might be connected to Meyer's financial activities. Businesses that had relationships with him found themselves subjected to tax audits and regulatory investigations. Friends who might have provided financial support for his Israeli residents discovered that their own legal situations were being scrutinized more intensively. Meyer's response to this systematic pressure was to speed up his legal efforts while keeping the same disciplined approach to security and public relations that had protected him throughout his criminal career. He hired the most prestigious Israeli law firms, built relationships with sympathetic politicians and journalists, and presented himself consistently as a law-abiding Israeli citizen whose American past was irrelevant to his current legal status. But his mathematical analysis of the situation was becoming increasingly pessimistic. The American government's willingness to invest enormous resources in forcing his return suggested that his prosecution had become a priority that went beyond normal law enforcement considerations. His continued presence in Israel was creating diplomatic problems that the Israeli government would eventually need to solve in favor of keeping crucial American relationships. The Israeli legal proceedings that determined Meyer's citizenship status became a complex battle between competing interpretations of immigration law, international relations, and the obligations that democratic governments have to protect individuals from politically motivated prosecution. Meyer's legal team argued that his American criminal reputation was based largely on speculation and suggestion rather than proven criminal conduct. They pointed out that he had never been convicted of any serious crimes, and that American law enforcement agencies had been investigating him for decades. Without obtaining sufficient evidence for successful prosecution, his application for Israeli citizenship should be evaluated based on his legal qualifications as a Jewish immigrant, rather than American political pressure or media sensationalism. The Israeli government's position was more nuanced and ultimately more influenced by political considerations than legal patterns. Justice Minister Yaakov Shimshon Shapiro acknowledged that Meyer met the technical requirements for citizenship under the law of return, but argued that his known associations with organized crime made him an undesirable immigrant whose presence might damage Israel's international reputation and relationships. The legal proceedings stretched over 2 years, during which Meyer lived in a kind of diplomatic limbo. He was neither a confirmed Israeli citizen nor a deportable alien, but rather a legal anomaly whose status would be determined through a process that combined judicial review with political negotiation. His daily life was comfortable but limited, marked by the constant awareness that his future was being decided by forces beyond his control. During this period, Meyer's reflections on his situation often returned to the fundamental changes that had changed organized crime since the days when he, Lucky, and Frank had first begun their partnership. In the 1920s, criminals could operate with relative freedom because law enforcement agencies lacked the resources, authority, and international cooperation necessary to pursue sophisticated criminals across control boundaries. By the 1970s, the situation had reversed completely. Government agencies possessed surveillance technology, financial analysis capabilities, and international cooperation agreements that made traditional criminal security measures outdated. More importantly, the political will to pursue organized crime had grown from local law enforcement concerns to national security priorities that commanded unlimited resources and international cooperation. The Israeli Supreme Court's decision in September 1972 to uphold the government's denial of Meyer's citizenship application marked the end of his most ambitious attempt to escape American control. The court's ruling acknowledged that Meyer met the technical requirements for citizenship under the law of return, but concluded that his associations with organized crime made him a threat to Israeli security interests that justified denying his application. Meyer's response to the deportation order was characteristically disciplined and strategic. Rather than fighting the inevitable through desperate legal appeals, he negotiated the terms of his return to minimize the legal and personal consequences. His lawyers arranged for him to return to the United States voluntarily, rather than being deported as an undesirable alien, a distinction that provided some protection against immediate arrest and prosecution. More importantly, his voluntary return allowed him to coordinate his legal defense with American attorneys who had been preparing for the tax evasion charges that federal prosecutors were planning to file. His 2 years in Israel had provided time for his legal team to analyze the government's financial evidence and develop strategies for challenging the prosecution's case. The flight back to Miami on September 11, 1972, was a media sensation that showed how completely Meyer had become a public figure, whose movements attracted international attention. Television cameras and newspaper reporters documented every aspect of his return, from his departure from Ben Gurion Airport to his arrival at Miami International, where FBI agents were waiting to serve him with a federal grand jury subpoena. Meyer's manner during this media circus was consistent with the public persona he had kept throughout his criminal career. He appeared calm, dignified, and confident, acknowledging the attention without providing quotable comments that might be used against him in subsequent legal proceedings. His brief statement to reporters emphasized his status as a law-abiding American citizen who looked forward to solving any legal questions through proper judicial procedures. The federal government's decision to prosecute Meyer for tax evasion rather than specific criminal activities represented fundamental shift in organized crime, enforcement strategy that reflected both the sophistication of modern financial analysis and the practical limits of traditional criminal prosecution methods. The tax case was built on mathematical analysis rather than witness testimony or physical evidence. Federal investigators had spent years documenting Meyer's lifestyle, his homes, automobiles, travel expenses, and personal expenditures, and comparing these costs to his reported honest income from casino investments and consulting activities. The resulting calculations showed a significant gap between his apparent wealth and his declared income that could only be explained by unreported earnings from illegal sources. Meyer's defense against the tax charges drew on the same mathematical exactness that had made him successful in criminal businesses. His attorneys presented detailed financial records that accounted for every aspect of his wealth and lifestyle through honest sources. Casino investments, real estate appreciation, and consulting fees provided documented explanations for income that prosecutors claimed must be criminal in origin. More sophisticated was Meyer's use of legal gambling winnings to explain apparent disagreements between his reported income and obvious wealth. Nevada casino records documented substantial gambling winnings over decades of play winnings that were technically taxable but practically difficult for the IRS to verify. Given the cash-based nature of casino transactions and the mathematical complexity of calculating net gambling income over extended periods, the prosecution's response was to challenge not just specific financial transactions, but the credibility of Meyer's whole financial persona. They argued that a man with his reputation and connections could not possibly have accumulated his wealth through the honest activities he claimed. His criminal associations, they contended, made it mathematically implausible that his lifestyle was supported by legal income alone. The resulting legal battle became a public education in the intersection of criminal business and financial analysis. Meyer's trial provided the American public with never-before-seen insight into how sophisticated criminals managed money, avoided taxes, and created honest explanations for obviously illegal income. The mathematical complexity of the case also showed how modern law enforcement had grown to match the analytical sophistication of the criminals they were pursuing. During the 1970s, Meyer's public image was being shaped as much by Hollywood productions and popular books as by actual news coverage of his legal problems. Movies like The Godfather had created popular fascination with organized crime that romanticized criminal leaders as sophisticated businessmen who operated according to honor, codes, and family loyalty rather than simple greed and violence. Meyer's role in this cultural transformation was complex and largely beyond his control. His reputation as the mob's accountant and his obvious intelligence made him an attractive subject for journalists and authors who wanted to present organized, crime is something more sophisticated than random violence and neighborhood extortion. His mathematical background and businesslike approach to criminal business fit perfectly with popular desire to understand organized crime as a rational phenomenon rather than simply destructive chaos. But the media portrayal of Meyer and the other members of the powerful group often bore little resemblance to the reality of their criminal activities and their impact on American society. Popular books and movies emphasized the strategic intelligence and cooperative relationships that had made their organization successful while minimizing the violence, corruption, and social damage that their businesses had caused. Meyer's own relationship with his media image was characteristically analytical and practical. He understood that public fascination with organized crime was creating opportunities for authors and filmmakers to profit from stories that were often more fiction than fact. He occasionally cooperated with journalists and researchers who approached him respectfully, but he was careful never to provide information that might hurt his legal situation or the security of friends who were still active in criminal businesses. His assessment of books and movies about organized crime was that they served useful purposes for both criminals and law enforcement agencies. Popular entertainment that portrayed criminal leaders as intelligent and sophisticated might discourage the kind of random violence and chaotic behavior that attracted government attention and public hostility. At the same time, media attention that exposed the methods and relationships of organized crime provided law enforcement agencies with intelligence and public support that made prosecution more effective. Meyer's final years were marked by increasingly complex relationships with family members whose lives had been shaped by his criminal reputation and the wealth that his illegal activities had generated. His children had grown up with the benefits of his financial success, but also with the burden of a father whose public image was permanently associated with organized crime and violence. His daughter Sandra had married into an honest business family that was uncomfortable with her father's reputation. His son Paul had tried to establish independent business activities, but found that his family name created obstacles and opportunities that were equally problematic. Both children loved their father, but struggled with the moral complexities of benefiting from wealth that had been accumulated through criminal business. Meyer's relationship with his grandchildren was particularly touching because they represented his hopes for family legitimacy that his own criminal activities had made possible. He wanted them to benefit from educational and social opportunities that his wealth could provide while remaining completely separate from the criminal activities that had made that wealth possible. The challenge was managing this separation in a family whose financial resources were obviously inconsistent with their reported honest income. His reflections on family relationships often returned to the fundamental question of whether his criminal success had been worth the personal costs that it had needed. The mathematical analysis that had guided his professional decisions was less useful for evaluating the emotional and moral meanings of choices that had affected not just his own life, but the lives of people who had never chosen to be associated with organized crime. The answer to this question was complicated by his understanding that the alternatives available to him as a young immigrant in the Lower East Side had been limited by social conditions and economic opportunities that were largely beyond his control. His criminal activities had provided his family with financial security and social nobility that would have been difficult or impossible to achieve through honest means, given the prejudice and economic limits that characterized American society during his youth. But he also understood that his success had come at costs that went far beyond his own family, to include the communities and individuals who had been affected by organized crime activities. The gambling operations, labor racketeering, and political corruption that had made him wealthy had also added to social problems and individual tragedies that were difficult to justify from purely personal considerations. By 1980, Meyer's health was getting worse in ways that made continued active involvement in criminal businesses impossible. Cancer had been diagnosed, and his doctors were recommending treatments that would need extended hospitalization and recovery periods. At 78, he lacked the energy and stamina necessary for the kind of constant attention that sophisticated criminal operations needed. His response to getting worse health was to speed up the transfer of his honest business interests to family members and trusted friends, while making sure that any remaining criminal activities were concluded in ways that would not create legal problems for people who had worked with him over the decades. The process needed the same careful analysis and systematic planning that had characterized his approach to criminal business throughout his career. The most complex aspect of his change was managing his knowledge of criminal activities that had occurred over more than half a century of organized crime involvement. Meyer possessed information about political corruption, criminal operations, and business relationships that could have provided federal prosecutors with evidence for hundreds of cases against criminal leaders throughout America and internationally. His decision to keep silence about these activities, even when cooperation with government authorities might have provided him with legal benefits, reflected both traditional criminal loyalty and strategic calculation about the long-term meanings of becoming a government informant. Cooperation would have provided protection from prosecution, but would also have made him a permanent target for elimination by criminal organizations whose activities he had revealed. More importantly, cooperation would have broken the principles of loyalty and discretion that had made the Meyer Commission successful, and that had earned him the respect of criminal leaders throughout the world. His reputation as a man who could be trusted with secrets and who honored his commitments to friends was more valuable than any legal protection that government cooperation might have provided. Meyer Lansky died at Mount Sinai Medical Center in Miami Beach on a quiet Saturday morning, surrounded by family members, but carrying with him the secrets of more than 60 years in organized crime. The official cause of death was lung cancer, but those who had known him understood that he was also dying of the accumulated stress and isolation that had characterized the final decades of his criminal career. The funeral arrangements reflected the complex legacy of a man who had achieved enormous wealth and influence through criminal activities while keeping the respect and affection of family members and honest business friends. The service was conducted according to Jewish religious traditions at a synagogue in Miami Beach, with eulogies that emphasized his intelligence, his loyalty to friends and family, and his generous support for Jewish charitable causes. But the attendance at Meyer's funeral also included representatives from criminal organizations throughout America and internationally who came to pay their respects to the man who had helped create the organizational structures that continued to govern their activities. Their presence was discreet and respectful, but it served as a reminder that Meyer's death marked the end of an era in organized crime that had begun when 3 immigrant children first began solving problems together in a Lower East Side basement. The media coverage of Meyer's death was extensive and largely sympathetic. Obituaries in major newspapers described him as the last surviving member of the generation that had changed American organized crime from chaotic gang warfare into systematic criminal business. His mathematical expertise, businesslike approach to illegal activities, and reputation for keeping his word were presented as evidence that even criminal leaders could possess admirable personal qualities. Thoughtful analyses of Meyer's life and career acknowledge the moral complexities of evaluating someone whose intelligence and organizational skills had been applied to criminal purposes. His innovations in criminal business had made organized crime more profitable and efficient, but they had also made it more damaging to honest institutions and more difficult for law enforcement agencies to combat effectively. With Meyer's death, the powerful group that had changed American organized crime was finally complete in its dissolution. Lucky had died in Italian exile in 1962, separated from the criminal organization he had created, but still commanding respect and influence that went beyond national boundaries. Frank had died of heart failure in 1973, his health destroyed by decades of government pressure and public exposure. Meyer's death in 1983 marked the end of the last direct link to the organizational innovations and strategic thinking that had created modern organized crime. But their collective legacy went far beyond their individual lives and careers. The commission structure that Lucky had imagined continued to provide organizational frameworks for criminal cooperation throughout America. The financial techniques that Meyer had developed remained essential tools for money laundering and international criminal operations. The diplomatic approaches that Frank had pioneered continued to influence relationships between criminal organizations and honest institutions. More significantly, their demonstration that intelligence, cooperation, and systematic planning could triumph over violence, chaos, and short-term thinking had permanently changed how criminal organizations approached illegal business. The business-like methods and professional management techniques that characterized modern organized crime were direct descendants of innovations that the powerful group had developed during their decades of partnership. Their story also provided insights into broader themes about American society, immigrant experience, and the relationship between honest and dishonest opportunity structures. 3 children who had arrived in America with nothing except intelligence and ambition had created criminal businesses that made hundreds of millions of dollars and influenced American politics, business, and culture for more than half a century. The question of whether their achievements represented success or failure depended on the criteria used for evaluation. From a purely financial view, they had achieved wealth that exceeded the dreams of most Americans. From an organizational standpoint, they had created institutions that survived their individual deaths and continued to influence criminal businesses throughout the world. But from a moral view, their legacy was more complex and troubling. Their success had been built on activities that caused real harm to individuals and communities throughout American society. Their wealth had been accumulated through businesses that corrupted honest institutions and added to social problems that went far beyond their immediate criminal activities. Standing at Meyer's graveside in a Miami Beach cemetery, the mourners who had gathered to honor his memory represented the full complexity of his legacy. Family members who had benefited from his wealth and affection, business friends who had profited from his intelligence and integrity, law enforcement officials who had respected his competence even while pursuing his prosecution, and criminal leaders who continued to apply lessons they had learned from his innovations and example. The tombstone was simple and dignified, giving his name and dates without reference to the criminal activities that had made him famous. But the man buried beneath that stone had helped create organizational structures and strategic approaches that would influence human behavior for generations to come. The age of the powerful group was over, but the age of systematic criminal organization that they had created would continue indefinitely. 3 immigrant children had changed the world, and their changes were permanent. The rain fell steadily on Mount Hebron Cemetery in Queens on that January morning in 1983, washing over the headstones of 3 immigrant families whose children had forever changed the scene of American crime. In separate sections of the sprawling cemetery, 3 graves marked the final resting places of the men who had changed organized crime from chaotic street warfare into systematic business. Salvatore Lucania, known to the world as Lucky Luciano, who had died in Naples 21 years earlier, but whose body had finally been returned to American soil. Francesco Castiglia, remembered as Frank Costello, whose 1973 funeral had been attended by both criminals and honest businessmen. And now, Mayor Meyer Lansky, whose burial that morning marked the end of the most revolutionary partnership in criminal history. As the mourners dispersed from Meyer's funeral, walking carefully on the rain-slicked paths between rows of weathered monuments, they were witnessing more than the conclusion of 3 remarkable lives. They were observing the change of history into legend, the moment when actual events become the raw material for stories that will be told and retold until fact becomes indistinguishable from mythology. The change had already begun, even as Meyer's casket was being lowered into the earth beside his beloved wife Anna. Screenwriters in Hollywood were crafting scripts about criminal masterminds, whose intelligence and sophistication would make them sympathetic main characters rather than simple villains. Authors were researching books that would present the powerful group not as ruthless criminals, but as immigrant success stories whose methods happened to be illegal. Television producers were developing programs that would make organized crime leaders seem like troubled but fascinating anti-heroes, whose personal struggles and family loyalties made them more relatable than the corrupt politicians and brutal police officers they opposed. The seeds of their mythical status had been planted decades earlier, but their deaths provided the necessary distance for legend making. Dead criminals could be romanticized in ways that living ones never could. Their violence could be minimized, their intelligence emphasized, their innovations celebrated without the uncomfortable reality of ongoing criminal activities that destroyed lives and corrupted institutions. The organizational structure that Lucky Luciano had imagined in the early 1930s continued to govern organized crime relationships throughout America and increasingly throughout the world. The commission system, with its emphasis on territorial agreements, fight resolution through negotiation rather than violence, and cooperative businesses that benefited all participating families, had proven more lasting than any individual leader or specific criminal business. By 1990, law enforcement agencies were documenting commission meetings that followed the same basic format and addressed the same fundamental issues that had characterized the organization. Since its beginning, crime families still sent representatives to discuss territorial boundaries, still negotiated shared businesses, still solved conflicts through structured arbitration rather than warfare. The specific faces had changed, but the institutional framework remained remarkably consistent with the vision that Lucky, Meyer, and Frank had implemented more than 50 years earlier. The most striking evidence of the Commission's institutional permanence was its ability to adapt to changing conditions while keeping its essential character. When federal law enforcement developed sophisticated electronic surveillance capabilities, Commission meetings moved to more secure locations and adopted counter-surveillance measures. When international money laundering became more complex, Commission families developed cooperative relationships with foreign criminal organizations that provided services no individual family could create independently. When new criminal businesses like drug trafficking made enormous profits, the Commission allocated territories and established rules that prevented destructive competition between families. FBI surveillance reports from the 1990s revealed Commission discussions that would have been immediately familiar to Lucky, Meyer, and Frank. Crime leaders debated the same fundamental questions about violence versus negotiation. territorial boundaries versus cooperative businesses, and short-term profits versus long-term organizational stability. The vocabulary had grown, and the technology was more sophisticated. But the underlying logic remained unchanged from the principles the powerful group had established in the 1930s. More remarkably, the commission structure had been exported to criminal organizations throughout the world. Italian crime families operating in Europe followed organizational models that were directly descended from American innovations. Asian criminal businesses adopted cooperative structures that reflected the same business-like approaches to a legal business that Meyer had pioneered. Latin American drug cartels established territorial agreements and fight resolution systems that were clearly influenced by commission patterns. Perhaps the most lasting legacy of the powerful group was their demonstration that criminal businesses could be managed according to business principles that maximized profits while minimizing risks. Their systematic approach to criminal organization, with its emphasis on professional management, financial analysis, and strategic planning, had permanently changed how illegal activities were structured and operated. Modern organized crime bore little resemblance to the chaotic gang warfare that had characterized criminal activities before the powerful group's innovations. Contemporary criminal businesses employed accountants, lawyers, and business consultants. They kept sophisticated financial records, conducted market analysis, and developed strategic plans that projected operations years into the future. They invested in honest businesses, used complex financial instruments, and operated across national boundaries with the same systematic coordination that characterized multinational companies. The techniques that Meyer had developed for money laundering had grown into a whole industry of financial services that connected criminal organizations with honest banking systems throughout the world. The political corruption methods that Frank had pioneered had become standard operating procedures for criminal businesses that needed protection from law, enforcement, or regulatory interference. The organizational structures that Lucky had created for managing cooperative relationships had been adopted by criminal groups that had never heard of the Commission but understood the practical advantages of systematic coordination. Over chaotic competition, law enforcement agencies studying modern organized crime consistently documented the influence of powerful group innovations on contemporary criminal activities. The Drug Enforcement Administration's analysis of international narcotics trafficking revealed organizational structures that followed the territorial and cooperative principles established by the Commission in the 1930s, the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Reports on white-collar crime described financial techniques that were direct descendants of money laundering methods that Meyer had developed for casino operations in the 1940s and 1950s. The Treasury Department's investigations of political corruption uncovered systematic approaches to buying government protection that closely followed the methods that Frank had pioneered during his decades of criminal political relationship building. The powerful group's most unexpected legacy was their change from feared criminals into cultural icons, whose story became a fundamental part of American mythology about success, ambition, and the costs of achievement. Their partnership became the model for countless books, movies, and television programs that presented organized crime as a uniquely American phenomenon that reflected both the opportunities and the dark side of the immigrant experience. The process of myth-making began with Mario Puzo's novel, The Godfather, published in 1969 while Meyer was still alive and active. Puzo's fictional Corleone family drew obvious inspiration from the powerful group's organizational innovations, business-like approach to criminal business, and complex relationships with honest American institutions. But Puzo's genius was in presenting organized crime as a family saga that emphasized loyalty, honor, and tradition rather than the violence and corruption that actually characterized criminal activities. Francis Ford Coppola's film adaptation of The Godfather completed the change of a powerful group from criminals into American archetypes. The movie's portrayal of intelligent, sophisticated crime leaders who operated according to codes of honor and family loyalty created a romanticized version of organized crime that bore little resemblance to the brutal reality of criminal business, but perfectly captured the public's desire to see criminals as more than simple predators. The success of The Godfather started a whole entertainment industry devoted to organized crime stories that consistently drew inspiration from the powerful group's innovations, while cleaning their methods and motivations. Movies like Goodfellas, Casino, and The Departed presented criminals whose intelligence and business sense made them fascinating main characters despite their obvious moral failures. Television series like The Sopranos explored the psychological complexity of modern crime leaders who struggled to balance family responsibilities with criminal businesses that needed constant violence and deception. The cultural impact of these portrayals went far beyond simple entertainment. Academic studies documented how popular culture representations of organized crime influenced public attitudes toward criminals, law enforcement, and the relationship between legal and illegal business. The powerful group's story became a lens through which Americans examined broader questions about success, corruption, and the moral ambiguity of capitalism itself. More troubling was the way popular culture romanticization of organized crime hid the real damage that criminal businesses caused to individuals and communities. The intelligent, honor-bound criminals of movies and television bore little resemblance to the actual predators who destroyed lives through gambling addiction, loan sharking, labor racketeering, and political corruption. The systematic violence that kept criminal organizations was minimized or eliminated entirely from popular portrayals that preferred to focus on the business-like aspects of illegal business. The Federal Bureau of Investigation's final assessment of the powerful group's impact, completed in 1985 as part of a complete study of organized crime development, acknowledged that Lucky Meyer and Frank had fundamentally changed the nature of criminal business in ways that made law enforcement more difficult and expensive, while making criminal organizations more profitable and lasting. The FBI report documented how the powerful group's innovations had created what the analysts called systemic criminality illegal businesses that were so thoroughly mixed with honest businesses and political institutions that eliminating them needed fundamental changes to American economic and political systems, rather than simple law enforcement activities. The commission structure, according to the FBI analysis, had made organized crime more efficient and more difficult to prosecute by creating cooperative relationships that prevented the kind of internal conflicts that had traditionally provided law enforcement agencies with opportunities to enter criminal organizations. The business-like approach to criminal business had made illegal activities more profitable and sustainable by applying rational planning and professional management to businesses that had previously been conducted through violence and threats. Most significantly, the systematic corruption of political and legal institutions that Frank had pioneered had created what the FBI termed structural protection for organized crime activities. Instead of simply bribing individual officials to ignore specific criminal acts, modern organized crime had developed relationships with whole bureaucratic systems that provided ongoing protection for illegal businesses while making detection and prosecution extremely difficult. The report concluded that the powerful group's innovations had essentially created a parallel economy of illegal businesses that operated according to business principles while keeping protection from legal consequences through systematic corruption and political influence. This parallel economy made hundreds of billions of dollars every year while providing goods and services that significant portions of the American population demanded but could not obtain through legal channels. The FBI's recommendations for combating the powerful group's legacy emphasized the need for fundamental changes in law enforcement approaches that addressed the systematic nature of modern organized crime rather than focusing on individual criminals or specific illegal activities. The report called for enhanced international cooperation, improved financial investigation capabilities, and new legal authorities that could address the business-like character of contemporary criminal business. The children and grandchildren of the powerful group faced complex challenges in managing relationships with families whose wealth and social position had been built through criminal business. Each family developed different strategies for dealing with the moral and practical complications of inheriting the benefits of criminal success while trying to establish honest identities separate from their ancestors' illegal activities. Meyer's children pursued paths that emphasized education, honest business development, and philanthropic activities that showed their commitment to legal business and social responsibility. His son Paul became a successful real estate developer whose projects added to community development in Florida and the Caribbean. His daughter Sandra married into a prominent business family and devoted considerable time and resources to Jewish charitable organizations and educational institutions. But both children also struggled with the constant public attention that accompanied their family name and the ongoing questions about the sources of their inherited wealth. Government agencies continued to investigate their business activities with unusual intensity, assuming that honest businesses might be serving as fronts for ongoing criminal activities. Media coverage of their activities invariably included references to their father's criminal reputation and speculation about whether family involvement in organized crime had truly ended with Meyer's death. Frank's family faced similar challenges, but with the additional complication of his higher public profile and more extensive documentation of his criminal activities. His children pursued careers in honest business and professions, but they found that their family name created both opportunities and obstacles that were difficult to handle without constantly confronting their father's legacy. The most successful adaptation was achieved by family members who acknowledged their ancestors' criminal activities while showing their own commitment to honest business and social responsibility. This approach needed delicate balancing between honoring family loyalty and establishing moral distance from criminal activities that had caused real harm to individuals and communities. Lucky's family faced unique challenges because his deportation and death in exile had created questions about his legal status and the disposition of assets that he had accumulated through decades of criminal business. Italian authorities, American law enforcement agencies, and various honest and dishonest claimants all asserted interests in his estate that needed years of legal proceedings to solve. Academic historians studying the powerful group's impact on American society consistently concluded that their innovations in criminal organization had effects that went far beyond the specific criminal businesses they controlled. Their systematic approach to illegal activity had influenced honest businesses, political institutions, and social relationships in ways that permanently changed how Americans understood the boundaries between legal and illegal business. The most complete academic study, published by Yale University Press in 1995, argued that the powerful group represented a uniquely American phenomenon that reflected both the opportunities and the pathologies of immigrant experience in a capitalist democracy. Their success showed the possibility of social mobility through intelligence and systematic effort, but their methods revealed the moral ambiguities of a society that provided limited honest opportunities for certain groups, while keeping strong demands for the services that illegal businesses could provide. The historical agreement emerged that the powerful group's most significant contribution to American development was their demonstration that systematic organization and professional management could be applied successfully to any human business, regardless of its legal status. Their innovations in criminal organization had been adapted by honest businesses, government agencies, and social institutions that recognized the practical advantages of the cooperative, business-like approaches that the powerful group had pioneered. More controversial was the question of whether their criminal activities had ultimately helped or harmed the immigrant communities from which they emerged. Supporters argued that their success had provided employment and economic opportunities for thousands of people who faced discrimination and limited honest alternatives. Critics contended that their criminal businesses had reinforced negative stereotypes about immigrant groups while creating social problems that damaged community development and individual opportunity. The most thoughtful historical analyses acknowledged that the powerful group's legacy was fundamentally ambiguous in ways that reflected broader contradictions in American society. They had achieved remarkable success through intelligence, cooperation, and systematic effort values that American society claimed to celebrate. But they had applied these admirable qualities to businesses that caused real harm to individuals and institutions while corrupting the legal and political systems that democratic society needed for proper functioning. By the 21st century, organized crime activities throughout the world showed clear evidence of the powerful group's continuing influence on criminal business. Even as specific criminal techniques and organizational structures adapted to changing social and technological conditions, international drug trafficking organizations operated according to territorial agreements and cooperative principles that were directly descended from commission innovations established in the 1930s. These modern criminal businesses kept sophisticated financial operations, employed professional managers and technical specialists, and invested heavily in honest businesses that provided cover and additional income streams. Computer-based financial crimes used money laundering techniques that were developed versions of methods that Meyer had pioneered for casino operations in the 1940s and 1950s. Contemporary criminals employed the same systematic approaches to identifying weaknesses in financial systems, using regulatory gaps between different controls, and creating honest explanations for obviously illegal transactions. Political corruption in the modern era followed patterns that Frank had established during his decades of relationship building with government officials. Modern criminal organizations kept ongoing relationships with whole bureaucratic systems, rather than simply bribing individual officials for specific favors. They provided honest services to political organizations while using these relationships to obtain protection from law enforcement and early notice of government activities that might affect their operations. Perhaps most significantly, the distinction between honest and dishonest business had become increasingly blurred in ways that reflected the powerful group's innovation of mixing legal and illegal activities within single organizational structures. Modern companies employed techniques for tax avoidance, regulatory evasion, and competitive advantage that differed from criminal methods primarily in their legal status, rather than their fundamental approaches to maximizing profits while minimizing risks. The powerful groups changed from historical figures into mythical archetypes, represented one of the most remarkable examples of American legend-making in the 20th century. Their story had become a fundamental part of American cultural understanding about success, power, and the relationship between individual achievement and social responsibility. The mythical version of their story emphasized themes that resonated deeply with American values and anxieties. They were immigrants who had achieved spectacular success through intelligence and hard work. They were outsiders who had entered and influenced the most powerful institutions in American society. They were businessmen who had applied rational methods to businesses that most people saw as chaotic and brutal. They were family men who had struggled to balance personal loyalties with professional obligations that needed constant violence and deception. But the mythical version also cleaned aspects of their story that were inconsistent with heroic narratives. The systematic violence that had kept their criminal organizations was minimized or presented as regrettable necessities rather than fundamental aspects of their business model. The corruption of political and legal institutions was portrayed as clever maneuvering rather than destructive undermining of democratic governance. The social damage caused by their criminal businesses was largely ignored in favor of focusing on their personal relationships and individual achievements. The result was a cultural narrative that simultaneously celebrated and condemned the powerful group's legacy in ways that reflected broader American mixed feelings about success, power, and moral responsibility. They became symbols of American opportunity and American corruption, of immigrant achievement and criminal use, of business innovation and social destructiveness. As the 21st century entered its third decade, the powerful group's influence on American organized crime, popular culture, and social understanding of criminal business remained as powerful as it had been during their lifetimes. Their innovations continued to shape criminal organizations throughout the world. Their story continued to inspire entertainment and academic analysis, and their legacy continued to raise fundamental questions about the relationship between individual success and social responsibility in American society. The most remarkable aspect of their achievement was not the wealth they had accumulated or the power they had wielded, but their demonstration that intelligence, cooperation, and systematic thinking could triumph over chaos and violence, even in the most competitive and dangerous of human businesses. Their success had proven that criminal organizations could be structured and managed according to rational principles that maximized benefits while minimizing costs for everyone involved. But their success had also revealed the moral complexities of applying admirable personal qualities to businesses that caused real harm to individuals and society. Their intelligence had been used to use human weaknesses in corrupt social institutions. Their cooperation had been directed toward activities that undermined legal and democratic governance. Their systematic thinking had been employed to make criminal businesses more efficient and more damaging to community welfare. The ultimate question raised by their legacy was whether American society could continue to celebrate the kinds of intelligence, ambition, and innovation that had made the powerful group successful while keeping moral and legal standards that prevented such qualities from being applied to destructive purposes. Their story suggested that the line between admirable achievement and criminal use was far thinner than most Americans preferred to acknowledge. On a quiet evening in the Lower East Side of Manhattan, tourists and residents walked past the locations where 3 immigrant children first learned the lessons that would shape their extraordinary lives. The apartments where they lived had been converted into fashionable apartments. The streets where they played have been cleaned and improved. The neighborhood that formed them has been changed by the same forces of urban development and social change that they helped to unleash through their criminal innovations. but the essential character of their story, the change of intelligence and ambition into power and wealth through systematic cooperation and strategic thinking remains as relevant today as it was when they first began, solving problems together in a basement room more than a century ago. Their graves in Queens cemeteries are visited regularly by people who remember their story and are fascinated by their legacy. Some visitors come to pay respects to men they see as criminal pioneers whose innovations changed the world. Others come to think about the moral complexities of lives that achieved remarkable success through methods that caused real harm to individuals and society. All visitors, regardless of their attitudes toward the powerful group's legacy, confront the same fundamental questions that their story raises about American society: individual responsibility, and the relationship between personal achievement and social welfare. These questions have no simple answers, which is perhaps why their story continues to fascinate and disturb Americans more than 40 years after the last member of their partnership died. The rain continues to fall on their graves, washing over the stone markers that record their names and dates, without capturing the full complexity of their lives or the permanent nature of their influence on American society. But beneath those rain-soaked stones rest three men who proved that immigrant children with intelligence, ambition, and the willingness to cooperate could achieve anything, absolutely anything, that they were determined to accomplish. Whether that achievement represents success or tragedy, triumph or cautionary tale, depends on questions that each generation must answer for itself. The powerful group's legacy is not their answer to those questions, but their demonstration that the questions themselves are unavoidable for anyone who seeks to understand the American experience in all its complexity and contradiction. In the end, perhaps that is the most valuable gift they left to future generations, not the specific criminal businesses they created or the wealth they accumulated, but the reminder that individual choices have consequences that go far beyond personal success or failure, to influence the whole structure of society for generations to come. And that concludes the incredible true story of Meyer Lansky, Lucky Luciano, and Frank Costello, three men whose partnership changed organized crime forever. If this story kept you interested for these many hours, you will love our other deep dive crime documentaries. Subscribe and hit the bell icon so you never miss our latest releases. What did you think of their story? Which of the three fascinated you most? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for spending these hours with me exploring this incredible chapter of history. Until next time, sleep well.